Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lusu? He could hear it. Sia Antong's voice sounded heavily restrained, like she was deliberately lowering her voice to avoid being overheard. What are you testing? What are you even talking about? You can actually hear me? Then maybe this really is connected. Sia Antong's voice carried a trace of surprise, like she hadn't expected it to work. Lusu replied, "Your headset's broken already? Are epic tier weapons really this crappy? You must have been scammed when you bought it." Sia Antong. No, that's not what I meant. The prison guards canceled yard time and told us to go back, right? I've already returned. Technically, when we're in our cells, our weapons shouldn't work. But now, for some reason, the door isn't closed. So I wanted to test if it would still work. And? Does it work? Lusu asked, feigning intense curiosity. Sia Antong. This prison is poorly built, but you still managed to build it to the worst possible standard. Wait. Lusu suddenly thought of something and looked down again. You just said you were all forced back in, but the prison doors didn't close, right? Yeah. Why? Could it be that someone hasn't returned yet? Is there still someone outside? Yeah, like you. Lusu, hashtag. But I don't think that's really the key point. I mean, would a prison really care if someone hasn't returned before locking the doors? Sia Antong added. True, that makes sense. Lusu looked down at the writing next to the 3 brains in the container, reading the lines that described the yard time and the door schedules. Is it possible that they're not leaving the doors open on purpose, but because they can't close them? What did you say? Sia Antong picked up on the message instantly. Nothing. Your info is useful. This game better not turn into some kind of cursed rule mystery story. Maybe those 3 are just the surface-level controllers. What are the 3 of them doing right now? Upon hearing that question, Sia Antong activated her distant all-knowing eye and checked on the 3 people under surveillance. I can't hear very clearly, their guards up and they've got outside shielding. But the 3 of them have pretty bad tempers. After the prison guards came back, they moved to one side and looked like they were arguing. I only caught fragments. The warden and know-it-all questioned the prison guard. They said, "Why did you feed that person? Weren't we supposed to deal with that guy today? Now we've wasted today's opportunity again." Sia Antong relayed the message word for word, but Lusu's brows furrowed tightly. You're sure? You didn't mishear anything. Positive. Sia Antong was confident when it came to things like this. He looked again at the rule written up top, which clearly stated, at least 1 feeding per day. TCH. Could this be a problem with the translation software? Could the game's auto-translate system actually have ambiguities? Alright, keep observing. Also, if anything weird happens in the prison over the next little while, tell me everything. Sia Antong raised her eyebrows slightly. This might be the first time Sin had proposed such a direct form of collaboration. Before this, Sin always meant to watch things alone. Like he could handle everything by himself. Got it. After agreeing, Sia Antong gave it some thought and injected herself with the game's first dose. Meanwhile, on Lusu's end, he rubbed his chin, staring at the 3 brains in front of him, studying the rule descriptions above them. This prison has a lot of suspicious stuff going on. Outside, including among the 3 big shots like the warden and the prison guard, tensions were flaring again. The core issue was the questioning of why the prison guard had done what he did. Originally, today's feeding quota was supposed to go to that shapeshifter. So why'd he use it on some riot-crazed idiot instead? What kind of chaos could an idiot like that stir up? But of course, the prison guard wasn't backing down either. He thought he was completely justified. The 3 of them looked like they were about to throw hands. There was already mistrust among them, and today's situation only made it worse. What? Are you starting to suspect me now? The prison guard clenched his fists and glared daggers at the other 2. You wanna fight? If you can't calm down, then go ahead and swing. The warden wasn't exactly calm himself. Before we go there, can one of you give me my headset back? Know-it-all said, clearly annoyed. Just then, the entire prison went into chaos. Door after door opened, and a swarm of black-clad figures carrying trays streamed out. The trays held this round's food. But the problem was, it wasn't even mealtime yet. In fact, it was way too early. The prison guard and the warden both looked on in total confusion at the flood of figures. What the is going on? Get back. It's not time yet. What the H*LL are you doing? Get lost. The prison guard roared in fury, his voice so loud it made the entire prison tremble slightly. Xia Antong frowned as she watched all this unfold. Was this the abnormal event Sin mentioned earlier? Seems like it. Guess this counts. But before she could say anything, another swarm of black-robed figures ran out, heading for every cell. Sleep. Sleep. From under the black robes came a grating voice, urging every prisoner to rest. That's what you're supposed to do after eating. The whole prison? The prison guard? Are you rebelling? What are you doing? The prison guard stormed toward the figures, looking like he was about to throw hands. Xia Antong quickly pressed on her headset. Did you do something? The prison's gone completely haywire. Elsewhere, in the underground tunnel, Lucy was poking at the 3 brains in front of him. Oh? Really? Looks like it actually worked. Lucy said in surprise. What happened? Xia Antong told him everything she had seen. Those weird things, the ones always wrapped in black clothing, they all came out? Yeah. They're delivering food and telling everyone to go to sleep, Xia Antong replied while watching the scene unfold. Good. Luso nodded and pulled his hand back from poking the brains. Help me confirm something. What is it? Xia Antong was surprised. Did Sin just use the word help? Use the all-knowing eye and get under those black robes. Go in and see what their bodies look like inside. Xia Antong. What the H*LL are you talking about? Xia Antong growled through clenched teeth, then glanced sideways at those black-robed things outside. Even if we're cooperating, I'm still a normal person. You're the freak, don't drag me down with you. Underground, Lucy kept poking the brains and mocked her. Oh? So now you're a normal person. Do normal people overdose on brain enhancement drugs and turn into a psycho, then act like an emo edgelord girl once the meds wear off? Xia Antong. Okay, stop talking already. Her toes curled from secondhand embarrassment. She felt a headache coming on. So what? Why the H*LL do I have to use my eyes to peek under someone's clothes? That's messed up. Relax. You're not gonna get a sty or anything. Lucy explained. All I'm asking is for you to open up a bit of their clothes and check if it's green inside. Green? Xia Antong was confused, not sure what he was getting at. Just look already. Why so many questions all of a sudden? Under the influence of the jealousy mask, Lucy's patience had clearly run dry. Though reluctant, she figured as long as she didn't go too deep it'd be fine, and agreed. She never imagined her all-knowing eye would ever be used for something like this. It flew in through the sleeve of the black-robed figure, lifting the fabric slightly to let light in. What? Xia Antong was initially in disbelief. It really is green. Huh. I knew it. Green's good. Lucen nodded like he'd expected it, then raised his head and looked toward the entrance of that green corridor. There was already a rustling sound coming from there. If his guess was right, the warning wasn't about not messing with the 3 big shots in the prison. It was that besides those 3, there aren't any other actual staff in the prison. Everything else, those green goblin-looking things, were probably divine constructs. Green might even be tied to the god's attributes. Feeding, what kind of god is this? And these 3 brains, the implication was too obvious. Even an idiot would think they corresponded to those 3 people. He just didn't know how they corresponded. Were they really 3 extracted brains stuck here, or projections, or some other form? Regardless, they always reacted a bit when touched. Do you think there's a chance those 3 guys outside are feeling something off right now? Like headaches or something? Lusu asked Xia Antong. Headaches? I don't think so. Xia Antong checked her messages. But even if they were in pain and just toughing it out, I wouldn't know. Lusu. Fair point. Hold on. Xia Antong cut off whatever Lusu was about to say. I've been timing things on my end. Based on the usual schedule, yard time should be over by now, and they're probably about to close the doors. If that happens, I might not be able to use the headset anymore, and then... Do you belong to the sheep zodiac? Lusu interrupted. What? Sheep, as in counting. Considering your education probably goes beyond elementary school, This shouldn't be too hard. When we lose connection, start counting. Count a number every few seconds. That way you'll know when I can reply again. Also, hint your people that they should be ready to move at any time. Xia Antong's gaze calmed. The meds were kicking in, her fully rational state wasn't a joke. She didn't know why everything was happening so suddenly and so fast, but she gave a simple reply. Got it. Then, the all-knowing eye shot over to the cell where the man was and started carving letters into the wall. Do you have any abilities that can cause a big commotion? Cutter was stunned, thinking, my godlike teammate can even send messages in here? He quickly whispered back. Yeah, I've got some abilities. Good. Be ready to move at any time. Huh. Cutter nearly jumped. What does any time even mean? Me? Already? I've only been part of this team for like 30 minutes. Isn't this a bit too soon? What's the plan? You haven't told me anything yet. Hearing that, Xia Antong chuckled coldly. You'll get used to it. There's no such thing as a plan when working with that guy. She didn't even reply. After erasing any trace of communication, she flew straight to the other confirmed players. There's something wrong with the game. We can't stall any longer. First came intimidation. Be ready to act at any moment. Just treat this like breaking out of the prison. That gave them a general direction. This is hell mode. We don't have time to hesitate. Trust me, this is our last chance. That was pure exaggeration, mixed with persuasion. I'm blank. I'll keep sending updates. Sin is in this game. And that last line? That was bluffing with a big name. Immediately, all the players who had been planning to sit back and watch had their eyes widen in shock. Blank was already a big name, and don't even mention Sin. In an instant, all their expressions changed. Hell mode, and now even Sin is involved? Is that info reliable? With how Sin acts, shouldn't he have started stirring things up way earlier? But it's been so long and no one's seen a guy with a mask. Creak. The sound of metal shifting echoed out, the main doors began closing, and the headset instantly lost function. Restrictions initiated. Xia Antong knew time was up. She closed her eyes and lay flat on her bed, then began to count silently. Meanwhile, underground, Lusa realized there was no sound coming through his headset anymore. But instead of rushing to mess with the brain that adjusted the prison, he switched to a different brain. He stretched out both hands and started feeling it all over. Like he was polishing a walnut, running his fingers over every inch. Judging by his expression, he wouldn't stop until the brain developed a glossy sheen. Rub it. Outside, the warden suddenly felt extremely agitated, as if the prison was under threat. Like some sort of defensive protocol had been triggered, he needed to kill anything that threatened the prison. At the same time, the prison guard and know-it-all were still busy suspecting each other. I think things are getting a little too complicated. The warden's voice rumbled out, echoing faintly, like the low growl of a sick tiger. Huh. Know-it-all frowned, clearly noticing something was off with the warden. What's wrong with you? You having a fit? But the warden didn't even look at him. Instead, his eyeballs shifted as he stared dead ahead at the prison guard, glaring like he was facing a sworn enemy. When did this prison ever start caring about reason? Prison guard? Know-it-all? The warden kept talking, leaving the other two completely baffled. If there's something suspicious, just kill it, capture it, feed it. When did we start overthinking everything? Hey, old man. Know-it-all cut in. If you're just sleep-deprived, then go back to your damn nap. Don't start losing it here. Watching the warden's sudden rage, he suddenly recalled what that woman told him before. The warden's got issues. But the warden still ignored know-it-all. His eyes remained locked on the prison guard, like he was looking at the killer of his father. In fact, I've long suspected you. For the sake of the prison, I'll give you one last chance. Give me a damn good explanation. The prison guard's wide eyes were full of confusion. He didn't understand how things had come to this. He tried to read something from the warden's eyes. You. He stared blankly for a second, but then his eyes turned blood red in an instant, his whole body radiating with murderous energy. Do I owe you an explanation, Stard? If you want to fight, let's ***ing go. Then you're gonna have to die. With that, the warden shrugged his shoulders, his joints cracking like exploding firecrackers. Know-it-all was utterly stunned. His instincts screamed one thing: he'd been played. Because truth be told, the warden and the prison guard had a way closer relationship than he did with either of them. So why were they at each other's throats now? This gave him a strange feeling. Like even though the two were ready to fight, the real target being fooled here was him. I'm telling you both. Know-it-all took a step forward to say something, but in the next instant, the warden slashed his hand through the air. A wall of force blasted out like a missile, exploding and sending Know-it-all flying back. What the? Boom. Before Know-it-all could even react, he was slapped straight into a wall. The warden's fingernails sharpened into claws, black lightning crackling and flashing all over his body. And without a single word more, driven by pure murderous rage, he charged straight at the prison guard. The two of them started going at it, no warm-up, just all-out war. That's about enough, huh? Feels like this one's polished even smoother now. Down below, Lucy was still rubbing the brain, muttering to himself in disbelief. He could already see, across the tunnel, a massive swarm of green goblins flooding in his direction, charging like a tidal wave. A goblin army as far as the eye could see. TCH, that many? Looks like getting out won't be easy this time, what a pain. Even as he said it was troublesome, his face didn't show the slightest worry. In fact, there was even a touch of disdain. Maybe I should just swap places with her. That way I'm out, though she probably wouldn't agree. Whatever. Let's go with this. Lucy stopped rubbing the brain and redirected his gaze back to the first one. He aimed for a specific spot and pressed down hard. The moment he did, the headset crackled and a voice came through. 546. The voice cut off suddenly, like shocked into silence. So? Did the door open? You did this. Sia and Tom asked. Just now, the main prison doors had suddenly clanked open, all of them. More or less. Lucy glanced at the brain beneath him. The moment his tools became usable, a swarm of all-knowing eyes shot into the sky, circling above the prison and scanning every corner. In an instant, she saw the fight. Wait. The warden and the prison guard looks like they're fighting. What? Lucy was caught off guard. That worked even better than I expected. Guess rubbing brains really does help. Nice. Even smoother than I planned. TCH, over there, go loud. Got it. Sia and Tong replied, then noticed something off about Sin's tone. What's going on over there? Me? Lucy asked while pulling the trigger. I'm on a slaughter spree. Killing these things is probably easier than the guards trying to kill you guys. Sia Antong's all-knowing eye darted out in all directions, locating various players. At that moment, with all the prison doors now wide open, crowds had already piled near the exits, peeking outside to see what was going on. But now, no one was stopping them. One of the eyes reached Cutter and gave just 2 words. Take action. Wait, Ja. Cutter looked like a total rookie now, all his earlier swagger was gone. Wait, what do you mean take action? Against who? I'm not even ready. How did this get to? When fate comes, there's no time to prepare. What, you gonna chicken out? Move. Sia and Tong barked out the order without hesitation. Cutter was completely pushed to the front lines. He bit down, then charged forward in giant strides, scaring the crap out of everyone in his cell block. With Hildeby. Charging outside, he found the plaza completely empty. Just him alone. Every prisoner crowding the door turned instinctively to look at him. He took a deep breath, like a whale gulping water, chest puffed out, and shouted. Eyes on me, all of you. I told you before, I'm a spirit, and I'll rise again. Didn't even need coaching, Cutter just said it on his own. This spirit is a prison break. Move. We're busting out of here. Channeling all his courage, he screamed across the empty plaza. Cutter didn't know if he looked like a total clown, but he thought of the ones who'd already died for this plan, and did his best. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he threw out dozens of playing cards. The card boxes exploded, folding and reshaping into razor-sharp blades that whirled in the air, forming a tornado of deadly edges. Then, boom, they exploded again, countless blades flying into every corner of the prison, striking cell after cell. And as luck would have it, the backs of each card bore golden-winged doves. Cutter panted hard. He didn't know if this would work. He also didn't know why. Until now, no one had tried to stop him. The air was silent for a few seconds. It was awkward. Tense. Then, in the next moment, explosions rang out in rapid succession, dust filled the air, doors slammed open one after another, and the prisoners went absolutely wild, surging out like a tidal wave. The sudden chaos left even the cutter momentarily stunned as explosions echoed in his ears and prisoners surged out in ever-increasing numbers. In truth, people follow the herd. To make the majority follow, one simply needs to make them believe the majority is already moving. Creating this illusion of mass movement naturally fell to the players. Those who remained silent when Xia and Tong approached them, who refused to admit they were players, now acted in unison. They saw clearly, this man had supposedly been killed by the prison guards earlier, yet here he stood. They knew Blank was orchestrating this prison break, with Sin lurking in the shadows. So it began. Explosions erupted one after another throughout the prison. A man shaped his hand like a pistol, miming gunshots toward various prison areas. Strangely, wherever he shot, actual explosions followed, as if his finger gun held real power. His alias was Demolitionist, ranked within the global top 10,000, someone Xia and Tong must have seen in the files. But with his mediocre ranking and unremarkable traits, she only retained a vague impression. His ability was energy casting, infusing inanimate objects with energy for remote detonation. Of course, the amount and quantity of energy depended on one's mental strength. Clearly, his innate talent and later opportunities paled compared to the Sun's. Still, over a day's preparation sufficed. The square became a storm of flying debris as stone slabs exploded everywhere. The most violent blasts originated near Demolitionist's cell door. Meanwhile, another player named Su Ning emerged from the smoke. As a skill-type contestant, she also ranked within the top 10,000. Her Legion of Phantoms ability created countless illusions in the dust. Though more summoned puppets meant weaker individual strength, she needed no combat power now. Manufacturing the illusion of mass escape was enough. Su Ning became the primary architect of the herd mentality, making every prisoner believe others had already broken out. Herd mentality, where following the lead sheet matters more than knowing the destination. As prisoners, men and women alike, poured out, a melodious horn sounded. A man hung upside down from an ancient tree branch, blowing a golden horn with mesmerizing notes. Even Xia Antong's mind wavered momentarily. She'd taken 2 steps toward the exit before snapping back to awareness. If she faltered, others stood no chance. The horn's melody shifted, growing urgent, feverish, making blood feel like boiling lava. This was Charge Horn, a growing epic tier weapon whose user now emerged spontaneously. Players who'd never interacted before now moved with seamless coordination. Others unleashed their abilities without restraint. This was Hell Mode, where hesitation meant death. The usually lifeless prison now teetered on complete upheaval thanks to these superpowered individuals. A minority sparked massive momentum, setting the entire prison in motion. Physically robust, psychologically twisted inmates became human powder kegs, erupting violently throughout the compound. They roared mindlessly, smashing everything without purpose or direction. This prison had crushed all yearning for freedom. Many didn't know what lay beyond its walls, nor which way to escape. But rampaging? Destroying? Attacking each other? That they understood. Xia and Tong stepped from her cell holding burning incense, scanning the surroundings. Amusing. Such clumsy rioting. Know-it-all watched disdainfully as if this spectacle bored him. Just a numbers game, this uprising meant nothing to their trio. Wait. His expression froze as he turned to see the warden and guards still fighting, utterly ignoring the pandemonium. What the hell? Stop brawling. Can you see the prisons collapsing? Suppress the riot first. After a brutal collision, the two separated, the guard visibly more injured. Enough games. Shouldn't we handle this? It's minor, but still requires attention. You are the real problem. The warden wiped blood from his hands, features twisting grotesquely. Guard? You actually think I'm that imposter? Objectively speaking, the probability's microscopic. Are you brain damaged? The warden answered with black lightning crackling across his body as he charged again. Their battle resumed. Know it all? Huh. He was dumbfounded. By all logic, these two should be handling this. Watching the prison descend into bedlam left him speechless. Yet he wasn't alone in his disbelief. The cutter stood center stage, enveloped in blade-like playing cards that swirled around him. He marveled at the chaos he'd helped unleash. But what now? Many players looked to him for guidance, awaiting his next move, but he had no plan. What's next? He stared at the ground, hoping for Blank's instructions. But Xia Antong wasn't certain either. Theoretically, the game's objective was simply leading everyone out. The problem was, hey, all prisoners are loose now. What's the plan? Any next steps? Below ground, Lusa fought alone against endless waves of goblins in what amounted to wholesale slaughter. So what? This is fine as is. Xia Antong? But the prisoners are just rampaging, many are killing each other with zero organization. And? Lusa's voice turned glacial. What's wrong with that? Let them slaughter each other. Wouldn't total annihilation be perfect? Xia Antong's breathing grew strained as she listened to these ice-cold words, feeling almost suffocated. To incite a riot without purpose, or rather, with death itself as the purpose? So, your original goal was to have as many people here die as possible? More or less. Lusa's voice was frigid and detached. During chaos, hidden truths surface more easily. If there are no additional gains, having them all die would be just fine. Even in her state of absolute rationality, Xia Antong felt discomfort at these words. Closing her eyes for a few seconds, she convinced herself these people deserved death. Their crimes were truly unforgivable. If this were execution through proper judgment, she'd have no psychological burden. Yet this current slaughter felt less like judgment and more like exploitation or sheer indifference toward life. This indifference gave her the impression that even if these people hadn't committed such crimes, the judgment might have been similar. Was this decision born from hatred toward criminals or simply his own needs? Is this the true face of ultimate evil? Are you being unusually affected by the mask this time? Lusu? What do you mean this time? Don't ask irrelevant questions. Isn't the current situation ideal? The pink mask now displayed a grinning face. I feel wonderful. Xia Antong. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she sighed and said, there's good news. The guards and warden are still fighting intensely, completely ignoring us. Your earlier provocation seems successful, but did you do something else afterward? Xia Antong found it strange. The ferocity of the battle between warden and guards surpassed all expectations. Still fighting. Underground, even Lucy was surprised. His provocation had been a hidden move. He hadn't expected much from it. This life-or-death struggle exceeded his predictions. Whatever, it's advantageous. Too many goblins here. I'll clear some out. Lucy's side had slaughtered so much his hell's roar energy was fully charged. Regarding Know-It-All, try contacting him. Be firm. He might listen to you. Xia Antong? What exactly did you do using my face? Lucy didn't respond. Xia Antong's all-seeing eye circled above. Bloodshed had broken out throughout the prison. Unorganized rioters created chaos for chaos's sake. Based on her experience, this place would soon become a meat grinder. TCH, forget escaping. At this rate, it's turning into a giant gladiator arena. Muttering to herself, seeing the confusion and fear in other players' eyes, she decided to act. Taking out a large snowflake-shaped object, she hesitated before using it. Hurling it skyward, the snowflake spun violently before vanishing. One-time epic weapon sound of falling snow. Under clear skies, snow began falling abruptly without warning. Everyone, including Know-It-All's group, stared in wonder at the sudden snowfall. Cutter even tensed up, uncertain of its meaning. This wasn't in the plan. Within breaths, everyone was dusted with crystalline white. Then a voice spoke in their ears. The snow will last 30 minutes. During this time, all touched by snow can hear me. I am Blink. Follow my commands. After these brief words, Xia Antong's face paled slightly. It wasn't just the mental energy expenditure. Once snow fell, everyone's condition would feed back into her mind. Like countless images and thoughts flooding her consciousness simultaneously. Annoying, Xia Antong injected herself with another dose. In previous games, she'd played the strategist, or more accurately, the self-preservationist. Now she'd somehow become the commander. The mental pressure far exceeded that of a strategist. Meanwhile, Cutter, Demolitionist, and others collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness Blink, a top-tier player, was taking charge. They'd been truly lost otherwise. Handling this themselves? Impossible. Xia Antong didn't know how to escape, but she had rough maps of sewer and ventilation routes, passages leading outside. Thus, under her guidance, prisoners divided into groups moving purposefully toward various exits. Meanwhile, The black-clad meal deliverers and guards reappeared, clashing with prisoners. Blood soon splattered across snow like crimson plum blossoms on white canvas. Xia and Tong coordinated the battle while maintaining contact with Sin. Sin's evil today exceeded her expectations. Normally she wouldn't care, but suspecting it might be Lu Si made her frown. If true, had she never truly known him? Or did games and sequence weapons change people so drastically? Nearby, the Warden Guard battle drew most attention. These two were the strongest present, each matching Sin's power, perhaps even stronger within prison walls, yet they were infighting. The scene made Xia and Tong dizzy. Their luck seemed suspiciously good. Boom! Another explosion sent the guard flying through a wall. Wiping blood from his mouth, he stood. Eyes bloodshot but clinging to rationality, he growled. Enough already. Don't you recognize me? My fighting style. Is it really questionable? Those brats are rioting now. The warden ignored him, muttering, "You're the greatest threat." As if brainwashing himself. The guard was speechless. When the warden charged again like lightning, the guard raised his arms defensively, but as his opponent neared, a barely audible whisper reached his ears. "Nigerian Iro Thailand bot. Brother. You must hold on." Prison guard? This single sentence completely derailed his train of thought, frying his CPU. Even his attacking movement slowed, causing him to fail to block the next strike. A black lightning bolt tore through space with a thunderous roar, striking the prison guard squarely. ZZZZT. Like hot oil poured into cold water, the violent sound signaled the prison guard's defenses being truly breached. The warden showed no mercy. This was a killing blow through and through. But the prison guard hesitated. Or rather, out of lingering sentiment, he'd been holding back. The warden's combat form and demeanor confirmed his authenticity, which was why the guard had been restraining his strength all along. His right eye instantly became obscured by blood, while a gory wound split open across half his body as the black lightning wreaked havoc within his flesh. Excruciating pain flooded his vision with bloodshot veins, eroding his rationality as he gradually entered full combat mode. You. Yet the warden's earlier words kept echoing in his mind, throwing his thoughts into chaos as if countless buried memories were stirring in the depths of his consciousness. Moreover, that voice, it felt vaguely familiar. Our duty is to guard this prison. No major incidents can be tolerated. Maintain stability. Sustain the continuous feeding. You are the biggest problem. I'll deal with you first, then the others. The warden's eyes had lost their whites, becoming pitch-black voids as he stared fixedly at the prison guard. His murmured words felt like unnecessary narration, as if explaining something to an unseen audience. The prison guard's lips trembled. There were questions he wanted to ask, but he clenched his jaw shut. An instinctive feeling warned him some things couldn't be spoken, only acted upon. Wiping blood from his face, he suddenly grinned savagely, tensing his muscles to stem the bleeding. "Since you're so eager to die, old man, I'll oblige you." With that, he charged at the warden with full force, completely disregarding the ongoing prison riot. The two most powerful figures in the prison were now locked in mutual destruction, paying no heed to the chaos around them, leaving know-it-all, who normally stayed farthest from prison affairs, to handle the suppression. Naturally, none of this escaped Xia Ontong's all-seeing eye. Observing everything, her rapidly processing mind instinctively sensed something amiss. After contemplation, she reached an unbelievable conclusion. Pressing her earpiece with trembling fingers, she said, "Hey, something's off." Watching the life-or-death struggle between the warden and prison guard, she continued, "The warden seems to be going easy." Huh. This assessment surprised even Lu Si. It's like he's deliberately keeping the prison guard engaged, preventing him from disengaging. Almost as if making excuses, handling the guard means not having to deal with the rioting prisoners. Lu Si fell silent before responding with palpable malice. "I don't know. My earlier actions shouldn't have caused this much effect. But you could try helping. Whichever side gains upper hand, assist the other." Xia and Tong. Surveying the battlefield, she noted the considerable damage escaping prisoners were causing without the warden or guard present. Black-clad figures had joined the fray, yet Xia and Tong couldn't shake the feeling the advantage lay with them. Originally, no one could possibly escape through sheer riotous force. This was hell mode after all. Yet now it seemed genuinely possible. Hurry things up on your end, she urged. If we brute force our way out, I might just steal your perfect clearance this time. Impossible, Lucis stated decisively. If that happens, this game will likely end with 0 perfect clearances. Currently, with Xia Onting's direction, players' aggressive assault, and the Warden's apparent leniency, the situation appeared optimistic. Meanwhile, though utterly baffled from start to finish, Know-It-All reluctantly joined the battle. In a blur of motion no one could trace, he materialized before a frenzied prisoner. The prisoner, mentally affected by the charge horn, had bloodshot eyes. Though startled to face a top-tier opponent, he refused to retreat. Trying to escape? Seems you're short on tools. Seen prison movies? Let me gift you the ultimate tunneling implement. With a theatrical flourish, he conjured a spoon from thin air. With enough perseverance, you can dig through any prison. The prisoner roared, shoving Know-It-All with all his might, only to meet immovable resistance. Pity. You lack the dedication. Sighing, Know-It-All plunged the spoon deep into the prisoner's eye socket. The man collapsed without uttering another word. Know-It-All strolled leisurely through the chaos, leaving fallen prisoners in his wake, each face embedded with bizarre objects. A combat-specialized player clad in black armor charged him, only to have his defenses shattered instantly. He collapsed, clearly unable to continue. After all, the 3 powerhouses operated at Lucis level. While comparing bosses to players seemed unfair, considering how Lucis dominated regular players, Know-It-All remained an insurmountable peak. Xia Antong frowned. She knew Know-It-All had been Sin's most thoroughly deceived disciple. She ought to intervene. Just as she stepped forward, she froze, her pupils contracting sharply as someone seized one of her all-seeing eyes. The Warden. Who then? Popped it into his mouth. The disgusting act made her pupils tremble violently. But then, an aged voice reached her. Tell that underground boy to repeat what he just did. Xia Antong. How did he know Sin was underground? Hurry. I am the first to awaken. You. Xia Antong was left speechless, stumbling over her words so much she even slipped into honorifics. She couldn't comprehend this bizarre turn of events. It felt utterly absurd. From her perspective, it was like 2 warring factions fighting intensely only to discover their enemy's leader might actually be on their side. Not that such things never happened, but this was Hell Mode. How could the boss of Hell Mode be an ally? What kind of game would that be? Her thoughts in complete disarray, she suddenly remembered she was still under the effects of sound of falling snow. Everyone touched by the snowfall could hear her voice, including the Warden. Could you explain in more detail? What exactly is your stance? But then the Warden suddenly flew into a rage, his eyes turning pitch black again as a single insane word echoed. Kill. The next sound Xia Antong heard was a disturbing crunch. He was biting down on her all-seeing eye. The bite force surpassed that of any adult male lion, approaching hydraulic press levels. Xia Antong immediately willed her all-seeing eye to burst free from his mouth and soar skyward. Though it was a legendary weapon with indestructible hardness, she couldn't risk any damage. This Warden was clearly unstable. What did he mean by the first to wake up? He gave her the impression of someone with split personalities, only coherent during brief intervals. This reminded her of the logical inconsistencies she'd noticed among prisoners when first arriving at the prison. Suddenly feeling chilled to the bone, she urgently called out to Sin. There's something you need to know. She quickly relayed the Warden's demands, including the part about the first to wake up. Lucis pondered for several seconds amidst the goblin horde before his gaze locked onto the 3 brains. What previous actions could he mean? Surely not slaughtering goblins. He'd been doing that continuously without being told. That left only one possibility, the 3 brains. The real question was whether to trust the Warden. Any sane person would think, why obey your enemy's instructions? Isn't this a trap? But Lucis wearing the jealousy mask was anything but sane. You dare tell me? I dare not do it? Let's play. He leaped over the goblin army in a single bound and went straight for the brains, all 3 simultaneously. While Hell's roar mowed down goblins, he occasionally took potshots at the brains below, though they showed no visible effect. Outside, Xia Antong made her move, heading straight for Know-It-All. After briefly consulting with Sin about their earlier conversation with Know-It-All, she knew she had to act. If she didn't intervene, the prisoners and players on the ground would be slaughtered like livestock. As Xia Antong's helmeted figure advanced, the crowd instinctively parted like wheat fields bowing before the wind, clearing a path to Know-It-All as if making way for their commanding officer. OE section. Xia Antong didn't know when she'd earned such deference, but her expression remained grave, fully aware of what she faced. Step by step she approached. Know-It-All grew puzzled. Why was everyone suddenly retreating? Then he saw her. His entire body stiffened. Whatever else had happened these past days, this woman had left the deepest impression, practically branded into his memory. Xia Antong stopped about 10 meters away, close enough to use her exit coin if he attacked suddenly. Removing her earpiece, she held it up. This headset was supposed to be a pair. Now, for some reason, there's only one. Know-It-All. His head practically exploded. Why lead with that? Eyes narrowing, he was no longer the clueless patsy from before. How do I know you're not lying to me again? Oh. Xia Antong knew she needed heavy ammunition now. How do you know I was the one who deceived you? Know-It-All, question mark. Huh? You mean, even you were impersonated? Then. See? Xia Antong smiled brightly. You just got tricked again. Know-It-All. His fists clenched hard. Having successfully disrupted his thoughts, Xia Antong knew it was time for serious talk. She began sharing information obtained from Sin. Truth or lies don't matter now. One thing is certain. There's a major conspiracy here. Know-It-All slowly grew quiet. What conspiracy? What conspiracy indeed? Ask Sin. Xia Antong screamed internally. Even Sin didn't know. This was all improvised nonsense that had somehow lasted this long. Everything is part of the conspiracy. Everything. Know-It-All looked lost. I believe I told you before, Xia Antong echoed Luce's earlier words. If you understand, you'll know what to do. Do you understand now? Understand my ass. Xia Antong was just buying time. Against stronger opponents, psychological warfare was key. Yet Know-It-All proved surprisingly gullible, actually pondering this seriously. Below, Luce furiously played with the 3 brains. Meanwhile, Know-It-All's body kept spontaneously generating strange tools that clattered to the ground, wrenches, hammers, all sorts of implements. Seeing him actually frozen in thought, Xia Antong quickly devised a beneficial narrative. Remember what I said? The warden's compromised. Has been for a while. Know-It-All shuddered, as if genuinely having an epiphany from this fabricated tale. He glanced back at the warden and suddenly laughed, a disturbing, choking expression that made his face twitch. I see, so that's it. Of course he's the problem. The prison's in chaos and he does nothing? Dereliction of duty. He woke up first after all. Cough, cough. After saying those words, Know-It-All suddenly began violent coughing, directly coughing up black blood. It was unclear what kind of internal injuries he had sustained. Clearly, after this coughing fit, his entire aura became weak and disordered. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he looked up at Xia Antong. Seems this prison has some serious problems now. In that case, I guess I'm the only one responsible for the fighting here. Have to suppress all of you. When Know-It-All said these words, they sounded quite sinister, but he was smiling as he spoke. He stared intently into Xia Antong's eyes, as if trying to convey some message, but Xia Antong couldn't understand at all at this moment. She looked at him with confused eyes, trying to comprehend his meaning. Know-It-All laughed again. Looks like I'll have to kill all of you before I die. There's no way you're getting out before then. Want to know about my abilities and weaknesses? Xia Antong? Before she could react, perhaps due to habitual environmental analysis, where sufficient data produced predictions, she felt an intense sense of danger. She abruptly retreated a step backward, and a deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground where she had just been standing. Know-It-All's hand produced out of thin air a massive pillar that smashed perfectly into the pit. Had she not dodged, she might have become a compressed version of Xia Antong. Xia Antong.zip. Oh? Not bad. To dare stand before me, you must have some skills. Know-It-All sighed, then with a flip of his hand, magically produced 5 throwing daggers that shot towards Xia Antong. Xia Antong's body flipped several times midair as she rapidly retreated backward, dodging. This is my ability, materialization from nothing. I don't know why you gave me the nickname Know-It-All, so unpleasant. Actually, I think you can call me the Creator. As for weaknesses, I have none. How could the creator possibly have weaknesses? Hee hee. If I had to say, maybe my physical defense isn't that great. Xia and Tong didn't speak a word, didn't ask anything. Know-it-all had voluntarily revealed his ability type and weaknesses, as if afraid these prisoners wouldn't know how to deal with him. Xia and Tong steadied herself in the distance, looking at the man opposite with shocked eyes. She didn't know how to describe it, but right now she felt all three of them were going easy. All holding back, all the top personnel in this prison were actually acting. And their holding back might very well cost them their lives. On the other side, the warden and prison guard were already fighting intensely, their skin covered in wounds without a single intact patch. Here, Know-it-all said with a smile, then threw something to Xia and Tong, who instinctively caught it. It's a bomb. Explodes in 3 seconds. Xia and Tong barely needed to think before throwing the bomb back. The explosion sent countless steel pellets shooting out, embedding themselves in Know-it-all's body as blood began dripping from his wounds. Warm-up's about done. You all still not planning to attack? Need me to come find you? Wiping the blood from his body haphazardly, Know-it-all actually took out a charge horn-like bugle. Gave it a fierce blow. The surrounding crowd that had scattered to give Xia and Tong space instantly swarmed forward. They had no weapons, but humans are beasts at heart. Fangs and claws are weapons as they frenziedly attacked Know-it-all. Heh, no rush. How can you fight without weapons when attacking? As he spoke, Know-it-all materialized various items, distributing them to the surrounding prisoners. The closest charging prisoner suddenly found a spinning drill in his hand that directly bored into Know-it-all's flesh. Even the prisoner himself was completely surprised he had such an ability, staring dumbfounded at the drill that had appeared in his hand. But the next second, he was cleanly bisected as Know-it-all used a wooden board to slice him in half at the waist. Similar events kept occurring in the crowd. Surrounding prisoners would find weapons appearing in their hands to harm Know-it-all. Yet Know-it-all himself showed no mercy, every strike leaving prisoners dead, with no truly effective combat power. All the damage they caused came entirely from weapons Know-it-all gave them. Several nearby players exchanged glances before Cutter shouted, "Everyone scatter." Then, playing card-made knives began spinning rapidly toward Know-it-all. Know-it-all glanced up, the corner of his mouth quirking as he slightly raised a hand. The card tornado's outer layer instantly became coated with a metallic sheen, reflecting sharp glints of cold light. When the tornado reached him, blood sprayed. The player's skills combined with Know-it-all's own enhancements finally dealt him real damage. The entire fight scene looked extremely bizarre. It was essentially Know-it-all cooperating with his opponents to attack himself, yet he simultaneously showed no mercy. Xia and Tong couldn't bear to watch anymore, turning to walk toward a less crowded area while pressing her earpiece. The situation's very wrong. The hints this game gave us from the start were misleading. These three outside are all abnormal. I have a theory. Their minds might be controlled by something, but they still retain their own thoughts underneath. Lu Su, currently nearly submerged by endless slimes, fell silent upon hearing this. The description sounded familiar. Wasn't that his own situation? Like split personalities? Similar. Basically, they have a dominant thought of must protect the prison, suppress prisoners. But another part doesn't want to. So within possible limits, they're all acting, holding back, and... As she spoke, she glanced at the besieged Know-it-all, and the life-or-death battle between warden and prison guard, unable to suppress a gasp. Too tragic. Even now, she couldn't fully adjust. And their acting is heroic. So in this prison, they might not be our enemies. When did the game say they were enemies? Lu Su instinctively said from the other side. The game's goal is escape. What does that have to do with these three? Xia and Tong fell silent for a moment. Indeed, the game's objective had always been prison escape. Meanwhile, Lu Su's voice came through again. However, this information of yours has made me consider many things. If that's the case, then everything seems to make sense. While fiddling with the three brains in his hands, Lu Su began piecing things together. Earlier, he had already spotted inconsistencies in the prison's regulations. The rules clearly stated feed at least one per day, yet the prison guards and warden had strictly adhered to feeding exactly one per day. It seemed this modification to the rules was their collective effort. Time and again, they had struggled against the thoughts controlling them, ultimately choosing this compliant option. Something had tried to brainwash them, yet they had retained their true selves while brainwashing themselves. TCH. Having figured it out, Lusa couldn't help clicking his tongue in irritation. So after all this, he was actually the biggest bastard here? Heh, not that it mattered. What I mean is, right now, Xia Antong's voice grew solemn. If those three aren't our enemies, and are even helping us to some extent, then what exactly is this game's primary adversary? Lusa surveyed his surroundings, the seemingly endless swarm of goblins, the sprawling underground pipes, the prisoners nailed and tortured against the walls. The clusters of green tubes rooted into the walls, stretching toward the distant black barrier at the end. I think I might know what we're up against, Lusa muttered to himself. Outside, you've already fought those things shrouded in black robes, right? Yes, Xia Antong replied. Underneath their robes, it's some kind of revolting green creature. Not very tall. The previous black-robed figures were just two of these things stacked together. Green, like goblins. Xia Antong gave a rough description as prisoners began clashing directly with the goblins, green and red blood splattering across the battlefield. But now I don't know if those three aren't the enemy. What should we be doing? Watching the trio practically self-harm to create opportunities for the prisoners, Xia Antong found it hard to accept. This was pure psychological warfare. Accustomed to direct conflict and life-or-death struggles, she hadn't expected such self-sacrificial assistance in this game. Ano Thailand body yes. Did you forget to take your meds today? Brain not working. Lusa didn't hold back, immediately snapping at her. It's a prison break. What you're doing outside is breaking out. Why the hell do you care about anyone else's survival? Everyone has their own battlefield. Their lives are their own problem. Even if I'm using them, that's their damn fault. In this game, nobody gets to be self-righteous. If you can't shed that outdated morality, then go give yourself another injection. What, can't afford the meds anymore? The rapid-fire tirade from the other end of the headset left Xia Antong momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and surveyed the chaotic battlefield around her. Everyone was charging madly, destroying, fighting, dying. As the central commander, the pressure was unlike anything she'd experienced before. She'd never borne responsibility for an entire battle's outcome, for so many direct deaths. It was like someone with zero war experience suddenly becoming an officer, every order determining countless lives lost. Despite having abilities beyond normal humans, she lacked the mental fortitude to match. She almost wondered if she'd develop post-traumatic stress disorder after this game. Steeling herself, she began treating life and death before her as inconsequential, embracing cold-blooded efficiency. Using the final moments of sound of falling snow's effect, she commanded everyone to tear down the walls. If the prison break's enemy wasn't those three, then it was the prison itself preventing their escape. From above, the crowd resembled arrowhead-shaped torrents charging toward areas Xia Antong suspected might lead outside. Only suspected. Her guesses required testing with human lives, psychological pressure she had no idea how to ignore. She was starting to doubt whether there were even enough prisoners to die for this. And if deaths mounted, they might lose control entirely, descending into riots and mutiny. Their current fearlessness largely relied on Charge Horn's mental influence. Finally, a physically enhanced player reached a wall near a drainage outlet. Lifting a 2-meter tower shield, he charged at the wall like a battering ram. Boom! With a deafening crash, the player was sent flying backward, screaming as his arm clearly fractured. The previously destructible prison walls suddenly became impervious here. The wall remained completely intact, not even a crack, only denting slightly before the dent began slowly repairing itself. The seemingly brick-and-stone wall actually possessed some form of elasticity. Other players and prisoners noticed the anomaly, their eyes lighting up as they collectively charged to topple this unusual barrier. The next instant, dozens of thin tubes shot out from the wall like water snakes, piercing into nearby combatants. Those impaled immediately went limp, their bodies failing. Xia Antong's eyebrows shot up. She immediately relayed this to Sin, certain he'd seen things underground they hadn't. Lu Su abruptly looked up, cleared the surrounding goblins, and leaped to tear at the tubes connecting each wall-mounted prisoner and stretching into the distance. These were tubes even hell's roar couldn't sever. Yet when Lusa pulled, they snapped easily, only to immediately pierce into his palm. Or rather, it didn't even appear as penetration. The elastic tubes resembled thick blood vessels, as if they'd grown naturally from Luce's body. A voice began echoing melodiously through the green underground passageway, an ethereal sound from ancient times. "Everything about you belongs to life." Hearing the voice echoing in his ears, Luce paused momentarily. He couldn't discern whether the voice originated from his own mind, the external environment, or was simply a game notification. However, the hesitation lasted only an instant before he resumed his actions. Luce continued without pause, disregarding the voice's intent entirely. If the speaker truly wished to communicate, they would make themselves clear. Examining the vascular growths on his hands that now emitted a green phosphorescence, Luce forcefully tore them away. The violent ripping tore chunks of flesh with them, sending blood spraying through the air. The sensation differed little from tearing off his own flesh. Yet Luce felt no pain, and since self-harm didn't accumulate pain points, the action held no significance for him. Methodically, he shredded every mutated vessel connected to his body, casting the remnants to the ground. The discarded tubes quickly lost elasticity, becoming brittle and gray before disintegrating into dust at the slightest touch. Without stopping, Luce drove his feet into the wall, anchoring himself vertically as he began tearing the vascular growths from the stone surface. He didn't understand their purpose, but Xia and Tong had warned these same conduits were appearing on the prison's exterior walls. Destroy them all. The first time he peeled the tubes from the walls, they reacted with unnatural vitality, writhing toward him, fusing with his flesh, draining his life force. Such injuries meant nothing to Luce. He ignored their parasitic attachment, continuing his destructive work. After several repetitions, his legs suddenly buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Only then did he realize how severely compromised his condition had become. These flesh-bonded conduits were literally sucking away his vitality. Without hesitation, he gulped down a high-grade potion. Facing what was essentially confirmed as a divine-level entity demanded utmost caution. What are you fighting against? What are you resisting? Your very existence is part of life's tapestry. Child, do you not see? Even that potion in your hand springs from life. You choose self-destruction. The voice accelerated its cadence, adopting a hypnotic quality that tempted toward corruption. Luce's internal organs churned as if burning. Mid-leap between walls, his footing faltered suddenly, sending him crashing down. Kneeling on the ground, he vomited violently, expelling thick crimson fluid that might have contained organ fragments. His entire body trembled violently from utter exhaustion. As he collapsed, hordes of goblins swarmed over him, their weapons descending like butchers' cleavers. Luce's vision darkened, no, more accurately, turned green, as his body convulsed under countless fresh wounds. Chosen of agony, pain points +1. Previously unobtainable pain points now erupted in rapid succession, the notifications coming in waves. Even elephants fall to enough ants. Only Luce's extreme physical enhancements allowed him to survive this onslaught. Drawing on his formidable constitution, he rose despite his injuries, activating Hell's roar at maximum output. A miniature sun blossomed in the tunnel. Dozens of goblins vaporized instantly. Luce launched upward, triggering explosive disintegration of hundreds more, their remains scattering like shrapnel. Gasping for breath, Luce had never felt such profound weakness. These extreme injuries manifested in ways completely invisible to normal perception. One moment he'd felt invincible, now he teetered on death's brink. The sensation reminded him of his initial encounter with the prison guard, when his strength had been instantly drained. Quickly consuming another high-grade potion, the expression behind his pink mask grew increasingly ferocious and focused. Though the tunnel's enemies appeared weak individually, the cumulative danger here was anything but trivial. Worse, his inability to perceive his own deterioration made the threat exponentially more insidious. Interesting. The goblin horde seemed endless, the floor now molten lava, yet more creatures pressed forward. This time, Luce tore another batch of wall conduits free, allowing them to fuse with his body. Instead of immediately removing them, he produced the hourglass of life, dripping his blood onto it to assess his vitality. The sand within cascaded downward at terrifying speed. At this rate, he might not survive 30 minutes. When he next ripped the vascular growths away, the sand level plummeted dramatically, sending a chill through him. He'd been standing on death's doorstep without realizing it. A with a cute yes. No pain. No physical feedback. His immense strength had masked the severity. Silently, unknowingly, he'd been dancing along mortality's edge. Nothing divine-related ever comes easy. Using the hourglass as a life counter, Lusa turned toward another section of wall. There hung a man with limbs folded grotesquely behind him, his chest grotesquely distended. Countless tubes connected his body to the wall's vascular network. The distant voice echoed through the tunnel once more. "Oh? How did that trinket come into your possession?" "That's my serving hourglass." "Amusing that you've repurposed it." Luce's arm hesitated briefly before he decisively grasped the tubes embedded in the wall-bound man's body. With one brutal yank, he tore them free. Aha! The wall's occupant, long tortured beyond human recognition, had seemed cadaverous. Now his agonized scream shook the entire tunnel system, a cry of soul-rending torment. Eyes bulged from their sockets, veined with green filaments, as if his very spirit were being extracted. This, then, was the true price of tube removal, suffering of this magnitude. The extreme reaction gave even Luce a pause. "Oh? Why would you do this? You reject life's gifts for yourself, but why torment these noble ones?" That voice kept chattering incessantly, influencing Luce's mind from beginning to end. The Godslayer metal had long since begun to glow, shining with unprecedented brilliance. Luce had never seen this object shine so brightly before. Yet Luce's own mind wasn't overly affected, though this wasn't due to the Godslayer metal's merit. Rather, you can't make ruins collapse further. Luce's spirit was already pathological, severely influenced by the jealousy mask. In this state, the whispers had limited effect on him. He now roughly understood that so-called life was likely another entity on par with gods, similar to suffering and pleasure. Judging by the other party's description, life seemed even more powerful. Having listened this whole time, Luce finally spoke his first response. "Oh, noble one. Then you must indeed be noble enough. Noble like those beings you resemble. If your nobility resembles theirs, then I must truly be despicable." Upon hearing Luce's words, the voice paused briefly before beginning to laugh slowly. Ha ha ha. The laughter was equally distant, even carrying a mocking tone. "Naturally, they are all noble ones. Only the lives of the noble have value and meaning. As for you, you carry blood I detest." I don't want someone like you as nourishment." Luce fell slightly silent. He'd already realized some things, even earlier, when Xia Antong had said certain things to him. Xia Antong had mentioned that through analyzing conversations, she felt the prisoners' accounts of their pasts had inconsistencies. After seeing what happened to the guards and warden, Luce had already guessed some truths. But he hadn't spoken up, hadn't clarified with Xia Antong, hadn't given any indication. Now he remained silent. "Oh? Clever fellow." The voice continued. "Have you discovered something?" Indeed. Sometimes, necessary memory modifications are for their own good. If people believe they're guilty, they'll be more compliant when receiving punishment, no? Though this isn't punishment, but a blessing. But if people believe themselves innocent, they'll become ungrateful, stubbornly resisting. Just like in your world's movie The Shawshank Redemption, glorifying so-called freedom as something praiseworthy. But that's utterly meaningless. Your thoughts, your belief in freedom, are all part of life. If he truly knew his guilt, escape wouldn't seem so appealing. Here, the voice paused as if savoring something, relishing its own ingenious design. It even emitted strange laughter. "Is that so?" Luce finally spoke. "But you don't truly want guilty people either, do you? You want relatively pure lives to nourish you." "Nourish me?" the voice shrieked. "This is their blessing. They're part of life, now granted the chance to return to the source. Like wandering nobles returning to their ancestral home. Isn't that wonderful? What a tremendous opportunity for them. Don't be so pretentious. What pure lives? Life is just life. I simply find these people more interesting." Finally, the voice laughed uproariously, delivering Luce's ultimatum like a judge's verdict. "Ha ha ha. Sin, quite the name you've given yourself. This prison doesn't welcome truly guilty people. You must have guessed by now, you killed without remorse, caused your cellmates' deaths, toyed with their lives. Simply because you believed them guilty, deserving of death. No psychological burden for you. Shouldn't you thank me for that? Actually, everyone here's memories aren't entirely false. I merely adjusted the perspective, changed the protagonists. Remember this old man? Green fluorescence reassembled into an image, the meat grinder battlefield outside. In an ignored corner lay the miserable corpse of an old man, one of Luce's original cellmates. What story did he tell you? That he trafficked urban women as breeding tools for his son, then resold them, correct? That happened. I just made small adjustments. He wasn't the perpetrator, but the witness. He saw his villagers trafficking, raping, abusing women. Unable to bear it, he secretly helped the trafficked women escape. Then he was discovered, hee. His end was naturally tragic. I gave him a second life. His life belonged to life, and life gave him rebirth. Isn't it natural he should repay this? Including that blonde you got beaten to broken bones. He wasn't a bully, but someone who stopped bullying. He was just pushed off a building. And the scarred man you killed? He was actually a lawyer helping victims of infidelity. All like this. Without my help, could you have killed them so guilt-free? Laughter echoed through the underground passage. The goblin army stood silent, only Luce remaining motionless at the center, head bowed. Hey you. The voice tried to continue laughing, but was interrupted by another laugh. Luce's laugh. The pink mask slowly lifted, revealing its joyful smile. Right, exactly. What's the problem? They were all noble ones, your own words. I admitted this earlier, no issue. They were good people. Well, good people deserve to die, and they died horribly. I'm scum, so I should live, I should win. Nobility is the noble's epitaph. Villainy is the villain's passport. You've already told me their epitaphs. So, where's my passport? Where's my pass? Does it count as a successful prison break if they all die? Or if this prison explodes? Or if I kill you? Stop wasting time already. Let's get to the point. If you're really life, I must commend your patience for putting up with all this. Luce stood in the empty central area, spreading his hands in mockery, the pink mask on his face displaying an infuriating expression. He then surveyed his surroundings. All the goblins had formed a circle around him, leaving a large empty space in the middle. While that voice conversed with him, the goblin army seemed to receive some command, scattering to give them space to talk. Strangely enough, though Luce had slaughtered countless goblins during his time underground, looking around now, he couldn't see any traces. The endless sea of green figures seemed like a brand new army, untouched by war, now surrounding Luce like a pre-battle interrogation. Truly befitting of a prison, anyone here would feel like a prisoner. Heh. After Luce finished speaking, the voice of life sounded again, its previous hesitation seeming like shock at the other party's words. So you're saying you want to play the villain here, is that it? Luce slowly raised his head, the smile on his pink mask widening. As the mask representing the pinnacle of evil, smiles rarely appeared on it. But this time, it displayed a grin rivaling that of greed's. Ha ha ha. What you said actually made me laugh. If gods truly exist, you definitely aren't life's true form, right? How childish you sound, like a monkey waving a scepter around. Life. The voice fell silent for a moment, refusing to respond to this blatant provocation. This was part of Luce's plan. He knew full well that unless this was truly a god, it wouldn't dare claim divinity directly. Just like the female doctor before, or the slime in the casino, none dared claim to be Delight's true form. In other words, Luce was purely insulting it now, knowing full well it couldn't retaliate. Nothing to say? I've rested enough. Shall we continue then? These green things seem endless, right? Then let's start killing. You do your thing, I'll do mine. Anything else you want to add? The voice representing life now carried clear emotion. Luce's provocation had definitely succeeded. With a condescending tone, it said, "People like you are so convenient. I don't even need to worry, you're already a villain. I just wonder, what would those people outside, dying because of your schemes, feel if they heard your words now? Those three fools, actually working for someone like you." Before it could finish, Luce interrupted. "Then just let them die. What are you blabbering about? What point are you trying to make? Can't you shut up? Good people, bad people, human or not. They should save their own lives if they can. If not, let them all die. All I care about is winning, about reaching the top, about." As he spoke, Luce glanced at the now full hourglass of life in his hand and took a deep breath. Whatever schemes the other side had, whether psychological warfare or stalling, his condition was ready now. Earlier, possibly because he was conversing with a divine-level entity, he'd removed his earphones. Now he put them back on. Without further ado, he raised his gun with his right hand while activating the gaze-converging weapon with his left. Instantly, all the goblins turned to look at him, taking one synchronized step forward. The resonance made the entire underground tunnel tremble. But what followed was an even more terrifying vibration, the roar of hell's roar. Without another word, Lucio opened fire, ending the conversation. Large groups of goblins were blown apart. Lucio observed carefully this time, their green blood splattered on walls and floor, only to be rapidly absorbed and disappear. As for the severed limbs, he barely had time to see them before the next wave of goblins surged forward, trampling the previous remains out of sight. Only now did he become certain. These goblins were literally endless. Life. After Luce's words and immediate violent response, the voice representing life fell silent, no longer speaking. Because it too was puzzled. This prison, this game, was originally its pasture, or one of its pastures. This place wasn't meant to accept villains. What it wanted were pure, virtuous, powerful lives. So how did this person get in here? This guy seemed like pure scum. It genuinely didn't know how to handle this. Amid Luce's massacre, his earphones crackled to life again with a voice from outside. Hey, can you hear me? 7th attempt. I hear you. Speak. Did something happen down there? Are you okay? Xia and Tong felt relieved when the connection finally went through. Earlier, losing contact with Sin had panicked her instantly. They all knew this prison had conspiracies, divine interference, meaning even the strongest players could fall. Some minor issues, but nothing serious. With barely a thought, Lucio concealed his conversation with life and the prison's true nature. Those green things are multiplying, getting hard to handle. The wall remains impenetrable. The conduits inside briefly disappeared earlier, but still no breakthrough. They've reappeared now. Any useful intel for me? None. Lucio responded bluntly, almost lazily, leaving Xia and Tong speechless. But then our actions outside are meaningless. All these prisoners dying aimlessly now. Or are you working on something? Should we buy you more time? Whatever. Luce's voice held no pretense, cold and decisive, as if speaking to both Xia and Tong and the presence here. Just let them die. That was the plan from the beginning, wasn't it? Xia and Tong. She remained silent. After experiencing so many masks, she still found this communication extremely difficult to accept. But she could clearly sense that the other party must have undergone something underground that they couldn't share with her. Her current information was too limited. She only had superficial data from her all-seeing eye to analyze the essence. The possible secrets underground were only being faced by Sin, who apparently couldn't tell her for some reason. Yet she had to command on the surface, where players seemed to regard her as an expert awaiting her orders, while the prisoners currently had little will of their own. The time limit of sound of falling snow was almost up. Unable to break through the walls, she felt much of their current work was futile. Taking a deep breath and looking at the chaotic crowd before her, she had actually harbored doubts for a while. She asked, "Did these prisoners really commit the crimes they're accused of?" Lucio. Damn. This woman was being perceptive at the worst possible time. Instead of answering directly, he seemed to change the subject. What you're doing now is actually the most crucial part of the prison break. Remember the Cutter's plan? It was actually quite good. Xia and Tong recalled and understood his meaning. Just as the Cutter had said before, some would create a major distraction on the surface, essentially sacrificing themselves, while others dug tunnels. That absurd plan now seemed to have fully materialized. Except now, everyone on the surface was sacrificing themselves to create the distraction. While the tunnel was this green passageway, with only Lucio inside. These goblin-like creatures are endless. Though Know-It-All tried his best to act, he still had to fight seriously. In that case, our people will probably all die. Lucio's voice instantly turned icy, as if it had never held any warmth. I already said, let them die then. Listen to me. For these last 3 words, he changed his tone, using his own will to suppress the aggressive jealousy as much as possible. Xia and Tong closed her eyes, hesitating. She wasn't sure whether Sin truly had some unspoken difficulty or was simply treating lives like grass. She nodded silently without responding. Finally, she just said, "The warden asked me to contact you again. He said to continue what you were doing before." MHM. Lu Su had already carved another path through the goblin army to reach the end, staring directly at where all the pipes terminated in that black cross-section. He began violently tearing at them, trying to sever all the pipes in this prison. Since each tear from his body directly drained massive amounts of his vitality, he was essentially using his own body as a medium to destroy the enemy's design. And now he still had to spare effort to organize the three brains. He speculated that only by doing this could they regain some rationality to go easy on Xia Ontong's group outside. Otherwise, if those three were fully controlled and joined the battle, the surface team would be instantly doomed. This placed an excessive burden on him, organizing enemy brains amidst thousands, while also destroying their pipes. He didn't dare use the Black Knight in this scenario, fearing its AI might be recognized as the simplest life form. If the enemy took it, that would be disastrous. After consuming his massive stockpile of recovery potions, Lu Su decided to try something riskier. When the pipes fused into his body, he stopped rushing to pull them out. He'd just leave them embedded. It didn't hurt anyway, planning to destroy them all at once later, while downing a high-grade potion. So now he looked like some escaped bioweapon experiment, hundreds of pipes protruding from his body as he fought through green creatures. Haha, seems your time is running out. Remember, every second you have is bought with lives from outside. Wouldn't want you to actually get everyone killed, would we? The voice of life didn't seem angry anymore, just teasing. But then Lu Su laughed and retorted, "You keep using these tricks. Makes me think you're not actually that strong. All show, no substance. Would a true powerhouse resort to such tricks? Don't lie, I've figured it out." The voice paused as if glitching, then asked, "Figured what out?" Lu Su briefly cleared a space around himself. "Want me to tell you? Forgot to mention, in my current state, my memory's excellent. I remember many things. That warden really went through trouble. He'd brainwashed himself long ago trying to send messages outside, but no one understood. Not even you noticed anything odd. He once told me, the living cannot leave this place. What do you think that means? Life. You didn't find it strange, right? Just thought it emphasized the prison's impenetrability, that escapees get killed. But there's another interpretation, isn't there? That the living can't leave because everyone here is already dead. They've died already. Like you told me, didn't you realize you'd already self-destructed? That story about helping abductees but getting discovered and suffering? That was actually you dying, wasn't it? Your second life, let me guess. Did you steal some authority from something like the Grim Reaper to drag those who should have died here for your use? After Lu Su finished, the other side remained terrifyingly silent. Ha ha ha. Lu Su burst into laughter, knowing he was right. The prison break, it's about letting those who should have died finally die. You came here trying to awaken my conscience to save people? But the prison's hints have always been obvious, haven't they? The nature of this game is good people's utter defeat. A genuinely good person, especially if they're somewhat clever, would naturally develop a savior complex upon solving the puzzle and realizing these people are innocent victims. But falling for that would mean stepping right into your trap, leading to eternal damnation. If I'm not mistaken, we aren't the first players to come here, are we? Did all the previous ones get trapped here permanently? In that case, you're the real monster here. I should learn from you. Lu Su's body was now completely pierced by numerous tubes. Raising his head with a mocking smile, he stared at the dark wall before him. Seems I'm not the only beast in this place. After their conversation began, the surrounding goblins had halted their attacks again. The endless sea of creatures pressed Lu Su into the center, creating a bizarre interrogation scene. In this prison, everyone seemed to be the one being interrogated. Lu Su's eyes behind the pink mask scanned the goblin army, sensing impending danger. He noticed clearly, all the splattered green blood, whether on walls or floor, disappeared instantly as if being absorbed. The dismembered corpses from his earlier explosions were nowhere to be seen, replaced by fresh goblin troops. He couldn't comprehend where all the dead bodies had gone. In other words, these things might truly be infinite. Life here meant they died and were reborn endlessly. So, Lu Su's gaze returned to the tubes piercing his body. I see. The voice finally spoke again, its green fluorescent glow forming a vague face in the air that looked down upon Lu Su. So you actually recognize these issues, and we're just pretending to be the villain here. That's putting it rather disgustingly. Lu Su pushed aside some tubes blocking his view. Good or evil are just convenient labels. Honestly, the moment I saw this game scenario, I knew the simplest solution would be killing everyone to escape. I should thank you for relieving my moral burden. And after discovering their memories were altered, do you know my first thought? What? That I'm utterly despicable. Life responded with apparent interest. No, it was what a hassle. Lu Su raised his right hand and tapped his temple with a finger. Social conditioning left me with this annoying thing called morality. Though I knew being a monster was the optimal choice, I might still hesitate. So I thought, if only I could find an excuse to proceed guilt-free. And unfortunately for you, I found one. The mocking smile on his pink mask silenced life momentarily. The fluorescent green face in the air seemed to stiffen, clearly unable to comprehend what kind of being stood before it. Finally, it asked, "But if you realize this, why didn't you explain it to your teammate earlier? Haven't you heard the saying? What? Busybodies choke on their own farts. Life. I'm not human. Then you're quite good at insulting yourself." Their verbal sparring continued, with Luce seemingly venting his darkest impulses. Though his life drained away like sand through an hourglass, he still found energy for this banter. That such exchanges could occur between life and death left the tense audience, watching the game feed completely bewildered. Chat. Wait, must they crack jokes when I'm terrified? Chat. Is this how gods converse with top players? So childish. Chat. Also, this god seems off. Too relatable? Lacks the gravitas of previous deities like Joy. Lu Su noticed nothing amiss. Taking advantage of the goblin's temporary ceasefire, he obsessively polished the 3 brains until they gleamed. Fine, I'll grace you with an answer. At that time, I wasn't completely certain. Plus, explaining would have been tedious. And what if you'd interfered upon learning the truth? There was another unspoken reason: malicious jealousy. He was testing Xia and Tong, seeing whether she could make morally reprehensible choices for victory. Epsilon. Without that resolve, she'd only be dead weight. Oh. Life's tone held no divine dignity as it pressed, but now you've told me. What then? Because now, I believe it's too late for you to act. Without warning, Lusa launched his attack. Hell's roar erupted at maximum power as he tore free from the tubes. Simultaneously, he bit open a high-grade potion with his teeth and chugged it down. Outside, prisoners collapsed en masse. Xia Ontong's helmet had extended from partial to near full coverage. She couldn't let anyone see her pale face, only her determined eyes remained visible. The endless goblin tide continued. Though the 3 elites fought valiantly, the situation appeared hopeless. Seems impossible. Blink, what now? Won't Sin intervene? Cutter asked weakly, far exceeding his capabilities as a barely top 10,000 player. Yeah, and we're really not attacking the walls? We can't hold much longer, Charge Horn voiced his despair. So this is hell mode? Blink, this is really no problems. Xia and Tong cut him off decisively. Only her eyes showed through the helmet, yet they shone with reassuring steel. Everything proceeds as planned. No issues whatsoever. She forced control over her trembling body, steadying both voice and gaze. She was bluffing, but knew when other players looked to her as their pillar. She had to bluff. She had to make everyone believe they weren't cornered yet, but in reality, she was struggling the most internally. She could even feel her heart beating irregularly. After all, she had guessed. The people here were likely good-natured individuals with modified memories, and right now, she had absolutely no idea how to lead everyone in a prison break. Sin over there seemed genuinely intent on killing every living person here, though she had detected earlier that the other parties seemed to have some unspoken difficulties. As for the surface situation, she'd just have to tough it out through sheer pretense. Really? Su Ning, as the other female present, looked pale-faced at the horrifying battlefield casualties. But so many have already died, and it doesn't seem like there's any intention to escape. Just as Life had said, the players summoned to this prison were all good-natured people. Witnessing the meaningless deaths under the giant masks, most couldn't quite bear it. After all, they were all products of peaceful times. I told you, everything is still going according to plan. Xia Antong said sharply. Necessary sacrifices were always unavoidable, what? Did you think hell mode was some kind of game? Besides, these people deserved death anyway. Sympathizing with criminals is betraying the victims, what are you thinking? This is game time now. Those still willing to believe in me, return to your positions and do what needs doing. Otherwise, you're on your own. Xia Antong spoke mercilessly, even somewhat inhumanely. But the effect was remarkable. The surrounding players fell silent for a few seconds before wordlessly turning back to engage in renewed combat. Though Blink was being exceptionally harsh right now, this was exactly the kind of person they needed. Strong. Steady. Someone who could decisively declare everything was normal even when all seemed on the verge of collapse, and keep going. Sometimes what people needed was just that one breath of resolve, the very breath they often couldn't muster themselves. Watching everyone return to fight and die, Xia Antong avoided all gazes and squeezed her eyes shut in pain. Her earlier words, more than being for them, they were for herself. She'd essentially been brainwashing herself, convincing herself these prisoners were truly guilty. Otherwise, she could never have brought herself to order people to their deaths. When she reopened her eyes, all hesitation had been concealed as she looked in one direction, where Sin had disappeared earlier. I hope you truly have deeper intentions. I hope you'll prove correct yet again, as you have countless times before. I hope. Lu Su isn't that kind of person. Time passed minute by minute. Lu Su had realized that the power life could wield was actually quite limited. Compared to the previous slime, this didn't seem as difficult. Or rather, the difficulty wasn't as direct. The other party had consistently relied on schemes, misdirection, and such, not absolute power. So Lu Su cut loose, taunting continuously while linking countless vascular growths to himself. This was pure manual labor, charging through goblins and yanking out those tubes. These things were likely the prison's core and power source. By the end, not a single part of him remained unharmed. Tubes protruded everywhere, his hair disheveled like a mad god. On the walls, the half-dead people miraculously moved their eyeballs to gaze at the figure at the tunnel's end. Amidst the endless goblins in that passage, that figure didn't seem particularly tall, yet now appeared extraordinarily majestic. The outside world would never know of this battle, but those hung on the walls being used as nourishment all paid their highest possible tribute. A salute with their eyes. Heh, not bad. Finally, the voice that had remained silent too long spoke again with mocking amusement. This round's first? Too bad you're too late. TCH. Lu Su sneered. Normally I save such bullshit for after my opponent's dead. Life wasn't angered by Lu Su's retort, just laughed heartily before saying, Good, sharp tongue. But you've miscalculated one thing. That little gadget in your hand, that's mine. You're using it to record your lifespan? Using my property to record? Then using my medicine to save yourself? Ha ha. It can only record your life, not predict it. Those tubes connected to you now, if you pull them all out, you'll die instantly. The medicine won't help, no cure for death. You're out of time. Any last words? As it spoke, the fluorescent green blurry face in the air waved slightly. The goblins immediately stopped and retreated. Something to say? Or should I make it quick? Lu Su stood still, looking at the tubes covering him, realizing he might have overplayed his hand. He wasn't immortal yet. But he still grinned. TCH. Like I said, save that talk for my corpse. No, I won't let you die. You'll feed me well yet, Life's voice said cruelly. I know, you're confident. Think you're special, right? Torment. The final two words made Lu Su shudder. Am I right? Bravest of top players. I smell torment on you, that's what gives you confidence, yes? But did you know? Even torment is just a lower god. I am the high god. Amidst booming laughter, the fluorescent blur descended slowly until it hovered before Lu Su. Go on, say something. Last words? Frankly, I'd love to see your expression right now. Why not remove that mask? Lu Su. I said, save that talk until after you've killed me. You're a high god? What makes you a high god? His head snapped up to stare at the green blur. The pink mask suddenly began transforming, actually morphing toward the other's appearance. Toward godhood. Let me see. The face of a high god. Life. You? What are you doing? Huh? What am I doing? The voice remained the same as before, but now carried a trace of panic. At first, it hadn't realized what the person before it was doing, finding it strange how suddenly they started changing faces. But when it noticed the shifting aura emanating from the other party, it was utterly dumbfounded. In truth, just as Lusso had speculated earlier, this entity before him that lacked any divine bearing wasn't the true form of life, either. It was somewhat similar to the previous slime creature, only more peculiar in nature. When life saw Lusso suddenly erupt with power belonging to life, it was completely at a loss. What does this mean? Who are you? Speak. The pink mask had twisted beyond recognition, distorting Luce's face along with it until they were indistinguishable, covered in a faint green fluorescence. Though not yet overloaded, Luce's current mental chaos had reached levels comparable to his previous overload state. Heh. Life. Higher God. His distorted body was pierced by various twisted tubes, coupled with a face no longer human in appearance. At this moment, Lusso resembled some mutated eldritch deity from the Cthulhu mythos, muttering incomprehensible words. Life. The voice fell silent, now profoundly agreeing with the man's earlier statement. It should have ended him sooner. After several seconds of silence, it reached a decision. This definitely wasn't an ally. Instantly, the thousands of thin tubes connected to Luce's body violently retracted, activating simultaneously with such speed they created sharp whistling sounds through the air. Its intent was to drain all the connected tubes and instantly kill Lucio. Snap. The sound of taut ropes snapping rang out as all of Luce's tubes stretched tight, yet none detached from his body, remaining firmly connected. Luce's body was lifted by the numerous tubes, suspended midair like an insect caught in a massive spider's web. Heh. Luce continued his meaningless laughter, the mask on his face constantly contorting and changing, now barely retaining any pink coloration. What? The voice representing life was horrified. These extensive blood vessels couldn't be removed anymore. While it still maintained full control of this space, portions of its authority seemed to have been appropriated by the person before it. Heh. What the hell are you laughing at? Life grew genuinely anxious, this situation completely unforeseen. Was this lower chosen selection really this bizarre? What was with the aura emanating from him? The fluorescent green amorphous face began to waver. For the first time in this prison, it experienced the sensation of doubt. Then it witnessed a sight that shook it to its core. The man who had been acting insane suddenly regained some mobility, trembling as he weakly raised his right hand. In that hand was a delicate, small hourglass. The sand in the upper bulb was nearly depleted, representing the imminent end of Luce's life. But now, defying all logic, the sand had stopped flowing. Moreover, the sand below was flowing backwards, returning to the upper bulb. Time reversal. Life feedback. Heh. Does it feel this good? Amidst the mad laughter came a coherent sentence. If Luce had to describe his current sensation, it would be pure bliss. His entire body bathed in warm, radiant light, with powerful energy and vitality coursing through every limb, nourishing his being. This comfort resembled the restorative rewards from perfect game completions. New empty SETI. The tubes connected throughout his body functioned like pumps, supplying him with energy and incomparable comfort. Though mentally chaotic, he felt his life essence ascending, as if he'd become the ruler of this domain. The idea to transform into a god using the mask hadn't been a conscious decision, but an instinctive act while wearing the jealousy mask. Only then did he truly understand the jealousy mask's full potential when fully activated. In truth, he'd never fully adapted to the jealousy mask, just like the lust mask, because he'd never truly immersed himself in the emotion of jealousy. That malice emanating from the soul's depths, that resentment seeing others in superior positions, that ruthless desire to supplant them at any cost, he'd never genuinely experienced it. Until now, his greatest trump card, that chosen of agony, had become a lower god? While you're a higher god. His mind was flooded with game notifications and warnings. Sequence Weapon A-007, Sin Mask, undergoing contamination. Sequence Weapon experiencing mimetic contamination, mutating. Warning. Detection of non-cognate divine energy intrusion. Sequence Weapon being distorted. The alerts kept sounding, but Lucio ignored them, basking in the moment. Raising his head to look at the hazy figure in the air, he spoke with a laugh. Ha, you. Why are you impersonating me? Who are you? You may call me Life. Life? The fluorescent green silhouette in the air shivered in a remarkably human manner. Though its face was indistinct, its shock was palpable. Do you realize what you're doing? You think you can become me with this face-changing trick? Do you know what happens when a snake tries to swallow an elephant? What are you talking about? Lucy seemed genuinely puzzled. Aren't you the one impersonating me? As he spoke, the green fluorescence began spreading across his body, his energy and aura growing wildly. You'll explode from the inside. What downside would that have for you? Lucy retorted. The two similar auras faced off mid-air for dozens of seconds, while the goblins below grew restless, looking back and forth. Then die. Suddenly, Life erupted with fury, its voice filled with unprecedented rage and hatred. I'll remember you. The fluorescent green explosion instantly dissipated, and simultaneously, the thousands of tubes attached to Lucy detached all at once. The mask's transformations halted as Lucy vomited a mouthful of blood, green blood. Dazed, Lucy collapsed to the ground. On the walls, all the heads simultaneously drooped, exhaling their final breaths. The goblin army didn't charge forward. The vast sea of short green figures stood motionless, some even lying on the ground. Lucy looked around hazily, his rationality finally returning somewhat. What had he just done? Had he almost become a god? Checking his personal panel, the Godslayer medal was glowing from top to bottom. This first medal he'd obtained had really been through the ringer. Even though he was standing firmly on the ground, Lucy still felt like he was on a roller coaster, completely disoriented. But he had this feeling, that thing, that voice calling itself Life, seemed to have disappeared. Had he won? Before he could figure it out, he started vomiting again. Torrents of green blood gushed out like water through a broken dam. Judging by the volume, it was practically his entire blood supply. Warm liquid flowed from all 7 orifices. Beneath his mask, he was probably bleeding from every facial opening. Looking at the hourglass of life in his hand, the thing was behaving absurdly now, with no clear up or down. Sand flowed downward one moment, then flew upward the next. Lucy's formerly robust physique, arguably the world's strongest, had withered to skin and bones. Even after gulping down a high-grade potion, he immediately vomited it back up completely unchanged. Lucy let out a bitter laugh. The snake that tried to swallow an elephant. Lucy understood. This was the price for a mortal attempting to become a god. Then, the earthquake came. The entire underground tunnel began shaking. From his recent impersonation, Lucy's memory now recognized what this place truly was. Not a tunnel. A blood vessel. A god's blood vessel. And now, perhaps alarmed by Lucy's terrifying, out-of-control state, that voice had decided to self-destruct, sacrificing one of the god's blood vessels to bury Lucy here. This wasn't an earthquake. The blood vessel was contracting. Staggering to his feet, Lucy tried running toward the exit. But in his current state, he'd likely be crushed by the rapidly shrinking vessel. This was a god's blood vessel. He doubted his body could withstand it. Unconsciously, a metal sphere flew from his backpack. It expanded rapidly midair, spinning twice before transforming into a menacing black iron motorcycle. The Black Knight. Its wheels sparked against the blood vessel's surface as it tersely uttered 2 words. Get on. Without waiting for response, it charged over, scooping up the near-dead Lucy and securing him with metal plating. Can you go fast enough? Don't get me killed. Lucy still found breath to taunt. Let's talk when you're dying. Hold on. You think I earned my legendary rank for nothing. Emergency protocol. Can't worry about your body's limits now. With that, the Black Knight accelerated through the contracting vessel, reaching supersonic speed in 2 seconds, a velocity never before attempted with a passenger. An Omicron Epsilon. The goblins didn't obstruct them, but stood frozen until impact reduced them to pulp. The Black Knight staged a brutal motocross performance, splattering green fluids everywhere. Too weak to even feel the potion's effects, Lucy simply slumped forward, trusting the machine. Damn, how are you this fast? Black Knight. Outside, identical quakes shook the ground. The goblin army lost all will to fight as the earth trembled and walls collapsed like Armageddon. Multiple eyes turned towards Xia and Tong, who instantly knew Lucy must have done something extraordinary. Pressing her earpiece. Hello. Done. Lucy's voice came through, weak and clipped. Xia Antong's pupils contracted. Something was wrong. Even when flayed alive and drenched in blood, Sin had always radiated strength. But now, are you okay? Are you hurt? She pressed urgently. Hurt, but still strong enough to stop any backstabbing attempts. Xia Antong. They say dying men speak kindly. Judging by his attitude, he wasn't dying anytime soon. When silence persisted, Xia Antong decisively turned and shouted, "Now! Attack those walls." Her command died mid-sentence. The entire prison population had gone mad. The goblin army stood weaponized but catatonic, their former ferocity vanished. Prisoners had perished by the dozens, survivors now stood frozen with flickering eyes, some screaming while clutching their heads, others dancing wildly or kneeling tearfully. Of the three leaders, the warden and guards knelt dying, murmuring privately. Meanwhile, Know-It-All had stacked dead goblins into a makeshift stool, sitting blankly atop them. The prison's atmosphere had inverted completely, leaving only the remaining players exchanging bewildered glances. Then the quakes intensified. Just as Xia Antong's group struggled to stand, a thunderous explosion erupted. The ground burst open in massive collapse as a black-gray figure shot upward. The Black Knight had escaped the contracting vessel at the last possible second. After a mid-air flip and wall-assisted turn, it materialized before Xia Antong instantly. "Oh, you're here too. Take him then. Probably not dead yet. Inject something." Before Xia Antong could react, a skeletal figure was deposited at her feet. Sin. Her pupils trembled at his distorted mask and visibly emaciated frame. What did he just do? Oh, the Black Knight pondered. Shattered one of God's blood vessels, I think. Blood vessels of a god. Xia Antong frowned as she repeated the words, still struggling to comprehend the scale of this battle. So it was confirmed now, gods existed, and they were fighting against them? Was that why communication had been so sporadic below ground? Because they were facing something far too powerful? Looking at the weakened and battered state of Sin before her, more vulnerable than she'd ever seen him, Xia Antong slowly knelt down to examine him closely. "You take such reckless risks. What choice did I have? You didn't exactly offer to switch places with me via earpiece earlier," Lusa chuckled weakly. Xia Antong. After a brief pause, she gave a bitter laugh. "Well, the suicidal missions are your specialty. Out of potions." She produced a high-grade healing vial, then hesitated when she noticed Sin's mask. "Your mask, what happened? Can you still drink through it?" The once pink mask now bore twisted spiral patterns as if wrenched by tremendous force, its base color barely visible beneath fluorescent green streaks. "The mask's fine, but forget the potion." Luso could barely manage a slight head shake. Even that small movement was difficult now. His condition was improving, but at a glacial pace. It was like trying to refill a lake through a single faucet. Those medicines probably won't help right now. His earlier transformation, that momentary brush with divinity, had granted Lu Su profound insights. He suddenly understood something fundamental about Chosen's paradise. This game was intrinsically connected to the gods. All abilities, items, weapons, and sequence objects obtained here were ultimately god-related in nature. The powers players gained likely originated from those unseen deities. Sequence objects contained divine power with heavy contamination, stronger than weapons but with worse side effects. Weapons were purified versions, retaining only fragments of divine power without the corruption. By that logic, all healing items must be connected to the god of life. Having suffered life energy backlash earlier, Lu Su knew potions would just make him vomit, completely ineffective. Why? Xia Antong felt this exceeded her understanding. Hard to explain. Let's just say anything life-related probably won't help me now. Xia Antong's eyes flickered. She knelt fully, reaching for Lu Su's emaciated right hand. Lu Su? He instinctively pulled back, but Xia Antong moved with surgical precision, seizing his wrist. Stay still. I need to check your condition. Her voice remained clinical, though his reflexive withdrawal sent an unnoticed pang through her. After a long examination, she frowned. Your current state. Are you even alive anymore? Since when did you study Chinese medicine? Lu Su deflected. Why should you know everything about me? Xia Antong countered deliberately. Lu Su. In the silence that followed, Lu Su noticed her intense scrutiny of his mask, like the all-seeing eye analyzing data. You're not thinking of removing my mask now, are you? I'll kill you, his playful threat barely concealed how he subtly withdrew his hand. Never mind. Xia and Tong pondered briefly before asking, you said life-related things won't help, correct? She deduced that life must be the deity connected to this game event. Then this should be unrelated to life. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a half-foot-long golden needle. If life energy can't help you, perhaps death can? Trust me enough to try. What is that? The gleaming needle made Luce's eyes sting. Sequence Object A001, Death's Gate. Even Xia and Tong regarded the item warily. Last time I saw a 001 was the ancient god's reflection. Not sure if it's the same item that disappeared after use, but the game identifies it as such. New. As long as your body and soul haven't been completely annihilated, this should preserve you until we achieve perfect clearance healing. An A-rank sequence object? The top of its class? Lusu was genuinely shocked. And why would something called Death's Gate be a needle? So you want me to take this out of the game? The top A-rank item. Not worried, I'll keep it. If you trust me enough to use it, I can trust you with it, Xia and Tong said indifferently. How does it work? Simple. Insert it into your heart. Lusu. Stab an A-rank artifact into his own heart? Seeing his hesitation, Xia and Tong moved to put it away. No trust? Fine. You probably won't die immediately anyway. You think I'd back down from your challenge? Luce's voice suddenly shifted octaves. Even Xia and Tong flinched at the intensity radiating from behind that mask. Please. Proceed. A spray of blood followed as Xia and Tong drove the needle home without ceremony. Cough. Luce's body convulsed violently, folding nearly in half as he vomited green blood. Yet moments later, he slowly rose to his feet. TCH, interesting. Though that stab felt a bit cathartic for you? The needle had disappeared completely, leaving only a tiny golden puncture. Luce felt weightless, still weak, but standing required no effort now. Behind them, Black Knight quietly retracted a cannon barrel that had been trained on Xia Antong's back. Luce surveyed the area. Wherever his gaze fell, other players averted their eyes. Seems the game isn't over yet. No problem. Just some cleanup work remaining. Hearing Luce's voice and watching him stand up, though still in poor condition, all players felt as if an enormous stone had been placed upon their hearts. This was Sin after all. Facing this ailing tiger, though he didn't appear hostile, the pressure on everyone was even greater than before. Countless previous games had proven that apart from Blank, there seemed to be no strict concept of teammates. When it came time to kill, he never hesitated. Moreover, the game that had seemed hopeless earlier now appeared nearly concluded the moment he appeared. He must have done something. And then there was that earlier conversation with Blank. It had completely surpassed their understanding. Aside from Xia Antong and Lu Su, there were 7 players who, after prolonged combat, had developed a peculiar synergy. The 7 stood in strange formations, gradually encircling Lu Su, their eyes filled with wariness. Oh? Judging by this, you all want to play with me. Luce chuckled at their actions. Noticing this, Xia and Tong quickly interjected. What are you doing? He's not an enemy. He's been fighting alone underground this whole time, and the general plan was likely his idea. Luce thought to himself, what plan did I propose? But to the others, Xia Antong's words clearly carried more weight than Luce's, and they immediately scattered. Truthfully, Xia and Tong wasn't worried about Sin coming to harm. She was worried Sin might kill them all. From their earlier cooperation, she could tell these were excellent players with upstanding character. What cleanup work? Can't we just demolish the prison now? Xia and Tong asked. Not necessarily. Like I said, your role is the most important. Luce glanced around. Why are there still so many people? Not dead yet. A single sentence sent a chilling wind through every player's heart, their wary gazes snapping toward him. Xia Antong's pupils contracted in disbelief. She hadn't even had time to ask. What's wrong? We're helping everyone escape, right? Aren't these people just dead weight? Why not finish them off? A smiling face appeared on Luce's mask as he spoke to Xia Antong. She took a step back, silently studying Sin, her eyes flickering with conflicting emotions as thoughts churned within her. Enough, young man. Stop teasing your teammates. A hoarse, aged voice suddenly spoke from behind, the warden's voice. Slowly rising, The warden stood before the prison guards, half his head shattered, his body smeared with charred crimson. The guard before him knelt with hands on knees, seemingly lifeless. As he walked, the warden spoke. "Don't say things that could be misunderstood, young man. At our age, our greatest regret is creating unnecessary misunderstandings with those who don't deserve them. Our Alpha Epsilon S. If you can speak properly, then do so. Why say ugly words when doing good deeds?" Reaching a prisoner, he gently patted their head. Then, with effortless ease, he twisted it clean off. The prisoner offered no resistance. "You." Cutter gasped in shock, his blade tornado beginning to form. "Calm down and listen. People like us, we were meant to die. Or rather, we're already dead, just dragged back by life. Everyone here was outstanding. None were guilty, all were good people." His tone suddenly intensified as he addressed the bewildered players. "You're all outstanding too. You're good people. The wicked would never come here. We who should have died had our memories altered, forced to become the very scum we once despised in our own memories. Now it's time to be freed. Thank you all for your help. Such debts can't be repaid with words. If there's an afterlife, we'll see. This is the prison break." With that, he moved to the next person, plucking off their head. After the warden's explanation, all players stood stunned. Xia and Tong felt her strength drain away, gasping for breath as if having an asthma attack. Thank goodness. For a moment, she'd thought she'd committed an unforgivable sin. "Is there no other way to save them?" Xia and Tong asked weakly. The warden turned, offering a smile that seemed kind yet utterly ghastly. "Young one, helping others shouldn't come at your own expense. Besides, it's time we were released." His gaze shifted to the guard. "Heh, old friend. Truthfully, you should have been stronger than me. What happened? Couldn't face everyone." Turning to the remaining prisoners, he announced loudly. "That guard, what was his real name again?" "Forgotten. He asked me to relay a message. He said all these years, he acted against his will, and owes everyone an apology." The remaining prisoners shuddered. None spoke, but some seemed to awaken. Some looked around, picked up nearby weapons, and ended themselves. Some wept silently, finding places to sit. Others remained standing motionless. The warden moved calmly among them, granting each their final mercy. How sad, but such is a warden's duty. He mused silently as he worked. Back then, they'd all been equals. Only he and the guard had been the finest, the strongest among them. Yet they'd been forced to become accomplices in villainy. Sigh. The atmosphere grew unbearably heavy, the air itself seeming to suffocate. Many players turned away, unable to watch. "Hey, need help?" Lusa called cheerfully from behind. "This motorcycle could plow through them, probably more efficient than your method." "Black Knight? Why make me do your dirty work when you're the one wanting to play beast?" The warden waved him off with a smile. "No need. Now that they're awake, let me send them off properly and see them one last time. Oh, and you all might want to talk to him." He pointed toward Know-It-All, who sat battered and dazed atop a pile of goblin corpses. "He's different from us. Yes, you should speak with him. Perhaps he's more like your kind." After finishing his speech, the warden went back to his own business. There were still quite a few surviving prisoners left, so he had plenty of cleanup work to do. As for what he had said earlier, only Lu Su and Xia and Tong truly understood among the others. What did he mean by people similar to us? Was he also a player? Did he fail in a previous game and get imprisoned here? The timeline doesn't add up. How long has this game been running? From the sound of it, he seems to have been here for many years. Maybe the timelines were never consistent to begin with. While the group was discussing, Lu Su had already stepped forward and approached Know-It-All. Xia and Tong glanced at them and explained, this game's arrival might not be the first time. The duration of this game and the secrets involved are numerous. If that person is indeed a former player, he might have truly entered this game many years ago. What's wrong? Feeling depressed? Or did I smooth out the wrinkles on your cerebral cortex? Standing before Know-It-All, Lusa looked him up and down with a laugh. The previously dazed Know-It-All's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing that tone. He raised his head to look at Lu Su. Oomph. He snorted coldly, having figured out many things by now. You were the one who talked to me earlier, weren't you? You're quite the master at changing faces. Not entirely me, Lusa replied. I know. The rude one was you. That girl isn't as annoying as you. Thanks for the recognition. After exchanging a few meaningless words, Know-It-All suddenly let out a long sigh. How, did you know everything here was a conspiracy? What if I told you I was just spouting nonsense at the beginning? Would you believe me? Know-It-All looked up, somewhat confused. Complete nonsense? Without any basis? Yep. No basis whatsoever. Lusu shrugged, his already corrupted and twisted mask seemingly eager to see the other's reaction. Know-It-All's lips twitched before he let out a couple of bitter laughs. Heh hee hee. To think something like this could be guessed randomly, and yet it all turned out to be correct. The world truly is unpredictable. Another silence fell between them. Know-It-All raised a hand to his lips, and a cigarette materialized out of thin air. Then, lifting his other hand, he rubbed his fingers together to produce a match and lit it. RAOB. Pfft. He exhaled a long stream of smoke. Though Lucen never smoked, judging by the other's expression, that drag must have felt incredible. You're number one? What does that mean? Is everyone acknowledging you? Who specifically ranked you? The game did. It's public now. Lusu found a spot to sit down as he spoke. Public. Know-It-All raised his eyebrows. To whom? The game has descended. Everyone in the world knows about it now. Hundreds of millions have been chosen and can become players at any time. Cough. Cough cough. Hearing this, Know-It-All choked violently, his wounds oozing fresh blood as he threw the cigarette to the ground. What? The whole world knows? And players are publicly ranked. Lusu nodded. Know-It-All was first shocked, then gradually calmed down, his eyes filled with unfathomable melancholy. He sighed deeply and said nothing more. What era are you from? Judging by your face, we're probably from the same country, Lusu asked. The People's Republic of China, Know-It-All declared with pride and composure. Lusu nodded. You're number one, huh? Not bringing shame to the country. Are you a party member? I think we should change the subject. Lusu frowned slightly. This guy might be from who knows what era. What year was it when you came here? I can't remember, Know-It-All said, pounding his head hard. My memories are chaotic. To be honest, I can't even tell which memories are truly mine anymore. I'm acutely aware that I know things I shouldn't have seen, like computers, the internet, and Bitcoin. Our era shouldn't have had those. Lusu fell silent. Honestly, the other's experience was terrifying. Physical pain could be endured, especially since he didn't feel any to begin with, but if one's mind was directly tampered with and memories replaced, it was hard to say whether this person could even be considered alive anymore. So, what major events happened in your era? Lusu tentatively asked. In my era. How's the Soviet Union doing now? Have relations improved? Has communism been achieved? The Soviet Union is gone, Lusu replied calmly. It's called Russia now, along with a bunch of smaller countries. Know-It-All said nothing, but Lusu could clearly see the shock in his eyes. What about those damn Japs? They're still around. Heh. Fuck. Letting out a sarcastic laugh, Know-It-All didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he looked at Lusu and said, All right, enough about these old stories. I know what you came to ask me. I'll try to share whatever information I can confirm. At this point, the other players had gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity. For many of them, this was the first time they'd heard that this game might have existed before. Xia and Tong checked the live stream and said to Lusu, The live stream seems to have been cut off. TCH. Not sure if it's the game's AI detection. What live stream? Know-It-All interjected, looking up in confusion. After hearing Xia Antong's explanation, he was utterly stunned before shaking his head in amazement. Technology has advanced so much nowadays. All right, everyone. I may be from an older era, but due to the asymmetrical timeline and my messed up memories, I won't play the elder. Let me just share this with you. First, this game didn't start in your era. It existed long before, trust me, possibly far earlier than you can imagine. Many of the bizarre stories you've read in history books might be related to this. Hearing such a strange claim for the first time, many grew intrigued. Charge Horn couldn't hold back and blurted out, like what? I won't talk about domestic cases since many are uncertain. Let's discuss foreign ones, Know-It-All replied. For example, Dante. Do you know this person? Xia and Tong nodded and replied. The first representative figure of the Renaissance, most famous for the Divine Comedy, the first to shake the foundations of the church and divine authority. Correct. Know-it-all nodded in satisfaction. Didn't he himself say that the Divine Comedy was written after his journey through hell? The surrounding crowd immediately understood his implication, their jaws dropping in shock, finding this perspective difficult to digest for a moment. Xia and Tong double-checked that the game's live broadcast was indeed turned off. Otherwise, given Luce's influence, such words being spoken publicly would cause absolute chaos. But this also indirectly proved how detailed the game's monitoring could be, capable of identifying which conversations shouldn't be seen. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Know-It-All continued. It wasn't called a game before. Different people had different names for it. Some called it alternate space, while we sometimes referred to it as secret realms. In the beginning, people couldn't enter voluntarily. Only in certain special areas with chaotic magnetic fields might some individuals accidentally enter another world. What you now call this game world. Later, around the Republican era to our present time, some extraordinary individuals emerged, what you might call the chosen ones in your terms. We could voluntarily enter other worlds to explore mysteries, seek treasures, or obtain superpowers. Everyone listened intently, as if this senior was telling a story from another world. Wait. Luce's voice suddenly cut in sharply. There's a problem here. In your account, you weren't assigned game missions? You entered freely to explore? Hearing Luce's questioning, Know-It-All suddenly clutched his head in pain, even grimacing. Tisk, that's the issue. My memory has major gaps here. I'm not sure which version is real. Maybe later, or perhaps from the very beginning, after entering, we'd hear a voice telling us what to do to leave, a Nigerian Irabi. And all of us anomalies, for some unknown reason, seemed to have started some kind of rebellion. Rebellion? Luce frowned. Know-It-All was in terrible condition now, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. TCH, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, we definitely failed. That's why this thing has now descended upon the world so brazenly. This is absolutely not good. Absolutely not. By the end, Know-It-All was clutching his head and howling in pain, even collapsing to the ground. Everyone took 2 steps back in fear, unsure what taboo they'd triggered during what seemed like normal conversation. Luce knew he wouldn't get any more answers inside. Just suffer for now. Here's a chocolate bean for you. With that, Luce casually tossed an exit coin at Know-It-All's feet. He didn't know if it would help, but honestly, exit coins were worthless to him anyway. Game over. Redemption of the kidney thief successfully completed. All remaining players may freely explore the world for half an hour or exit immediately. Suddenly, the same game announcement sounded, making everyone freeze. Turning around, they saw the cleanup work was already finished. Heh. A bleak, desolate laugh sounded as the warden's gaunt figure stood rooted like a withered tree. A black, glowing thread emerged from his forehead like a crack, seemingly splitting his body in half. It's over. The warden sighed, his voice carrying unexpected delight. Looking at the numerous corpses on the ground, everyone felt uneasy. This game session seemed to have no player deaths. But this was undoubtedly still real hell. Pleasure meeting you all, the warden said, then turned to Luce. You're impressive, strong, much better than that howling mess over there. But I have advice. Don't let desire pierce through your will. Luce's mask performed an eerily human-like eyebrow raise. He hadn't expected everyone wanting to chat with him lately. But he didn't hold back, replying. Pierce? Desire is my will. Ha ha ha. The warden suddenly laughed loudly, saying nothing more before brilliant light erupted from his body. Split down the middle by that line, he instantly lost all vitality. The game officially ended. No survivors except the players. The next second, the entire prison began changing colors. First turning phosphorescent green, like seeping dye, then the green dispersed with the wind. Then the seemingly indestructible walls instantly crumbled, collapsing like ancient temples weathered by millennia of sandstorms. Next, the numerous corpses on the ground all turned to ash, scattering with the wind as everything disintegrated. Finally, the entire prison collapsed, everything transforming into ash that swirled upward, becoming multicolored lights streaking rapidly skyward. By the time everyone reacted, even the ground beneath their feet grew insubstantial, as if reality itself was dissolving. The prison vanished, leaving only emptiness surrounded by dazzling light ribbons ascending like grand fireworks. At the distant apex of this void was pitch darkness, a spiral black mire that Lusa stared at unblinkingly. This thing resembled what he'd seen underground before, the end of life. Lucy was almost certain it was the same entity, only now it was enormous. What was once a wall now seemed to divide two universes. Meanwhile, Xia Antong had her own focus. She was staring intently at Sin's exposed right hand. This same hand she deliberately held before, memorizing every knuckle. It really was similar. Though now disfigured, though now skin and bones, that texture. Should she grab it again to confirm? But there didn't seem to be any reason to now. Let's go. I'll return your stuff next time. Xia Antong was spacing out when the voice by her ear suddenly jolted her awake. In that brief moment of lost rationality, she instinctively reached out with a fierce grab, only to clutch empty air. TCH, ran away so fast, Xia Antong muttered helplessly. But since he said, next time, that meant there would be a next time, right? The cutter and others nearby watched as Blink made that grasping motion at thin air, their eyelids twitching slightly, but otherwise maintaining straight faces without comment. This game session had concluded in such an inexplicable manner that their presence now felt awkward. Truth be told, even now some players didn't fully understand what this game dungeon had been about. They'd probably have to review recordings after returning. Game over. Congratulations player, perfect clear achieved. Accomplishment recorded, initiating physical restoration. Hearing the familiar announcement, Lusa finally relaxed. He'd achieved another perfect clear without major issues. He'd actually been somewhat worried about his rating since he'd spent most of the session operating covertly. Moreover, given the game's recent track record, he couldn't fully trust it not to arbitrarily deny him the perfect clear rating for no reason. What exactly is the relationship between this game and the gods? Lusa murmured to himself when he suddenly realized something felt wrong. The usual warm, comforting sensation was completely absent this time. Instead, he felt like a weightless object being tossed about violently, with overwhelming nausea building, as if he'd ingested some emetic substance. Damn it. What's happening? Can they just retaliate directly here like this? His voice echoed into empty space, as if broadcast into the void, but surprisingly, the game actually responded. Scanning body, removing abnormal status. Detecting abnormal divine contamination, initiating purification. The disorienting sensation continued as Lusa tumbled helplessly like a hamster in a washing machine. Only after what felt like an eternity did the familiar warmth finally return, signaling the true start of his restoration process. Life hadn't exaggerated. This was indeed the consequence of a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Attempting to usurp divine authority far beyond his current capabilities was probably unprecedented even for the game. Once restoration completed, the standard post-game summary finally appeared in his consciousness. Total participants: 5,126,843. Survivors: 1,965,841. Perfect clears: 2,568. Your clear rating, SSS, perfect clear. Current perfect clear streak, 7. Calculating rewards. Points awarded, 6,000. Items awarded, high-grade recovery potion times 5, exit coin times 1 loading. Perfect clear bonus. For outstanding performance, awarded 1 additional interdimensional backpack slot. With this latest addition, Lusa's interdimensional backpack now had 4 slots, allowing him to freely transport crucial, high-powered items between worlds with much greater flexibility. Xia Antong had been right. As time passed, top players' influence on the world's balance would become increasingly significant. New yes. But what does this loading mean? After assessing his current destructive potential in the real world, Lusa turned his attention to the floating text with a thoughtful expression. Why were only basic rewards displayed this time? Where were the rest? Detecting concentrated divine essence contamination, new sequence artifact can be synthesized. Consume 20,000 points to synthesize. Can you make it cheaper? Lusa's reflexive haggling actually made the game pause, manifesting an ellipsis in midair. After brief consideration, Lusa reasoned that a newly synthesized sequence artifact should prove valuable regardless. Proceed with synthesis. Divine essence condensed. Sequence rank F 2068, Sin's notebook. The artifact was actually named directly after Lu Su himself. Moments later, a notebook glowing fluorescent green materialized before him. Flipping it open from the front, the first 3 pages were titled Torment, Ecstasy, and Life, each containing brief descriptions, like how life's power had created various potions. Reading from back to front revealed classified information, including records of what Know-It-All had previously told him. After examining it thoroughly, Lu Su couldn't help thinking, wasn't this completely useless? Most contents were things he already knew, and for anything else, couldn't the game just tell him directly? Did he really spend 20,000 points on a notebook? Sequence artifacts are direct manifestations of divine power and carry contamination. This artifact was created through your own power. It may exhibit special effects under certain circumstances. The game unusually added supplementary explanations before finally displaying the remaining rewards. Perfect Clear Bonus Supplement, Decree of Life. Decree of Life, Type, Unknown. Grade, Unknown. Effects, Unknown. Description. Lu Su. Looking at this, Lu Su could only offer a weak smile. How humorous. This had been the most challenging game session yet. And his 2 main rewards were this Decree of Life and a notebook? He couldn't tell whether he'd reached a level where rewards became incomprehensible, or if he was being deliberately trolled. Neither item's purpose was apparent. Comparing them side by side, the decree resembled his previous Decree of Ecstasy, just gray instead of fluorescent green. He pulled out the giant needle from his heart region. Honestly, even this seemed more useful. Whatever, as long as there weren't any nasty side effects. Sequence Artifact. A007 Mask of Original Sin Envy Mode. Contamination detected. Purify contamination. If purified, will the power remain? No. Both power and side effects will be removed. Then don't purify. Lu Su made this decision almost instantly. Life, having finally met her, he ought to keep something as memento. Within the game, after all players departed, the prison dissolved into ashes. Everything turned to nothingness as the world seemed poised for reconstruction, a new realm about to be born. Know-It-All sat amidst the void, staring blankly at the exit coin resting in his palm, the one Lu Su had given him. Breaking the blood vessel of a god? That might be slightly exaggerated. In the real world, deep underground in a nuclear-proof bunker, members of the Elder Council were still gathered in small groups. During every game session, they would gather here to observe the gameplay of top players and study the content of modern games. Of course, most of the time, they watched Lu Su, that strongest player known as Sin. Watching the dialogue and battle of wits between Lu Su and Life, even they couldn't help but marvel. As former veteran players themselves, they knew all too well how troublesome it was to confront something as mystical as a god. The voice speaking with him couldn't be Life's true form, but it doesn't seem like an apostle either. Perhaps it's a fragment of a soul, or maybe the blood vessel gained sentience. But his face-changing act was truly fascinating. I wonder what would happen if he kept changing indefinitely. Presumably, the blood vessel wanted to avoid this unpredictable situation and decided to self-destruct to kill him. Still, this is quite impressive, truly remarkable. Several voices with varying emotions praised the feat, though their tones remained relatively calm. They had grown accustomed to the miracles performed by Sin. Moreover, feats of this level weren't unprecedented in their experience. A single blood vessel impressive. Back then, you forced that guy to give up something, didn't you? A hoarse, rugged voice spoke up, looking toward a vigorous figure at the center of the group. From their earlier conversations, this person was the so-called Grand Elder. But now, the Grand Elder remained completely unresponsive, as if in deep meditation, staring at the long-darkened video screen. No one noticed the faint glimmer of tears beneath his voluminous robes. Hey, what's wrong? Several nearby elders noticed his unusual emotional state and turned back with concern to ask. Nothing. What do you all think of that know-it-all fellow? Him. The others looked puzzled, unsure why the Grand Elder would bring this up. From what the warden said at the end, he was also a former player, right? Not sure, don't remember him. He seems capable enough, but back then there were many unaffiliated solo players. Could have been a top player once. The elders chatted intermittently, their attention seemingly focused entirely on Sin, barely noticing this guy who'd been fooled from start to finish. Only the Grand Elder's eyes trembled incessantly beneath his robes. Everyone had forgotten. Yes, everyone had forgotten. That young man, the one called Sin. He did us a favor. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder spoke with absolute conviction. Those around him were stunned. What kind of sudden revelation was this? Regardless of what becomes of him, if the opportunity arises, we must lend him our aid when needed. The group fell silent, but inwardly, their minds were roiling with shock. They knew full well the weight of such words coming from the Grand Elder's mouth. They didn't understand what had happened, but with strange unanimity, not a single voice rose in opposition or even questioning. And the earth-shattering declarations weren't over. The Grand Elder continued. Additionally, in the next game session, those with lighter contamination levels may participate in the game. Us. But we can't. Someone finally spoke up, unable to believe what they were hearing. Yes, but now we can try. The Grand Elder nodded. I can't guarantee my intuition is correct, but we must try. Try at the risk of their lives. After every game session concluded, the most discussed topic across global online platforms was invariably the updated player rankings. The celebrity effect persisted, though top players seemed distant from ordinary lives. Each had already amassed their own followings. Most people didn't truly understand the games or how such varied challenges were cleared, but they could comprehend rankings. Every ranking update became a spectator's carnival, though the players themselves often cared little about it. Take Sun, for example. Even when his ranking teetered at the edge of the top 10, he still considered himself number 1 in the world and paid it no mind. Our new empty set. Sin's still first place. He's just too stable, completely invincible. His skill level is in a tier of its own. Every game he enters ends with perfect clearance, never broken the streak. Actually, there are a few others worldwide with unbroken perfect clearance streaks, but he's still number 1. Plus, he's got perfect challenge mode clears too. Absolutely insane. Let's take a moment to mourn for player Park Bu-sung. On major Chinese forums, discussion about Lu Su was even more concentrated due to network effects. Even when Lu Su went out to eat, he could hear people nearby discussing him. Of course, all sorts of rumors and baseless claims flew about. Many now speculated that Sin might not even be human, but some internal game entity. Every time the game ends, the most talked about topic on all the major online platforms around the world is pretty much the player rankings. Because this person's appearance was simply too bizarre. No one had ever noticed them before. Some had even confirmed this person never appeared in the top 10,000 rankings. Essentially a complete amateur player. Yet this time, they appeared out of nowhere, landing directly at 3rd place on the pinnacle rankings. World's number 3. This sudden ranking pushed down veterans who had been playing since the beginning with perfect clearances. Number 3, Creator. Ability description, Creator. Relevant information, Creator. An utterly unreasonable description that left everyone completely baffled. The image representing them was also completely blurred. And their number of clears and perfect clears was a pathetically small digit. 1. At the Chiyo family residence, despite being overwhelmed with handling Tokyo affairs, the Chiyo family still made time to watch every game, especially Chiyo Ain's matches. They saw clearly that their family's former glory had passed, and the future depended entirely on how far their top player could reach. After the last Waterloo, Chiyo Ain had directly fallen from 3rd to 5th place. This time, with another perfect clearance, she had surpassed one player above her to reach 4th place. But now she'd been pushed down again. Big sis, come look at this person. Something's off. No information at all, and they just parachuted into 3rd place. Who is this? It shows they've only experienced one game. Chiyo Ain was so busy she could practically see steam coming from her head. Fresh out of the game, she had to handle family affairs, and now squeezed in time to check the rankings. Frowning at the name for a long while, she felt deeply unwilling inside. Bearing the family's hopes, she was striving to become world number 1. But this world had too many monsters, not just Sin alone. This can't be right. How's this calculated? Sis, you have so many perfect clears. This person must be cheating somehow. Before Chiyo Ain could respond, her younger brother Chiyo Ji couldn't hold back his indignation. Enough, let's focus on what we can control. The world is vast. There's still much we don't know about this game. We'll deal with it when we meet them. Chiao Ein appeared perfectly calm, but her peripheral vision remained fixed on the rankings, etching this person's name into her memory. Yet compared to this, something else concerned her more. Sin was first again, and again in hell mode. And again teamed with Blink. Damn it, now they weren't even pretending. There must be something between them. She remembered last time she asked, the other party had earnestly claimed having no real connection to Sin. That expression hadn't seemed fake at all, but now it appeared to have been an act. TCH. Why lie? Didn't they trust her? Damn it. Chiao Ein bit her lip. Before that last game, her gaming journey had been smooth sailing, conquering every challenge without fearing any opponent. Only after meeting Sin had she truly encountered an insurmountable mountain, leaving her with a sense of absolute impossibility. And the person she admired didn't seem interested in acknowledging her either. Plus now this sudden newcomer had pushed her ranking down again. TCH. Though perhaps it proved this world had many different experts. Surely this new guy couldn't also be connected to Sin? Is this really connected? In her own room, Xia and Tong fought down her negative emotions while staring disbelievingly at the news, hand covering her mouth. Every intelligence organization worldwide was now frantically searching for information about this new third-ranked player. But Xia and Tong, usually obsessed with information retrieval, currently had zero interest in searching. As if any search would turn up anything. Her mind kept replaying what Know-It-All had told her in-game. I don't know why they call me Know-It-All. Really, they should call me Creator. Back then, he'd voluntarily revealed his abilities and weaknesses. This was first-hand information exclusive to her. At the time, she'd paid no attention to his nickname, only focusing on his abilities. But now, an exit coin. But didn't he clearly say that using an exit coin meant losing all abilities, just returning to the real world as an ordinary person? A withering above yes. Is it really him? Slumping in her chair, Xia and Tong pondered. This time she hadn't overdosed on pills, and thanks to the psychological safeguard Greed had implanted last time, she still retained some mobility. This already counted as tremendous progress. Her thoughts felt tangled. She'd known this game would change the world, but never imagined she'd be so close to the eye of the storm. After this game ended, everyone focused on two topics. One was Sin's undisputed first-place position, his seemingly unstoppable performance. The other was this new world third place, mysterious and powerful. But both matters were things she'd just personally experienced. And if her suspicions were correct, if Sin really was Lu Su. Hey. She gave a helpless laugh, suddenly feeling absurd. She recalled when she told Lu Su about forming an organization, maybe one day reaching the world's peak. Damn. Had he been laughing at her behind her back? And that first game meeting after killing Park Bu-song, when she'd said she didn't truly like it, just felt curiosity and excitement. What had that meant? Originally able to withstand her negative emotions, this train of thought made them nearly unbearable. She almost felt like becoming a skydiver. Just then, her game interface pinged with a friend message. Opening it eagerly, her expression froze. Number 5 Chiao Ein, what are you doing? TCH. She'd forgotten about this strange woman, the former world number 3. Just what kind of world had she entered? Half a day later, Lu Su once again sat in the classroom. Now a third of the seats stood empty. Under the game's influence, no one cared about entrance exams anymore. Where these missing students had gone, Lu Su didn't know. Given the brutality he'd experienced, he instinctively wondered if they'd died a game. Parents' warnings were being proven right. Games really did affect studies. Currently, Lu Su sat blankly at his desk, lost in thought about what he'd recently seen. That new sequence object, the thing created by his own power, Sin's notebook. He'd skimmed through it, reading the descriptions of the 3 gods. Since his contact with this power remained limited, the descriptions weren't extensive. But the entry under Agony immediately caught his attention. The first line read, Agony has died. Among all divine positions known so far, Agony is the only confirmed, universally acknowledged god who has perished. Everyone hated Agony, so he died. This simple description struck Lu Su's soul instantly, making him reevaluate the sequence item he once thought didn't exist. Agony is dead? Then what's the thing inside his head? As the chosen of Agony, did he leave his legacy directly to him after death? Thinking like this might be too wishful. Could there really be such free benefits in this world? Lu Su had known one saying since childhood, all gifts from fate have their price secretly labeled. But seeing this description of agony's dead, he fell into deep contemplation. Was it trying to possess him? Or was he chosen as an heir? Or was he simply lucky? Moreover, these few short sentences seemed to contain much hidden information worth pondering. What did everyone hated agony, so agony died mean? Was this some kind of hint? If everyone hated life, would life die too? Conversely, was life powerful because everyone feared death in reality, making him a superior god? If he continued this line of thought, the speculations and conspiracy theories would become endless. He still knew too little. Frowning in thought, Lu Su was startled back to reality by a voice from the podium. "Good day, students." The voice wasn't loud but reached everyone clearly, carrying an authoritative tone. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Lu Su looked up slightly, then froze. What greeted his eyes was a bright red robe, so strikingly red it was almost blinding, very distinctive. It was the official uniform of Jiotian. The person wearing it was somewhat familiar, the staff member who initially suspected Lu Su might be a player, the one who gave him a golden business card. I forgot his name. Interested readers can check earlier chapters. Hello students, my surname is Zhao. Some of you may have met me before, others not. Zhao Jiaqing had already spotted Lu Su and gave him a slight nod across the crowd without further interaction. During the Heaven and Earth Society's campus riots, Zhao Jiaqing once suspected Lu Su might be the player. But later, when national policies relaxed and no longer required player registration, he stopped paying attention. He never imagined that seemingly capable young man would become the current world's #1 sin. He had brushed shoulders with Sin's true identity. You can probably guess from my outfit, yes, I'm from Dragon Group, currently China's only official organization. No need to be nervous. Today's so-called educational lecture is actually just a small test. I know some among you must have been chosen as players, but remain silent for various reasons. That's fine. The state won't force you. Keeping secrets is your right. Lu Su remained calm, but Xia and Tong, more sensitive to such cues, noticed several classmates visibly relax. Clearly, they were chosen ones. So transparent, completely unable to hide it. Thinking this, she glanced sideways at Lu Su. Unlike this guy, everyone knows the divine selection game has become a global phenomenon. Many say this will be a greater revolution than the Industrial Revolution. This is correct. It took mere centuries for humanity to evolve from monarchies to today's egalitarian society. The divine selection game may bring even greater, more profound changes happening right around us. But I want to ask, as a senior or friend, how do you view this game? Gaining superpowers and strength, but how will you use them? For evil? To dominate the world? Or to make the world better as best you can? As Zhao Jiaqing spoke eloquently on stage, Xia and Tong quickly lost interest. Just another moral lecture in disguise. She couldn't fairly judge, perhaps it had positive effects on groups. Instead, she secretly observed Lu Su, noting how attentive he appeared, as if genuinely listening. His calm yet determined gaze, gentle expression, and undeniably handsome face. No one examines souls behind greasy, ugly faces. But this image was so hard to reconcile with the game's psychotic madman. Each time she saw him, Xia and Tong doubted her recognition. Once again, her eyes drifted to his right hand. All right, students, let's do a test. On stage, Zhao Jiaqing turned on the projector displaying a PowerPoint. Standard multiple-choice questions, prisoners' dilemmas, trolley problems, etc. Xia and Tong noticed Lu Su still appeared engrossed. This guy's definitely zoning out, no way he's actually paying attention, whether he's Sin or not. She sighed internally, then had a mischievous thought. Well, as long as he's still Lu Su now, right? Then she could get away with slightly bolder actions than before. A smirk forming, Xia and Tong spotted her opportunity and struck instantly. Zero-frame startup, she grabbed for Lu Su's right hand while pretending. Hey, what are you thinking? I've been calling you. Lu Su reacted instinctively, snatching his hand back lightning fast, his dull eyes instantly sharpening with dangerous glints before quickly softening again as he turned to Xia and Tong with a puzzled look. You were spacing out, Xia and Tong said. Lu Su? When did you call me? Bold-faced lie much? What are you thinking about? You didn't seem to respond at all when I just greeted you. Xia, Antong calmly withdrew her hand and rubbed her fingers slightly, unexpectedly feeling a bit numb. Inside, she was already shocked. Whether Lu Su was Sin or not, with just this one move, there was no way he was some unnoticed player. This instinctive avoidance of force was definitely among the top tier of frontline players. TSK. However, no matter how stormy her thoughts were, she still looked completely innocent. Lu Su. Hearing her question, Luce's mouth twitched with some speechlessness. Though he was indeed thinking about some God-related matters, he didn't recall ever zoning out so completely that he couldn't hear others speak. If that were the case, he'd have died countless times in the game already. But he didn't want to say anything now. Scanning Xia and Tong up and down, he felt something was off about her today. Why did she seem a little more lively? This time her emo level was lower? Because of the game's after effects, it seemed like it had been a long time since this woman had carelessly touched him. It felt a bit unfamiliar. Nothing much. I was just listening to Teacher Zhao's lecture, seeing what test he was talking about. Now it was Xia Antong's turn to be speechless. This guy really didn't bother making up any lies anymore. Really? What was he just talking about? I didn't pay attention. Xia Antong deliberately asked. Lu Su. He lifted his head and glanced. On the blackboard was the boring trolley problem. This human nature test always involved this thing. Everyone can look at this picture. I'm sure you've all seen it before. On the podium, Zhao Jiaqing was patiently playing a PPT explaining. A very classic topic. 5 people were tied on one track, and 1 person was tied on another. If you pull the lever, the train will kill the 1 person but save the 5. But in the past, this was just some abstract thought experiment. We all know in real life, we almost never face a situation where we have to pull a lever. But now, everything has changed. Everything is different. With the birth of the divine selection game, perhaps some of us will face such a choice in the future. I want to know, how would you choose? Answers started to come in from the class, scattered and casual. The young people gave self-righteous responses, half mocking, half showing off. Destroy the train. I'd just drift the train and crush all 6 people on the tracks. Can they all just lie down together and be sent off together? I don't have a lever, so that thing's a toilet plunger. The voices gradually became frivolous and chaotic, like a contest to see who could say the most outrageous thing. Seeing no one took it seriously, Zhao Jiaqing's face first stiffened, then relaxed with relief, smiling at the people before him. No one is serious. Well, that's actually good. It proves that the vast majority of ordinary people haven't entered another world in thought, haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. That's a good thing. Playing the trolley problem, huh? From a corner, Lu Su casually said, roughly answering Xia Antong's earlier question. Xia Antong was stunned, thinking, your level of brushing me off is truly top-notch. I clearly asked what he was just talking about, and you just lift your head and start describing the picture. Oh. But she didn't call him out and continued to ask. So what do you think? How would you choose? Though it seemed casual, she was actually quite curious. In the last game, she always wanted to ask Sin one question: if the truth about the prison break wasn't to kill all prisoners, but actually gave a chance for everyone to escape, what would he choose? As Sin, what would he choose? Did he really kill everyone just because the game required it? But last time, she felt she didn't have the identity or qualifications to ask this question, since Sin led everyone through that hell mode alone, facing the underground gods. But now, with Lu Su right in front of her, she really wanted to ask. Oh, just pull the lever and save more people. What she didn't expect was that Lu Su's answer was so thoughtless, as if he hadn't even considered such a meaningless question. He said it outright. Xia Antong, if that's your real thought, I'll eat this table. Go ahead and eat it. I swear that's my true thought, or else I'll have a miserable death. Lu Su said casually. He didn't care about such curses. Swearing death to the whole family meant nothing to him. Do you have to be this dismissive? Xia Antong sighed, helpless. Was this guy always such a tough nut to crack? Really hard to deal with. Lu Su glanced back at Xia Antong and narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel this woman was off. Not just her emo mood had vanished, but the questions she asked were strangely calculated. What was she probing for? But even Lu Su himself hadn't realized that he was no longer who he used to be. When his gaze became serious, that intense pressure surged out like the eyes of a beast in the jungle. Xia and Tong didn't know if it was just her imagination, but instinctively she thought of another person's shadow. This question is meaningless. You would never encounter such a situation, Lucis said indifferently. Why? Because in reality, people never need to make choices unrelated to their own interests. And if interests are involved, choices are never difficult. Perhaps sensing some strange intent in Xia and Tong, Lucis' voice turned colder this time. Xia and Tong fell silent. Suddenly, she felt that what she didn't ask in the last game could actually be answered well by Lucis' words. If interests are involved, choices are never difficult. Just now, she suddenly realized how determined the Lucis beside her was. Someone so unwavering in their path would definitely stop at nothing, because any means were secondary issues that could be sacrificed for the main contradiction. And speaking of stopping at nothing, the image of Sin became unusually clear. Her hand moved under the table, gently rubbing, feeling the sensation of her knuckles from before. It seemed that today she finally realized that she had never truly seen this person clearly before. The conversation between the two came to a temporary end. Lucis subtly took out a dice and began rolling it gently where no one could see. This was an unconventional form of divination. Meanwhile on the podium, Zhao Jiaqing continued his moral education lecture. Though it was clear most students weren't paying attention, he remained happy to continue. Perhaps the work he was doing now might bear fruit at some point in the future. No matter what choices everyone makes now, it doesn't really matter since we're not at the stage where we truly need to make decisions yet. I just hope that if the day comes when you must choose, you'll do so with kindness in your hearts. Our biggest negative example right now is the Tiandahui. Hearing mention of the Tiandahui, Lucis paid slightly more attention, having already clashed with their leader. This organization had considerable presence. Aside from official groups, they were the most prominent organization within China. Moreover, their leader, Sun, didn't seem like someone skilled at management at all, likely having risen to leadership purely through strength. This made the Tiandahui seem more like a slapdash operation that had grown wildly through early advantages in the game, accepting anyone without discrimination. Knowing the world structure would inevitably change, they didn't seem to care about official institutions, focusing only on expanding their own power first. They gave off the vibe of bandits taking advantage of chaotic times. This impression wasn't unique to Lucis. Official organizations had long since formed similar conclusions, which was why Zhao Jiaqing clearly disliked the Tiandahui. He continued lecturing. The Tiandahui represents the clearest example of an organization that's lost its humanity due to suddenly acquired power. In their pursuit of expansion and greater strength, they've abandoned all restraint. They've become lost within the game. It's no longer them playing the game, but the game controlling them. I believe none of you would want to be controlled by the game rather than being true players, correct? As he said this, Zhao Jiaqing's gaze turned sharp, his entire demeanor becoming more serious as he looked at the students below. Moreover, the Tiandahui's recent actions have gone too far. Since the game's appearance, 40% of all violent incidents involving superpowered individuals in our country have been connected to the Tiandahui. Many of those responsible are now in prison. This ratio is terrifying. Let me be blunt. If any of you gain power and join organizations like the Tiandahui to commit atrocities, next time we meet, it might be as enemies on the battlefield. Many students, unused to such serious talk, grew nervous. One suddenly asked, "Excuse me, has the Tiandahui been officially designated as a terrorist organization yet?" Zhao Jiaqing hesitated momentarily. Because they hadn't. In truth, the Tiandahui's actions would have qualified them as a cult during peaceful times. But currently, given the special circumstances and their established influence, formal designation remained difficult. Authorities had been attempting contact with Sun. What progress had been made, Zhao Jiaqing didn't know. China's two top players, Sin and Sun, were both problematic individuals, truly a headache. Not yet. But those who do wrong will inevitably pay the price. Actually, as classmates, you should learn from those around you. For example, student Lucis whom we met before. Lucis? What the hell? He couldn't understand this abrupt topic shift that suddenly focused on him, finding it hard to accept. Numerous eyes turned toward him in unison, with Xia and Tong even subtly scooting her chair slightly away. Zhao Jiaqing nodded amiably at Lucis and continued, "I believe you've all been victims of the Tiandahui's actions to some degree, making you more aware of how detestable such people are. When they were spreading their influence everywhere, they caused riots right here at your school. That berserk giant was actually one of your schoolmates. I'm sure you all remember how dangerous that situation was. But I recall when I arrived, student Lu Su had already stepped forward for everyone's safety. He outsmarted that deranged individual and through clever strategy, made him lose consciousness and combat ability. Lu Su. That incident had happened long ago. He had no idea why this annoying guy would suddenly bring it up now. Back then, to reduce attention on himself, he'd taken leave and avoided school. For a time, people kept recognizing and pointing at him around campus. Only through deliberate avoidance and the constant stream of explosive news from Chosen's paradise had he managed to fade back into relative obscurity. What was this guy talking about? Quite coincidentally, student Lu Su happens to be here today. I sincerely hope you'll all make the right choices and learn from Lu Su's exemplary behavior. Lu Su, $% hashtag and at %. As everyone stared at him and he struggled to maintain composure, soft clapping suddenly started. Xia Antong sat to the side, expressionless as she began applauding. As everyone knows, applause only needs someone to start before it spreads instantly. Soon the classroom echoed with enthusiastic clapping, accompanied by many students cheering. Lu Su was seriously wondering if this situation required him to stand up and say something. Good, your responses are very encouraging, Zhao Jiaqing said. I believe you'll all make the right choices if you one day become players and gain power. Will you be like the Tiandahui, letting desires shatter your will and being led by the nose by the game? Or will you be like Lu Su, maintaining your principles and doing what's right? The choice will be yours to make. Lu Su couldn't keep his expression steady anymore. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he'd become a positive example compared to the Tiandahui. He could only imagine Zhao Jiaqing's expression if he learned Lu Su was actually Sin. Xia Antong lowered her head, burying it even deeper while continuing to clap. Her suspicions had practically reached their peak now. The only thing preventing confirmation was not being able to see the face beneath the mask. Anything unexpected was possible at this point. But regardless, Lu Su couldn't be simple. What happened back then probably had nothing to do with outwitting each other. Most likely it was just a story of a high-level player instantly crushing a low-level one. Hearing Zhao Jiaqing on stage talking about learning from Lu Su almost made her laugh out loud. She was barely holding it together. Zhao Jiaqing surveyed the crowd below, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he finally managed to rouse people's emotions. Haha, well, everyone should act within their means. We should still strive toward positive aspirations. I believe if Lu Su were to become a player now, he would make the same choice as before, right? Lu Su. Stop talking, bro. This is seriously awkward. I can barely take it. This situation is way more hellish than any game, and I can't even let loose properly since I'm not wearing my mask right now. All he could do was twitch his expression in exasperation, staring at the people opposite him and hoping this would end quickly. Alright, that's about all for today. Zhao Jiaqing looked around. As the person responsible for this entire school's ideological education, he knew there wouldn't be any immediate dramatic effects. This was just laying groundwork. After all, for youths just entering adulthood, this sort of thing might still be somewhat useful. Finally, he needed to say something actually meaningful for the current situation. Also, we've lived in peaceful times for too long. Our understanding of violence has become somewhat blurred. Those of you with family members in government positions or high-interaction commercial industries might have noticed how clearly various factions are consolidating and converging. He touched on the topic lightly, but didn't elaborate further, sensing not everyone would understand. In any case, even as ordinary people, everyone should protect themselves. Additionally, if any of you have been selected or are already players currently feeling lost, you're welcome to come find me privately. As he finished speaking, he gave Lu Su one last meaningful glance of encouragement. Lu Su. Beside him, Xia Antong felt her hairs stand on end. Privately find him alone? Zhao Jiaqing's earlier words had already made her frown, reminding her of many unpleasant family matters. This latest suggestion sounded almost like Zhao Jiaqing was saying, I've lived long enough, why don't you come kill me? Fortunately, Lu Su beside her showed no reaction, probably wouldn't develop murderous intent over something so minor. Lu Su wasn't even sure how he left school that day. Thanks to his usual loner persona, at least he didn't get swarmed by crowds bothering him. However, his previously peaceful life had still been massively impacted. With his body enhanced to superhuman levels, his five senses were abnormally sharp compared to ordinary people. He could even hear his classmates whispering about him behind his back. So annoying. That Zhao Jiaqing just kept creating endless trouble for him, even after all this time had passed. Bang! Slamming the door of his small room shut, Lucio finally relaxed slightly as he collapsed onto his bed. Though the conditions here were quite simple, it was comfortably liberating, finally free from all those matters. Perhaps due to his excessive thirst for power or some inexplicable sense of crisis, Lucio's entire life now revolved around the game. He treated real-world matters merely as breaks between gaming sessions. His perspective wasn't wrong either. Even the real world would inevitably undergo massive changes because of the game. That sense of boundaries would likely disappear soon. The only thing he could truly control was his continuously growing strength. Even if dragged into completely unknown conspiracies, even if facing entities at the level of gods that could easily kill him, he was willing to gamble. Opening his game interface, he noticed the third-ranked player who had parachuted in, someone called Creator. Without access to Xia Antong's external information streams, he didn't know Know-It-All had once claimed to be the creator. Thus, he didn't immediately connect it to Know-It-All from the previous game. But he wasn't the type to pry into others' affairs. After briefly noting it, he lost interest. He didn't care about others. All his goals were self-centered, with no habit of analyzing other players. Suddenly, a friend message popped up on his game interface. Currently, he only had one friend. Blink, your body's fully recovered, right? You're still carrying my Deathgate. Blink, you should have interdimensional backpack access. Remember not to leave my stuff lying around. Lucio. Reading Xia Antong's messages, he hesitated, remaining silent for a long while. Their classroom conversation earlier had seemed normal enough, but they'd barely spoken since then. Maybe they just didn't click, or perhaps due to other reasons. Lucio could clearly see how after checking her phone a few times, that emo mood had returned. NES. But regardless of what she was dealing with, he kept wondering if she'd figured something out. While it was extremely unlikely for someone to suddenly suspect their classmate was secretly the world's top player, the probability wasn't exactly zero either. Moreover, the all-seeing eye was absolutely one of the most broken legendary weapons, and it was her primary ability that she constantly developed. Lucio couldn't quite gauge just how terrifying her analytical abilities were, or whether he'd exposed something. Especially in this game, why was she suddenly insisting on teaming up every time now? TCH, since he'd taken her Deathgate last time, didn't that mean he had to team up to return it this time? After some thought, Lucio lowered his head and typed a reply. Sin, what Deathgate? What are you talking about? Blink. When I type a question mark, it's not because I have questions, it's because I think you have questions. It's hard to imagine Xia Antong's expression on the other side. Blink, what? So the world's strongest player, with 7 consecutive perfect clears and undisputed top-tier strength, is now abandoning all credibility to strongarm an A-rank sequence item. Lucio looked at the message he received, then flipped his hand and took out a long needle of dark gold color. A001, Gate of the Reaper. This thing was indeed useful. In terms of avoiding instant kills, it was even a level above potions. For this dual-world backpack, Lucio had specially brought this item along, wanting to take a closer look. This thing pierced through the heart yet surprisingly had a life-saving effect. To be honest, when he was wearing the jealousy mask back then, if it had been his true self, he definitely wouldn't have risked it. Looking at the message Xia Antong sent him about giving up reputation and forcibly taking, he thought for a moment and typed. Sin, shouldn't a person like me be doing this kind of thing? He wasn't really trying to blacken the item, it was just that his speech needed to fit the character. Xia Antong. The feeling of this meat bun hitting the dog was just too fast. Next to Lucio, a metal sphere slowly took off and spoke in his ear. What's up? What are you looking at that needle for? I'm telling you, you absolutely cannot return that to her. Lucio? He glanced at the Black Knight and said, Oh? I thought you liked her quite a bit, didn't expect you to be so inhumane behind her back. What the hell do you mean inhumane? I'm a motorcycle. The metal sphere spun and said. This time, the things Lucio brought out were these 4, the Black Knight, the cloak, the Gate of the Reaper, and a dice. The Black Knight continued. But I'm telling you, you really have to keep this thing. What holds people together? It's mutual debts. You owe me a little, I owe you a little, only then can things last. Got it. Lu Su. With this thing, you two have even more reason to team up often. When she asks for your help, she'll have an excuse, and then you can help a bit more. It becomes a cycle. Are Nigeria Nairobi. Besides, this life-hanging thing is obviously for reckless guys. People who use their brains don't need it. Just give it to you as a token of affection. The Black Knight, as usual, kept up his chatter, making Lu Su's head ache. Originally, he brought this out to chat with someone who could sense his existence, but now he somewhat regretted it. You're messing up the matchmaking, aren't you? You sound so serious. Aren't you a motorcycle? Why do you talk like you understand human relationships? Of course. I've traveled more roads than you've eaten meals. The Black Knight said confidently. But obviously, meals and roads can't be measured the same way. As long as you get the meaning. Anyway, the martial world isn't just about fights, it's about human affairs. You'll learn it slowly. Lu Su grabbed the metal sphere from the air, casually tossed it into the corner of the room, and continued to look at his screen. Meanwhile, Xia and Tong had already sent a string of ellipses. Blink. Blink. So, you're not planning to return it, huh? Sin. Not exactly saying that. After a while, the game screen directly sent a team invitation, Blink's next game team invite. Whether from her understanding of Lu Su or of Sin, Xia and Tong felt the other party wouldn't refuse. Returning it or not wasn't the main point. The key was the next joint team-up. Lu Su said nothing and directly clicked agree. The two tacitly fell silent, and after agreeing to team up, they didn't talk anymore. It was a very stiff teammate relationship. Lu Su didn't say much either. After locking the door to his game room, he confirmed the next game time, then lay down to rest. Although perfect game clear recoveries also restored his spirit, effectively replenishing energy, he was still used to sleeping in the real world. Opening his eyes again, the game prompt had already appeared. Next game start time, 7 minutes and 53 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Player. Honored strongest player, welcome to the game. This time you have chosen to team up and will play with Blink. Team mode is no different from normal mode, only ensuring that teammates are on the same side. The routine messages were all things Lu Su was used to by now. Please prepare for the start and check your backpack items. Please player Sin, choose whether to use the previously used original Sin mask, respectively. Random. By now, only arrogance and laziness modes remained. He decided to unlock all the modes in one go first, then consider the overload issue later. He actually suspected the mask's real level wasn't just A. But soon, something unusual happened. The game prompt sound seemed to stall slightly. Player has made a choice. Choice. Warning, the random mask selected laziness, but laziness is too lazy and does not want to fight. Lu Su? Is that even possible? Now re-randomizing. Game restored. Game initialization complete. Please prepare accordingly. Game difficulty, Hell mode. Game loading. Wedding in a dream. What the hell does that mean? So, is his mask laziness or what? Too lazy to even fight? But there was not much time left for Lu Su to ponder. An uncontrollable dizziness swept over him, and he lost consciousness, beginning the game. Opening his eyes again, Lu Su sat up from the bed. He raised his hand to touch his face. Yes, the cool sensation meant the mask was still there. Looking around, he found himself in a room similar to a hotel suite. The walls, illuminated by warm lighting, were a cozy bright yellow. Compared to the pigsty he had lived in before, this was many times better. Ring, 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 ring. Just then, an alarm sounded. Lu Su looked up and saw a princess-style clock hanging on the wall. Ring, ring, ring. Attendance, please note. The dream wedding will start in exactly 48 hours. 48 hours. Lu Su repeated softly, instinctively furrowing his brow. What a troublesome time limit with such strict constraints. The wedding in dreams would begin in 2 days, meaning unless the objective involved calling off the engagement, the crucial moment would only arrive after these 2 days had passed. 2 days was an unusually long duration for his playstyle. Given his tendency to charge ahead without bothering with meticulous decryption, most scenarios wouldn't require this much time. The wall clock suddenly chimed again with a melodious tone, directing players toward their next task. Attention all attendants, this wedding is of utmost importance. You must ensure its flawless execution. Over these 2 days, all potential issues must be eliminated before they surface. Not the slightest mistake is permitted. Attention all attendants, repeating once more. The overhead clock proved unbearably noisy, insisting on repeating its announcement. Luce's brows gradually knitted together. What exactly is an attendant? Some kind of male nanny. Why did this game scenario begin with such incessant nagging? And why did the term attendant instinctively irritate him? Pushing himself up, Luce stood directly on the exquisite mattress, glaring at the offending clock. In its reflective surface, he caught sight of his mask's color, a blindingly bright yellow, or rather, gold. Gold, RN, pride. Among all the masks, this was the only one that didn't induce immediate discomfort or fear. Instead, it radiated extraordinary brilliance. It evoked images of ancient battlefields, representing the most glorious and exalted hue, carrying an air of innate nobility. The sight even momentarily stunned Lusu. Sin mask form, pride, mode, normal. Personality influence. Pride is others' perception. I simply know objectively that I was born superior. Ability, immune to all hierarchical pressure. You inherently possess the right to look down upon any existence. Automatically projects an intimidating aura. Side effect, when facing higher hierarchical suppression, remains unaffected with corresponding boosts to strength and presence. However, the effects of pride multiply exponentially, potentially causing mental instability, indiscriminate slaughter, and attracting unnecessary calamities. But pride doesn't care. Description: I've never seen a mountain. I am the highest mountain. Only foxes borrowing a tiger's majesty need to show off. A true king needs only wear his crown and sit upon his throne, a Nigeria Naira. The game's description provided the most stable portrayal of this mask. Yet its ability explanations were cursory at best, focusing primarily on personality traits and side effects. Pride, huh? So laziness remains for last, Lusa murmured while adjusting his cape's standing collar, observing his golden mask's reflection. Attention all attendants. The clock continued its relentless noise, now presumably on its 3rd repetition. Lusa coldly raised his gaze and reached out, fingers closing around the device. How long do you intend to keep shouting? His grip tightened gradually, the metallic casing crumpling like compressed paper, twisting grotesquely. Attendant, attendant. Static crackled before black smoke erupted as Lusa crushed it completely. I believe your existence was unnecessary. A minor explosion occurred at the end, as if triggering some internal mechanism. Luce's hand remained unharmed as he casually brushed off metal fragments and soot. Hopping off the bed, he remarked, "This mask seems to have no noticeable effect." Pacing the room, Luce reflected that usually when donning a new mask, he'd experience intense emotional turbulence before gradually acclimating. But today? Nothing. As if he wasn't even wearing a mask. Perhaps pride was being unusually accommodating. His gaze fell upon a gold-edged paper on the desk, unmistakably a game prop. Approaching, he read its bold crimson title. Attendant Guidelines. Oh? Attendant. Luce's brow furrowed again as he scanned the room. That incessant voice had mentioned this term earlier. Then his expression smoothed as realization dawned. So this room comes with an attendant? That's only proper. Though without a servant's bed, are they expected to sleep on the floor? This declaration stunned the millions of spectators observing through his perspective. After witnessing that magnificent golden mask, they'd anticipated some grand new persona. Instead they got this? Chat. Wait, seriously? He thinks the room includes an attendant. Chat. Biero, you are the attendant. How can you miss that? Chat. Of all possibilities, this interpretation never crossed my mind. Oblivious to audience reactions, Lusa continued reading the guidelines despite the absent attendant. Attendant Rule 1. Always remember your station. Know your place. Attendant Rule 2. The supreme will here is the princess. Attendants must obey. At the second rule, Lusa froze, instinctively touching his mask. The golden surface briefly contorted into an irritated expression. Ring equal to ring equal to. Princess? Was I assigned female in this scenario? Chat. What did I just hear? Chat. I'm deceased. He'd rather believe he's playing a woman than accept not being the supreme authority. Chat. I hereby declare the sun revolves around sin. Chat. Between materialism and idealism, he chose selfism. Displeased by these guidelines, Lusu prepared to continue reading when sudden realization struck. Right, these are attendant rules. The attendant should read them. Why am I wasting time? With that, he tossed the paper aside without reviewing remaining rules, turning his attention to the door. The servant's standing collar should look like this, right? TSK, my memory isn't very clear. Isn't there a standard template to compare against? There shouldn't be any problem just because of the outfit, right? It doesn't seem like the rules say what happens if someone's attire is found unqualified. Inside Xia Antong's fitting room, she had already changed into her outfit, a style resembling a Gothic-made dress, tidying herself in front of the mirror. She had never planned to cling to anyone's power. Even with Sin, the world's #1 teammate, she still held a deep respect for the Hell Mode game. Servant's Code 3. As a servant, you must always keep your clothing neat and properly worn. As a normal player, she had never thought she could just come in and blatantly ignore the game's rules. So, she read through them one by one, following the instructions. When she was younger, she had once seen the standardized servants at home. Although it had been a long time ago, she relied on her memory to try to dress herself accordingly. Stepping out of the room, she glanced at her live stream again, hoping to spot any issues. So pretty. Did Blink ever really look this much like a woman before? Damn, why is this game so smart? Changing clothes actually interrupted the live stream. Watching her change here makes me want to laugh. The next door already declared themselves the ultimate will. Xia Antong originally wanted to check for any criticism about her outfit, but when she saw those comments, she was speechless. However, when she saw the last comment mentioning next door, she became a bit curious. Who is next door? She often asked outsiders for information since information was her weapon. But no one answered seriously, most were playing abstract games. Still, based on her understanding, she quickly guessed that the person people were talking about on the other side had to be Sin. She didn't know what insanely outrageous thing he had done this time. Could it be that he deliberately broke every rule from the start again? Without much time to dwell on that insanely powerful companion, she quickly finished reading the remaining rules. Servant's Code 4. The princess's words must never be disobeyed. Always comply with and soothe the princess's emotions. Servant's Code 5. The princess sometimes rambles. Guide her gently but never disobey. Servant's Code 6. Always remember, the wedding is the most important matter. Servant's Code 7. Guards are stationed outside the door. Do not oppose their opinions or requests. Servant's Code 8. You may only leave the room during the specified times and must meet the princess at the designated times, according to the clock's notifications. Raingobe. Servant's Code 9. Once you have read this, you are familiar with the Servant's Code. As a servant, disobedience will cost you your life. The last line of the code was followed by several crimson exclamation marks. Then, the paper with golden edges turned to ash in Xia Antong's hands. She instinctively released her grip, then activated the all-seeing eye, frantically memorizing every word, but she realized it was unnecessary. Because after seeing the paper burn, these 9 rules were already permanently etched into her game interface, as if they had been there from the start. This design is quite convenient, but what if I just didn't read it in the first place? Her preparations were nearly complete. She relaxed her tense nerves slightly and looked up at the clock on the wall. The exquisite clock was shaped like a princess, holding up her skirt with both hands, looking like a delicate and expensive ornament. If it weren't for the Hell Mode game setting, such a beautiful item would surely be cherished dearly. The rest of the action timing should depend on this clock's notifications, right? The remaining time should be free activity, right? Lusa paced around the room like a leader inspecting his troops, making a judgment he thought was absolutely foolproof. After all, there seemed to be nothing in the room. No hints or prompts about the game. This game is really irresponsible. No information at all. They don't even explain what the wedding is. Lusa picked up the list of rules on the table and then tossed it into a corner. He glanced at the clock's broken pieces on the floor, thinking that since there were servants, they should be the ones to clean it up. No need for him to do it himself. Oh, right, the game had just said that he was the supreme will within this game. By that logic, The game's progress was probably controlled by him. Huh, what a useless game. Even to continue, it needs me. I come here to sleep, and this game just ends? Alone in the room, he started mocking the game wildly. He shook his head and then looked back, only to notice 2 footprints on the exquisite velvet bed. He had stepped on it when smashing the clock. Luce's golden mask revealed an extremely angry expression, as if veins were bulging. He shouted, "Why haven't the servants arrived yet? Don't they know to clean the dirty bed?" Forget it. Since that's the case, he would have to go out and check. He looked in the mirror, adjusted his look according to his current aesthetic, and had the illusion cloak transform his outfit into a golden suit, as flashy as it was eye-catching. No matter where he was, this outfit would definitely attract top-level attention. Dressed head to toe in dazzling gold, Luce looked at himself, nodded, and pushed the door open to leave. Without any clock notification, and with Luce completely unaware of the clock notification's existence, the door was opened. In this magnificent yet oppressive place, he was the only one who opened the servant's door. At the doorway, a giant man patrolled back and forth about 2 meters away. His bare arms revealed large muscles, and his clothes were adorned with various wolf teeth decorations. Upon hearing the door open, he was stunned at first, then his eyes shot out red light like a special effect as he turned to look. He saw a dazzling golden figure step out. Lucy also noticed him and naturally waved his hand at him, like teasing a dog. "Security? Come here for a moment." "Guard." The guard's eyes, which had instantly turned red, began flickering uncertainly as if he couldn't make up his mind. "Haru." After turning around, he hesitantly scanned the golden-clad figure up and down with visible uncertainty. A meaningless low growl emerged from his throat, resembling a beast clearing its throat. Seeing someone emerge without servant attire, he had initially wanted to attack immediately, finally getting a chance to discipline these low-status individuals. But the other party's words made him hesitate. Of course, the most crucial point was, he genuinely couldn't sense any servant aura from the person before him. The guards possessed certain innate abilities, allowing them to identify servants regardless of clothing. But Luce hadn't read the manual. Probably even the game designers never imagined someone could enter the game without reading the basic rules literally placed right before their eyes. Players like Xia and Tong would have the rules imprinted in their minds after reading them thoroughly. But not Luce. Thus, while the guard instinctively knew only servants should emerge from that room, Luce's lack of servant aura combined with his words left the guard momentarily frozen without clear reaction. This hesitation displeased Luce. Glancing up at the guard, he spoke, "What? Don't you understand human speech?" Makes sense. Security here probably doesn't require much intelligence. What a bother." The golden mask tilted at a 45-degree angle as he slightly lifted his chin, then pointed at the guard before gesturing to the ground before himself, clearly ordering the guard to approach. Despite the mask, the guard felt this person was treating him like a slave. "I understand and can speak human language." After a stunned pause, the guard, unsure how to handle this unprecedented situation in the sunless palace, where he only knew how to interact with princesses and attendants, finally approached due to the other's imposing presence. "Oh." Luce looked surprised at the response. "Quite civilized for your kind." "I am human originally," the guard replied with an ugly expression, his thick facial muscles twitching. Normally in the palace, where they rarely saw the princess, guards tyrannized freely without anyone daring to speak like this. "You." He was interrupted again by Luce. "Do you know who I am?" "Guard." Ironically, that was exactly what he'd been about to ask. The abrupt question left him speechless. An aura of extraordinary authority suddenly erupted from the golden mask as Luce slammed his hand heavily on the guard's shoulder with a thunderous impact. An epsilon-S. Boom. The unprepared guard was smashed onto the ground, body contorted in a kneeling position. His eyes flashed red as he tried to rise, but the overwhelming power and majestic aura pressing down made resistance impossible. Like an aggressive psychiatric patient unfortunate enough to encounter someone far stronger, his violent impulses were suppressed. In all his palace service, he'd never encountered such noble presence. Was something wrong? "Don't stand so tall. Looking up tires me." Luce pressed down on the shoulder, speaking calmly. The guard lifted his knee slightly into a half-crouch, gazing up at the dazzling golden reflection like staring at the sun. He desperately wanted to say, "Damn it. You always look down on people with your nose in the air. Even now with me kneeling you're still looking upward to speak." But what came out was, "You? Who are you?" "I don't know." "You truly don't know?" Luce's shocked tone made the guard instinctively question if he'd committed some grave error. The golden mask surveyed the surroundings, examining the palace with a critical gaze. How utterly foolish, servants absent, even security ignorant of their master's identity. Bewildered but lost for questions, the guard listened as Luce declared, "I am the Supreme here." "The princess is supreme here," the guard instantly retorted reflexively, an indelible impression that triggered instinctive opposition to any challenge. The shoulder pressure intensified dramatically as the guard's earlier reverence transformed into resistance. "Don't address me so henceforth. Regardless of your customs, never call me princess," Luce instructed. This single statement short-circuited the guard's brain. The guard felt like a naive child before this person. Was that really how his words had been interpreted? "Since when was I calling you princess?" His rebellious energy dissipated completely, leaving him powerless. Unconcerned, Luce continued, "By my standards, you should at minimum address me as king. Change that unpleasant title henceforth." Guard. Too exhausted to retort, the overwhelming pressure from the golden armor and mask instinctively compelled obedience. Then inspiration struck. Something was wrong. In 2 days was the princess's wedding. This person's imposing manner, masked face, and claim to supreme will. Could it be? King. Was he the princess's marriage partner? But why no prior announcement? "Your Majesty." The guard murmured Luce's words softly, his eyes growing unfocused as if experiencing vision problems. His spirit seemed scattered, clearly having suffered some intense mental shock in a short period. Oh no, here comes the classic scenario. When Sin thinks there's no problem, the game characters automatically assume they're the ones with issues. Wonder what wild assumptions he's making now. Can't wait to hear him speak. Progress speed too fast. Seriously suspect all hell mode games are paper tigers before Sin. Watching the guard actually change his address, Luce nodded approvingly and withdrew the hand that had been pressing against him. The guard looked up, mustering courage to ask confusedly, Your Majesty, are you here to marry the princess? Are you attending the wedding?" Freed from the shoulder pressure, the guard now had strength to stand, yet hesitated, too afraid to rise fully. He remained in a half-crouch, deliberately keeping his height below the golden figure before him. "Attend a wedding? Well, I might be doing that too," Luce nodded. "But marriage? Let's skip that. Your customs here seem really strange." He nodded again as if understanding why they'd called him princess earlier. Normally, a princess's marriage partner shouldn't be the king. The king should be the princess's father. Father. Hearing this, the guard unconsciously shrank further, squatting even lower. Damn, if that's the case, him claiming to be the supreme will here actually make sense. The key is logical consistency. With this interpretation, the other's attire, aura, behavior, everything suddenly becomes reasonable. Plus, well, the bride's father attending the wedding sounds perfectly normal too. "Did you just arrive today?" The guard forced an awkward smile, desperately searching for conversation topics. "What else? Don't tell me you didn't even know that." Luce's mask instantly showed displeasure. Yes, just making conversation." No? No his ass. But right now, he could only play along. What did you summon me for? I want to know, why isn't the attendant in this room present? Where did he go?" Luce pointed at his room behind them. The guard looked and instantly his eyes turned red. "So that's it. Everything makes sense now. That damn attendant broke the rules by disappearing and let the princess's father see this mess. How could such negligence happen in the castle?" Luce continued, "And why hasn't anyone cleaned up? The bed's been trampled dirty, the alarm clock's shattered pieces still lying around. I'll find him immediately." The guard nearly roared the words, seamlessly transitioning to a single knee kneel. Squatting had become unbearable, and dignity seemed unimportant before this figure. "Find him? Will that be timely? Clean it up yourself first," Luce said calmly. The guard froze, then realized this might be punishment for his poor oversight. He lowered his head, yes, moving to enter. "Wait, not yet." Luce stopped him again. The guard turned back cautiously. Minutes ago, Those same eyes had glared with murderous intent. Now they held traces of fawning. History's greatest beast tamer, Lu Su. What should I do next? Lu Su asked matter-of-factly. After all, isn't this how games work? When unsure, grab an NPC and ask. The guard's eyes bulged. How should I know what you do next? But quickly, his brain began its acrobatics. Wait, maybe he's new here and unfamiliar with the layout. Or, could this be another test? Checking if I know the protocols? A withering above new. After intense internal debate, just as the golden mask's expression grew impatient, the guard hurriedly suggested, perhaps, you'd like to see the princess now? Lusa nodded, then frowned. There are other princesses? The guard didn't understand. Where? Might as well, nothing better to do. Let me guide you. The guard quickly offered, bending slightly to lead the way, his teeth grinding silently. Escort duties should have been that damn attendant's job. Where did that room servant disappear to? If he finds him, skinning alive would be too merciful. Soon, following twisting corridors, they reached a cathedral-like 5-meter-tall door guarded by 2 more sentries. Seeing a colleague leading a golden-clad figure, they looked startled. The accompanying guard stepped forward, whispering intensely with the door guards. Lusa watched their apparent debate unfold, with frequent glances toward him. Annoyed, he strode forward. What's the holdup? Don't waste my time. Who are you? A door guard asked suspiciously. Who I am shouldn't require my personal repetition. The golden mask emitted terrifying radiance that instantly diminished the questioner's presence. Lusa's escort guard frantically pulled them aside, whispering urgently. Miraculously, the doors opened. Without sparing a glance at the obstructing guards, mere unworthy insects, Lusa strode inside. As the doors closed, even the audience struggled to process what just happened. Upon entering, Lusa froze momentarily. His previous room had seemed luxurious, but compared to this, that was a slum. Wall-mounted swords and shields, soldier statues lining the walls, fascinated. He momentarily forgot about princesses, touching and examining everything like a museum visitor. At the room's center, behind curtains, the princess lay on an enormous bed. Hearing the door, she sat up, madness gleaming in her eyes as she stared at the entrance. But Lusu paid her no attention, touring the room like a cultural exhibit. K-ha-ha-ha. After minutes of being ignored, the princess burst into incomprehensible laughter. Lusu, currently fiddling with an intricate ornament, waved dismissively without turning. Quiet. No noise. Princess? Princess? The laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if choked by something, sounding extremely unpleasant. In truth, the princess was feeling quite uncomfortable right now. Though completely deranged, she vaguely remembered that today wasn't when the attendants were supposed to tell her stories. From her perspective, a strangely dressed person had inexplicably entered through the door, completely ignored her, and started fiddling with items in her room. Utterly lacking manners. Acting as if he owned the place. She initially found it baffling, then amusing, and coupled with her already unstable mental state, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then this person actually told her to shut up? Separated by a curtain, their gazes never met. In this most luxurious room of the entire palace, Lusu sensed something amiss. Though he'd never stayed in any noble residences in this world. Since when did normal people's bedrooms contain giant boulders? Moreover, this human-sized rock occupied the very center of the room, while the bed where the princess lay was pushed to the periphery. The stone bore a strange sword-like hilt protruding from it, its shape peculiar, concealing something within. Sword in the stone? Is this how wealthy people normally decorate their homes? Who are you? Finally, the princess couldn't resist speaking. Any attendant witnessing this would have been shocked speechless. Had the princess regained her senses so quickly? She's already speaking coherently? Normally, getting a sane sentence from her was harder than reaching the heavens. Apparently, even mentally deranged lunatics can't stand being ignored. Lusa still paid her no mind, placing both hands on the giant stone and exerting force. With his current strength, lifting something of this shape shouldn't be problematic if it were just ordinary rock. Yet, despite his efforts, the object didn't budge an inch. Now genuinely intrigued, Lusa mustered his full strength to shift it, but still failed. What are you doing? The princess was utterly bewildered. What kind of lunatic had wandered in here? How had the guards let this person through? She nearly called for help. Lusu dusted off his hands and finally turned a contemptuous gaze toward the princess. You're the other princess here? The princess's eyes filled with confusion. Normally, she'd appear completely deranged before outsiders, but the absurdity of his question left her no time to act crazy. A with grave S. The question itself seemed crazy enough. What do you mean, other? What, does only one side get a king piece on the chessboard? Lusa took several steps forward, looking down at the princess on the bed. Though you seem considerably inferior. What nonsense was he spouting? The princess nearly lost it completely, especially when hearing the word princess, instant splitting headache, her entire being screaming to unleash madness. With tremendous force, she tore a huge gash in the curtain before her. Sitting on the bed was a disheveled woman. Yet no matter how bedraggled her appearance, nothing could obscure her striking beauty, lips painted blood red with smudged lipstick. But Luso had no intention of commenting on her appearance, simply staring down imperiously. All creation exists for my taking. No exquisite person or object deserves to match me. Unconcerned with his thoughts, the princess began frantically clawing at her hair, emitting pained wails. I'm no princess. I'm not the princess here, Aya. Her voice reached piercing levels, practically becoming sonic attacks. Luce's golden mask wrinkled slightly as he scratched his ear. Good that you understand. Then he shot her a warning glance. But next time, just speak properly. No need to shout. The screaming stopped abruptly again, the princess's manic eyes returning to confusion. She looked up at Lusu dumbfounded, as if to say, how could you just accept that? I'm not the princess, then who am I? As the frenzy faded, she immediately switched to another disorder, muttering to herself like someone with hysteria. What? Lusa looked down at her. Begging me to give you an identity? The princess froze again, her eyes gradually filling with madness as she began clawing at the bed. Identity. I need no one to give me identity. Princess. I'm not princess, not princess. Then who is princess? Aya. She started shrieking again, but this time Lusu was prepared, merely commenting drily. There is no princess here. Only a king. Who's king? I am king. The princess fell silent for a full minute, her gaze gradually calming. After Luce's series of maneuvers, she became docile, sitting quietly on the bed. As if her madness had been cured, her eyes slowly changed, like awakening from a long dream. Then she heaved a long sigh, sat up properly on the bed, adjusted her appearance, and said softly, Sorry, but who are you? Why did you come in? Weren't you listening? I'm the king. He frowned while surveying the room. You're mentally ill. Why do you get this better room? The princess gave a bitter laugh at this absurd person's words, marveling at what new lunatic she'd encountered today. But perhaps it was for the best. Normal people saw her as crazy, but at least this one might actually converse with her. Is this room really better? Enormous sorrow suddenly overflowed from the princess's eyes as she looked around her surroundings, saying mournfully, What's the point? This is just the princess's room. It doesn't care about you as a person, only as the princess. I have long since had enough of living here. But Lusa remained his usual self, completely indifferent to her sorrowful tone and the obviously loaded statements that would give normal people pause. He simply nodded and said, Good that you're being sensible. Had enough, you say? Since you put it that way, pack your things and leave. I'm taking this room. Princess? Ha. It turns out that when people feel utterly speechless, they can't help but laugh. The princess completely lost her composure, momentarily feeling her brain wasn't functioning well enough. Could such a person really exist in this world? Why was he so shamelessly self-righteous? This wasn't just taking an inch when given a mile, this bastard was outright riding on her head. Perhaps this guy had already made this decision when he first entered the room looking around. Are you really sure you want to stay here? The princess wore a strange expression, barely suppressing her laughter as she looked at Lusu. What do you mean sure? Lusu was beginning to find this woman unreasonable, casually glancing downward. Her fingers were deeply embedded in the mattress, having clawed into it during her earlier fit of madness. Also, stop digging your hands into my bed. Shouldn't you have some shame? This was already your bed now. The princess was so angry she laughed, bare feet swinging off the bed as she sat on the edge, her pristine white dress spreading across the mattress like a decorated seashell. How did you get in here? Do you realize what you're doing? A flicker of pity flashed through the princess's eyes, but quickly disappeared, her smiling eyes filled with profound coldness, lips curling in mockery. You really want me to leave this room so you can stay here? Then where should I stay? Where you stay has nothing to do with me. The golden mask remained imperious from start to finish, his tone mostly declarative, as if his world only required issuing commands. Leave now. Considering your attitude in admitting your mistake, immediately stating you're not the supreme will, I won't hold this transgression against you. Princess, what transgression have I even committed? But now, with her mind barely returned to normalcy, she didn't plan to argue with this lunatic. She simply played along. Earlier, you seemed to say my residence was nice. Good and bad are relative, meaning your place is terrible. Where were you staying before? Maybe I should go there instead? Her eyebrows arched teasingly, as if taunting him. But Lusu detected no mockery, schemes, or sarcasm. He found everything perfectly reasonable and even gave her a look as if this was only to be expected. You certainly know how to take advantage. Princess? Though her condition hadn't flared up yet, she already wanted to start scratching her head again. How am I taking advantage? What advantage am I even taking? This person's words were truly incomprehensible, like sarcastically calling someone peerless, only for them to think your praise was too modest. Taking a deep breath, the princess's chest rose and fell as she patiently said, Could you step back a little? Don't stand so close to the bed. Let me get up. Lucy stood unmoving. Without speaking a word, miraculously, the princess could actually read his thoughts from that mask. Why should I move back for you? The princess fell silent, wordlessly scooting sideways on the bed before climbing down from another spot. No helping it, you can't reason too much with a madman. Her bare feet touched the floor, then paused. Normally, simply extending her legs would prompt someone to present her shoes, but with this guy. Wordlessly, she turned to find her silver high heels and put them on herself. Perhaps, if I may have the honor, could you show me your previous room? She habitually laced her words with subtle sarcasm, but immediately regretted it. She never learned. Lusu nodded slightly, as if acknowledging her improved manners, then headed straight for the door without another word. The princess could only follow in silent exasperation. The door opened, revealing Luce's golden mask to the two guards outside. They glanced back, about to turn away. But halfway through turning, their peripheral vision caught something amiss. Why was there someone else? Why was the princess following him out? The guards whipped their heads around in shock, nearly speechless, eyes darting wildly. The princess lowered her head slightly, lips curling. She'd done this deliberately. She didn't know how this lunatic got in, but no matter. Bringing him before the guards would make for good entertainment. With Tilda. Lucy treated the guards as mere decorations, striding past them. Before they realized it, he was already far ahead. Wait! A frantic shout as they charged forward, completely losing control in their urgency. But Lucy didn't even pause, merely stating, "One guide is enough." Both guards froze. Guide to where? Then they snapped back to reality. Who said anything about guiding you? Thanks to prior desensitization training, the princess had developed some resistance, but even she was struggling to maintain her composure now. Princess why have you come out? There is no princess here, only a king. She calmly pointed at Lucy ahead. The guards were stunned. This was official confirmation. After a dazed pause, they hurriedly asked, "Then, where are you going now?" "To his original room. He says this one belongs to him now." The princess continued deadpan. As the guards stood bewildered, suddenly a bell rang through the corridor. A single crisp chime. Lucy didn't understand its meaning, but they all knew it signaled the first attendant's scheduled time to meet the princess. Normally, this was when someone would try to cheer up the princess. The door opened. A towering man over 1.9 meters tall emerged, his face unreadable in age, wearing a vicious grin that made him look anything but friendly. Most noticeably, he wasn't wearing attendant's robes. The princess's eyes widened. Two extraordinary fools in such short time. What was happening today? But Luce's golden mask showed a slight eyebrow raise. Because he actually recognized this person. Son. The hallway leading to the princess's room was a long, curved corridor, and Sun's room happened to be positioned at the very front of all the attendants' quarters. This meant his appearance directly entered Luce's line of sight, allowing him to immediately spot this long unseen figure. The moment Sun stepped out, he stretched his body and coincidentally locked eyes with Lu Su. Though the clothing and mask were completely different, he instantly recognized that familiar presence, Sin. Known for his bulldozer-like combat style, Sun had come out specifically looking for trouble, and now he'd stumbled upon an old friend. The entire curved corridor presented a striking scene. At one end stood Lu Su and the stunned princess by her doorway, flanked by two elite guards, while at the opposite end loomed the lawless Sun with another guard. Sun's ferocious grin momentarily froze before twisting into something even more manic. Uniform violation. As an attendant, the nearby guard raised his hand and barked, his eyes flashing with the same red glow another attendant had shown upon seeing Lu Su earlier, stepping forward aggressively. Though his physical form showed no visible changes, there was an undeniable sense of his body becoming denser, heavier. But before he could finish speaking or take more than one step, a massive fireball smashed directly into his face. Boom! The violent explosion filled the entire corridor, molten flames instantly melting and shattering the surrounding walls and floor. The entire palace seemed to tremble as the guard instinctively crossed his arms defensively, only to be sent flying backward by the fireball's impact, rapidly disappearing from Luce's view. As if swatted away like a fly, the opulent palace now bore a charred, rough-hewn pathway where luxurious decor had been, exposing scorched brown walls beneath. Sun didn't even glance at his victim. His attacks never held back, and he possessed absolute confidence in himself. After this initial strike, he immediately turned to face Lu Sui. Huh. The sneaky rat still dares show his face before me. With barely concealed hostility, flames erupted across his body as the familiar fiery armor from their last encounter materialized, encasing him completely. Only the palace's vast interior could accommodate this fiery colossus, who now literally looked down upon even the tallest guards. Without a second's hesitation, he charged toward Lu Su with thunderous steps. The decorative fountains and statues lining the room blurred past in his peripheral vision as he closed the distance in mere breaths, arriving before Lu Su in an instant. The princess stood frozen. She'd never witnessed such violence within her palace walls. The two doorway guards initially hesitated before recognizing the severity of the situation. One blew a piercing whistle that triggered the palace's tremor-based alarm system. Together they rushed toward this rule-breaking attendant, though ironically, the enforcers now appeared more like challengers facing some demonic overlord. Lu Su remained motionless on the steps, observing the guard's assault on Sun with the princess behind him, looking down at the scene like a king amused by an overambitious challenger. Sun's flaming head tilted upward, his fiery visage forming a deranged grin as he maintained eye contact solely with Lu Su. The golden mask and fire giant's locked gaze made the princess dizzy with confusion. What was happening today? The guards coordinated perfectly, striking simultaneously from left and right with terrifying force aimed at Sun's abdomen. Lu Su knew Sun's weakness lay in his seemingly powerful, but actually fragile close-quarters combat. But this time, Sun deliberately didn't dodge. Tomb. A drum-like impact echoed as the combined punches bent Sun double, even lifting him off his feet. Yet Luce's sharp eyes noticed the flame armor rippling like water across its surface, completely different from last time's solid plating. Sun's muffled chuckle came through the flames as he used the momentum to grab both guards' heads, instantly igniting them with a horrific sizzle and accompanying screams. A with circumflex B. Their faces immediately bore seared palm prints where flesh had flash-dried, like deflated rubber balls. Enraged by this first exchange, the guards shook free and launched a frenzied counterattack. But Sun had no interest in them. After shoving them aside, he charged through the gap straight toward Lu Su. The princess gasped, hand covering her mouth as she retreated a step, staring in shock at the golden figure before her who stood unmoving as a mountain. She'd never seen anyone assault the guards like this. Would this madman get himself killed? Sun rocketed toward Lu Su like a missile, his entire being focused solely on that golden mask. This punch would land no matter what. His massive fist swung through the air toward Lu Su's head as the two guards grabbed his legs from behind. Even they seemed unprepared for this sudden escalation. This wasn't gradual tension building, but an immediate explosive confrontation. Typical of the fastest game clearer's combat tempo. Sun's devastating punch finally arrived. The princess couldn't help speaking up, seeing Lu Su remain motionless. But to Luce's eyes, this already fading strike posed no threat. At the last possible moment, he raised 2 fingers. Just 2 fingers. Yet they stopped Sun's unstoppable fist dead in its tracks. The princess's pupils contracted violently, her entire body trembling as she whipped her head around to stare at the golden mask in utter disbelief. What kind of person is this? How can he possess such terrifying strength? The sun's explosive power had already shocked her, but now it seemed this man who had entered the room acting strangely from the beginning appeared even stronger. This person. Wait, didn't he claim to be the king? King. Why would he say that? The princess stared blankly at Luce's golden mask, countless emotions swirling in her heart as she considered various possibilities. This is human nature. When someone shows no power, everyone thinks they're insane. But after witnessing Luce's strength, people start carefully reconsidering his previous nonsense. Now, feeling his overwhelming aura and the majestic golden radiance emanating from him, the princess felt a splitting headache. That chaotic, frenzied sensation surged again, pushing her sanity to the brink. Last time, you played me quite well. During their midair standoff, the sun exhaled scorching breath onto the arrogant golden mask, filled with intense fury. Only after being used last time did he belatedly realize the deception, but it was already too late. After using that ability, he had to return to the game with near-fatal injuries since the game wouldn't let him die after ending. But failing to achieve perfect clearance forced him to pay a heavy price for recovery, and his ranking dropped. The previous game had been a crushing defeat for the Sun. Though technically victorious, he felt no different from that Japanese woman. Both had lost to this man before him. Yet Lusu showed no reaction to the enraged figure. After a thoughtful pause, his golden mask wrinkled slightly as he uttered words the Sun never expected. "Who are you?" "I don't seem to recall." The flames around the sun blazed even fiercer at these words. "Ha ha. Wonderful. Just wonderful." Laughing in extreme anger, the sun's fiery fist scorched Lusu's fingers black, though Lusu himself remained utterly unaffected. Lusu's next words cut even deeper. "Perhaps I simply don't bother remembering insignificant nobodies. That's someone as weak as you actually made it before me." Glancing at the 2 guards nearby, he added, "It seems you all are even more useless." The sun seemed ready to explode. After their last encounter, he'd specifically strengthened close combat and physical defense, modeling his training after monstrous fighters like Sin. Yet now face-to-face, this man proved even more infuriating than before. Compared to the blue-masked one's taunts, this casual dismissal of him as inferior enraged him beyond measure. The game hardly mattered now. This man was the real target. Without the Japanese players or any common enemy to unite against, he could finally satisfy his burning desire for combat. Planting his feet firmly on the steps, his armor rippled as he gathered strength for another attack. But Luce's words weren't directed solely at him. The 2 guards unleashed explosive power, each grabbing one of the sun's legs and yanking him backward. The sun crashed face-first onto the steps with a thunderous impact, his flaming head smashing a chunk out of the stone staircase. With tilde and empty set beta. "Oh." Lusu raised an eyebrow, looking down at the head beneath his feet. "What were you about to say?" "How odd, suddenly prostrating yourself like this." "Sun, hashtag at $% and asterisk." He wanted to curse, but couldn't. This was hell mode after all. Being strong didn't mean absolute freedom. The guards, now bloodlust, dragged the flaming giant away, even swinging him through the air. The sun flipped 180 degrees before being slammed down, shattering an indoor fountain. Water erupted upward before evaporating in the intense heat, filling the area with steam. The princess watched the chaotic scene unfold, mouth slightly agape. Her already fractured mind, teetering on madness, reeled from these overwhelming developments. The sun's entire body erupted in flames, thermal currents lifting him airborne. Apparently after Tokyo, he'd addressed all his weaknesses. Powerful enemies and failure remained the best catalysts for growth. Meanwhile, the hall trembled again as squads of guards came running, seemingly the entire palace's defensive force converging here. The sun found himself in a chaotic melee, and within seconds, the grand hall resembled ruins. The exploded fountain now sprayed boiling water everywhere. Like some rebellious monkey attacking heaven, the sun had triggered full-scale warfare immediately after the game began. But now something felt off. His eyes kept darting towards Sin amidst the guards. Lu Su still hadn't moved, calmly observing the battle with the princess standing behind him, looking every bit the king he claimed to be. While the guards and princess temporarily accepted his identity, the Sun certainly hadn't. Sun? What's wrong with you? Aren't we all players here? Why do you look like their leader? What's going on? Do you have a different mission this time? What exactly are you? Beyond rage, confusion now dominated the Sun's thoughts. He and Lu Su were like game accelerants, both inclined to speed up events. Their encounter, compounded by past grievances, made for explosive chemistry. Yet, even more bewildered were the other servant players. Like Xia and Tong, who remained quietly in her room. Pressing her ear against the door with a puzzled frown, she heard the commotion outside. Instinctively, she immediately opened her live stream and asked the first question that came to mind. What's happening out there? Did Sin start fighting the guards? Viewers responded. Xia and Tong? What is that? When it came to surprising her, Sin had truly never failed to do so. Why? Is someone still watching him continuously? Xia and Tong hurriedly asked, but now, the viewers in her live stream were dropping off at an alarming rate, clearly rushing off to watch the chaos somewhere else. Those who remained were mostly spouting nonsense, making it hard for her to filter out any useful information. The only thing she could grasp was that Sun had appeared again in this game. That madman ranked 9th in the world, and possibly far stronger than herself, had matched in again? TSK, it was obvious that as time passed, the probability of high-ranking players being matched together was definitely increasing. Who is Sun fighting? Is he clashing with Sin? Xia and Tong kept trying to gather information. WOC. Everyone's fighting. So many people already. Awesome. Is Sun really this strong? Is this what it looks like when someone climbs the ranks purely by combat power? Why hasn't Sin made a move yet? So calm. Seeing the continuous flood of messages in her chat, Xia and Tong furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat speechless. She couldn't perfectly reconstruct the outside situation, but Sin hadn't acted? Then why was the noise so intense outside? What exactly was going on? Now she began to suspect that Sin's mission might be different from hers. Moreover, the sounds were growing more terrifying. Earlier, it had just seemed noisy, but now explosions were clearly audible. Xia Antong's curiosity was itching. Being addicted to gathering information, she really wanted to see what was happening outside. However, the all-seeing eye couldn't be deployed, and even if she tried to sneak out through the window, she wasn't sure if that would count as cheating. She didn't want to put herself in danger. The outside was already chaotic enough, best not to interfere now. Tisk, are games always this explosive right from the start now? No one tries to decrypt anything first. Xia and Tong couldn't help but complain. Obviously, the servant's manual held many hidden details, yet a fight had broken out immediately. She just couldn't fully accept the top-level game understanding. Meanwhile, outside, the scene lived up to the audience's many exclamations. The main hall had gathered more than a dozen guards, all attacking Sun together. Normally, even a single guard was an insurmountable barrier for players, restricting them within the rules, but Sun was different. He immediately fought everyone. Moreover, the guards each displayed unique abilities. Though all appeared to be tall, burly men, some relied on brute strength, others on magic, and some summoned their own weapons out of thin air. For a moment, it looked like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Sun was gradually being suppressed, struggling like a trapped beast. Every time he charged at Sin, the surrounding guards would madly rush at him, fighting with their lives on the line. This left him confused. In fact, the guards were protecting the princess. Sun caused such a level of chaos that most guards had no choice but to expose their true power, giving Lu Su a clear view. Here, Sun unwittingly became another tool for Lu Su to exploit. If Sun knew Sin was also a servant, what would his expression be? And now all the guards had finally seen the man in the golden mask, standing confidently before the princess with a commanding presence. However, when they initially heard the personal guard only mention dealing with the fire guy but didn't mention this man, the guards were surprised. They began to speculate on the identity of this strange fellow. At this moment, Luce's conviction was strong. He truly felt like a king, without any hint of acting, just standing there on the steps. If you're so powerful, why don't you make a move? The princess timidly asked beside him. The golden mask tilted slightly, and Luce sneered coldly. What, have you ever seen a king personally enter the battlefield right from the start? Princess, why do you talk like it's a fact? Luce then turned to a nearby guard and said, bring me a chair, quickly. Guard? He stood there because there were too many people attacking Sun, and he needed to be closer to the princess to protect her. Now this guy was giving orders? Who exactly are you? The guard was full of confusion, staring at Luce. At that moment, the princess sighed helplessly and spoke up to defuse the situation. Bring him one. Yes. Without hesitation, the guard stepped forward, knelt on one knee, pressed his hand to the ground, and an ancient wooden chair appeared out of nowhere. I want a golden one. Luce added. Guard, #. Without a word, the chair transformed into gold. Luce didn't hesitate, waved his hand to dismiss the guard, and sat down directly, resting his hands naturally on the armrests and crossing one leg. He admired the scene before him, a trapped beast's desperate fight. Boom! Amidst a tremendous explosion, Sun, bound by countless chains, was dragged down from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly, countless guards pounced, pinning him down firmly, then speared him with numerous long spears piercing through his flaming armor into the earth. The guards were risking everything to control him. Sun let out a beast-like roar, struggling fiercely to throw off his captors, but the next wave of guards quickly surged again. The iron chains of magic suppression tightened continuously, locking him to the ground. Finally, he suddenly stretched his hand forward, and a fire dragon shot toward Sin, but was blocked by the guards' shields. Heh. Suppressed by everyone, Sun raised his head with effort from the ground. All right, so now no one even has to fight personally. Kid, what's your mission? Using these players in the game, you're kind of cowardly. Luce rested one hand on his chin, watching the prisoner with interest, shaking his head. If you're beaten by others, you don't even qualify to fight me, right? By the way, is that all your ability? After his trip to Tokyo last time, he knew very well that Sun still had trump cards. Once the blazing sun appeared, it might even engulf this entire palace. The fire giant's face cracked into a wide grin but said nothing else, only asking, What? You don't plan to come kill me? Don't think I've lost just yet. After speaking, he struggled to twist his head on the ground, looking toward the princess. This game, she must be the princess, right? Why don't you just kill her? Weakling. The princess was intimidated by the wild aura emanating from the man and involuntarily took a step back, her brows furrowing. She couldn't comprehend why this person was immediately resorting to violence, nor why he had just asked the king, beside her, why he hadn't killed her yet. Hearing Sun's disrespectful words about the princess, the guards intensified their efforts, pressing him forcefully against the ground. Luce's golden mask maintained its usual indifferent expression, exuding an air of arrogance as he calmly replied, Do I need to explain my actions or intentions to anyone? Sun grunted in pain, every part of his body firmly restrained. The physical discomfort paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt. Last time he couldn't defeat this man, and now he wasn't even given a chance to fight back. The mission is a wedding. Killing her now would make things more interesting, Sun spat out. I thought you'd do it. Never expected. Your mission this time is different. Seems you've become the game's lapdog. Despite his current pitiful state, Sun refused to back down verbally, continuing his stream of insults. Unfazed, Luce crossed his legs and swung one leisurely as he remarked, A creature on all fours indeed has clearer understanding about dogs. Sun struggled violently again, glaring furiously at the man before him, realizing he couldn't win this verbal battle either. Who are you? What are you talking about? The princess interjected, her expression darkening. Were these two casually discussing her life and death right in front of her? Sun slowly turned his head toward the princess. A princess at your age? The live audience was stunned by this remark. The princess was exceptionally beautiful and appeared young, What could possibly be wrong with her age? But Sun felt no obligation to explain, continuing instead, though, your spiritual energy is remarkably high. I met a woman in Japan with high spiritual energy, though not as high as mine. Yours surpasses hers, but compared to me. Still pinned to the ground amidst violently burning flames, Sun tilted his head thoughtfully. Hard to say. The guards restraining him were now grimacing in pain. Those physically holding him down were essentially being roasted by lava. Seeing this situation, the princess quickly waved her hand. Take him away and lock him up. Ensure palace security and prevent any incidents. Also, interrogate him. Find out his purpose and why he attacked suddenly. The guards acknowledged the orders before dragging Sun away with tremendous effort, leaving a trail of scorched earth behind as if hauling a locomotive. Yes. Though thoroughly restrained, Sun stopped struggling, instead fixing Lusu with a sinister grin. Though masked, he knew the other was watching him too. Both understood their encounter in this game wouldn't end so simply. Lusu particularly knew Sun hadn't truly lost. He still had desperate measures held in reserve. Not that Lusu particularly cared. As the commotion outside seemed to settle, Xia Ontong's curiosity reached its peak. What happened? Is the fight over? Any results? Comment. Sun got restrained, so fierce, taking on over a dozen. Seems he hasn't used that ultimate move from last time. Comment. Don't worry, blank, Sin is fine. Comment. Could just ask Sin directly, we all understand. Xia Entong. She felt speechless. The crucial issue was that with such drastic developments right at the start, her plans to meet the princess later would likely need adjustments again. Always having to improvise when Sin was involved, she was getting numb to it. But the guards were even more exasperated. Finally, after this violent interlude with Sun temporarily concluded, all attention shifted to Lusu. And you are. Even the princess, impressed by Lusu's displayed power and previous statements, became cautious. You, both of you, what brings you here? One of the original room guards finally stepped forward to ask. Upon hearing the request was simply to change rooms, the guard's silent disbelief was deafening. The princess adopted a defiant attitude, her eyes starting about, clearly giving silent permission for Luce's seemingly whimsical demand. The guards were baffled. What room change? The golden-masked man just arrived. Where would he even stay? But the princess absolutely couldn't leave her room. That rule was unbreakable. They tried reasoning with him patiently. The princess knew this arrangement was impossible. Even with her highest authority, some orders the guards simply wouldn't obey. She'd tried before. Now she could only pin her hopes on the king, transferring her request authority to him. Lusa didn't disappoint, standing his ground firmly about the room being his. Exasperated, the guards eventually proposed an outrageous compromise after much negotiation. The two could temporarily share the room during daytime, since the upcoming attendance schedule couldn't be delayed. They'd figure out proper arrangements afterward. The princess was surprised by this major concession. But seeing the golden mask's disdainful look, as if she was trying to take advantage again, she nearly lost her composure. Meanwhile, the magic-wielding guards worked tirelessly to repair the damaged palace. Dong! Until the second bell rang, signaling the second attendant's arrival. A well-dressed gentleman in a tailcoat emerged confidently. With impeccable manners and a practiced smile, he was escorted by guards toward the princess's room. Upon opening the door, he immediately bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Honorable Princess Yu. You. Who the hell are you? After entering the room, although he didn't directly look up at the princess inside, his peripheral vision still scanned the entire interior. He keenly noticed there were actually two people in this room. One woman sat on the bed, which seemed relatively normal, while the other person was seated right in the center of the room on a large stone, fiddling with something embedded in it. Who the hell are you? Wait. After a brief moment of shock, a familiar figure suddenly surfaced in his mind regarding this masked individual with peculiar behavior. This was probably that Sin person. Very likely, had he actually been matched into a game with him? TCH, this seemed rather bad. He. Just as he was spacing out, eerie laughter came from the bed, the princess having another episode, identical to when Lusa first entered. The new player composed himself. As a professional, he couldn't afford to lose his cool now. Though unsure why Sin was here, He maintained his usual skill level, steadying his nerves as he turned his attention back to the princess. Respected princess. There is no princess here, the princess suddenly shrieked sharply, just as insane as at the game's start. I'm not a princess. Player. So proper communication was impossible, huh? Startled, he took a step back, half expecting the woman to transform as he raised his guard. But nothing happened. Remembering the servant guidelines, he forced a smile. Servant Rule 4. Never contradict the princess. Always comply with and soothe her emotions. After some thought, he spoke again. Your Highness, if you say you're not the princess, then I must have made some mistake. I said I'm not the princess. Are you stupid? Get out. The princess continued her hysterics, seemingly worsening. This was completely different from when Lusa entered earlier. The player's mouth twitched slightly as he raised both hands and slowly retreated 2 steps. All right, esteemed lady. Then his gaze shifted to Sin in the room. This woman was too troublesome, so he turned his attention to the fellow player instead. Greetings, Mr. Sin. He approached with a few steps, extending a hand for a handshake. Lusa remained silent, intently gripping the handle of his weapon as if he hadn't heard at all. From the moment arrogance was dawned, he played by his own rules, utterly disregarding others. The newcomer appeared male, with delicate, almost feminine features. His phoenix eyes glinted darkly before he lowered his hand. The strongest player indeed deserves such arrogance. If my guess about your mask is correct, 7 deadly sins, right? Let me introduce myself. Number 22, Dream in Water. Pleasure. And also, the world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. His true self-revelation lay in that last line. Even Lusa paused briefly to glance at him. This was actually the first time he'd openly declared his affiliation with the Heaven and Earth Society. The audience outside was stunned. Especially China's official organization, the Elder Council. Many had already been closely monitoring Lu Su, the top-ranked player. Now they knew. The world's 22nd ranked player was also from the Heaven and Earth Society. Isn't this unorthodox organization growing a bit too quickly? Someone in the Elder Council frowned. Exactly. It makes no sense. The game has barely started. How did they recruit so many elites so fast? Through those methods? TCH. Only now did they realize that while those methods were unsavory, they were undeniably effective. Especially during this chaotic collapse of order. So currently, aside from official forces, the Heaven and Earth Society holds most of China's top-tier players? Are there even any independents left? Besides Sin in the top 100, wasn't number 67 also from their ranks? As the council debated, the Grand Elder frowned. If this is true, then perhaps all of us have underestimated that guy called Sunday. But he said no more, gesturing for everyone to focus on the screen. Oh? Heaven and Earth Society. Did you know Sun is also in this game? What? Dream in Water jolted. He never expected such a revelation. I killed him. Just now. Lusa gave him no time to process, delivering another blow. He even raised 2 fingers, the ones that had blocked Sun's attack earlier. A with Raveness. His little flames were decent. Managed to slightly scorch my fingers. Yet to everyone's surprise, after the initial shock, Dream in Water showed no reaction to Lusa's provocation, calmly stating, what a pity. But in our society, the strongest leads. If he died, he simply wasn't capable enough. I merely wish to ask, Mr. Sin, why are you in this room? How did you manage it? Do I owe you an explanation? Lusa countered. This isn't an interrogation. I'm seeking your guidance. Additionally, why would I help a worthless weakling with 0 utility? Lu Su asked bluntly from his stone seat, looking down impassively. Dream in Water thought, asterisk, isn't there a saying about not striking a smiling face? This guy's too much, asterisk. Hey, perhaps I do have some value. No, you don't. Lu Su stated unequivocally. Dream in Water's composure was crumbling. This conversation was going nowhere. First confusion over 2 people in the room, then the mad princess, now this guy's psychological torture. This was absolute double torment. Mr. Sin, must you be like this? With so many players in one game, cooperation is optimal. No, you still don't understand. Luce's golden mask conveyed utter seriousness. The only reason you all get matched into my games is because I'm too strong. You exist solely as deadweight to make the game slightly more interesting. Understood. Dream in water. It was hard to imagine that those words had just come from a single person's mouth. What kind of person could say such outrageous things with such seriousness? And judging by their expression, it didn't seem like they were joking at all. Instead, it felt like they were earnestly explaining the truth of the game to me, as if giving a science lecture. The sheer conviction was so strong that Shui Zhongmeng found it utterly baffling. He'd long known this person was crazy, but the severity of their condition still came as a surprise. Shui Zhongmeng's facial muscles twitched, completely at a loss for words. He had a temper too and wanted to lash out with harsh words, but considering this was Sin standing before him, he hesitated and held back. Just then, another sharp scream pierced through the room. What are you people talking about? Why don't I understand? Why can't I understand any of this? Shui Zhongmeng startled, thinking, oh no, they were still in the princess's chambers after all. But then, shut up! Lusa roared, whipping around to glare at the screaming princess. His golden mask seemed to flash with piercing eyes. What are you yelling for? Don't shout in my room. If you can't behave, get out. I've tolerated you to the maximum limit, don't push your luck. The princess. The hysterical princess instantly quieted down, meekly collapsing sideways onto the bed and rolling over as if deeply wronged. Shui Zhongming. What the hell? Why? What exactly is your status in this game? Why am I here playing the submissive while you get to be the boss? And why did you call it your room? Did I miss some game rules somewhere? Are you cheating? No wonder you're the top player. How is anyone else supposed to compete like this? Shui Zhongming's face was practically twitching now. After staring at Lu Su for a long moment, he could only turn away in resignation. Slowly, he approached the princess's bed, controlling his emotions as he spoke softly. Prin. Miss, you seem unwell. I know some medicine. May I check your pulse? My health is perfect. The previously pitiful princess suddenly sprang up, lashing out at Shui Zhongmeng. If you're fine then. I'm absolutely not fine. Shui Zhongmeng? Physical contact was crucial for him. It was key to utilizing his abilities. Yet despite such a simple requirement, since entering he hadn't been able to lay a finger on either Sin or the princess. It was downright depressing. Your presence alone makes me feel terrible. Get out. Out, out, out. With that, the princess went berserk again and pressed a button. Immediately, the doors burst open as two guards rushed in. Without a word, each grabbed one of Shui Zhongmeng's wrists. Powerless to resist, Shui Zhongmeng tried to say something but was already being dragged away. He could only accept his fate for now. He wasn't ready to clash with the game's native entities yet. The room quickly settled back into silence. Lusa hopped down from the large stone and began wandering about, while the princess resumed picking at her bedding. Amidst the quiet, a bell tolled. The doors opened again. This time, both Lu Su and the newcomer froze momentarily. Xia Antong walked in wearing a maid's outfit, her white half-helm gleaming. So she's the second one? Lu Su showed no reaction, his golden mask as aloof as ever. It almost seemed like he didn't recognize her at all. Xia Antong, however, was completely stunned. Of all the possibilities she'd imagined, never had she considered that Sin would be sharing a room with the princess. Were they going to end up sharing a bed too? She stood rooted in place for several seconds until strange laughter sounded behind her once more. Hee hee. Could you pick a different sound effect? Must you always start with that creepy laugh? Lusa turned to remark. The princess. The laughter cut off abruptly. Xia Antong also snapped out of it. Despite her initial shock, seeing Sin still here actually gave her some reassurance. No matter what outrageous things this guy might do, he was still an absurdly powerful teammate. Without exchanging a single word with Sin, she walked past Lusa straight toward the princess. The all-seeing eye dispersed through the air as data streams flowed across her lenses. She was quickly getting into character. This time, she hadn't taken any drugs. Greetings, princess. I said I'm not a princess. How many times must I say it? I'm not a princess, Aya. Another sharp scream erupted as the poor princess had another stress reaction to the new attendant. Yet Xia Antong showed neither frustration nor surprise. Instead, she smiled gently and said, That's right. I've always known elder sister shouldn't be confined by that identity. It's all just nonsense from others, isn't it? The princess stiffened, lifting her head in confusion as if trying to see the speaker clearly. She didn't seem to have heard such words before. Hey, princess. What more could a princess want? Confined? It's glory, it's riches and honor. The princess lowered her head again, muttering sorrowfully to herself in evident mental turmoil. Xia and Tong didn't follow her train of thought. Among all the attendants, she had indeed studied the manual most carefully. But unlike the others, she could discern something different beneath the surface. Smiling, her expression showed a hint of inexplicable heartache as she continued. True, how many girls wish they could be princesses? A discontented princess really makes people grit their teeth in frustration. Everyone praises the wildflowers outside the window while looking down on the blooms in the greenhouse. But flowers don't choose to grow in greenhouses. Ordinary girls yearn to become princesses in vain, but when a princess wants to stop being one, isn't she equally helpless? Elder sister. The madness in the princess's eyes faded slightly as she gazed bewildered at the woman before her. Who are you? What do you want to coax me? No, I want to ask you a question, Xia Antong said. Ask away, the princess murmured, head still bowed. Do you love him? Do you love him? The moment this question was asked, not only the princess, but even Lu Su beside her was stunned. He never thought there was any noteworthy player in this game besides himself. He always played considering only his own moves, and with the arrogance mask on, he had taken it to the extreme. But hearing this question, for the first time, he felt that the woman before him, who had always played by the rules, had asked something interesting. With one hand on the rock, he vaulted up and sat down to watch what the two would do. Love him. Who are you talking about? The princess seemed dazed, staring straight at the woman before her, not understanding her intentions. The people she had met today seemed quite different from usual. The first person who came to your mind when you heard my question, Xia Antong replied. The princess's body trembled violently as if electrocuted. Her expression froze, but the next moment, two clear streams of tears flowed from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks. An overwhelming sorrow filled the room, and once the tears started, they poured out uncontrollably. Xia Antong didn't disturb her, and Lu Su, for once, didn't break the mood either. Of course. After crying silently, the princess slowly raised her head, revealing a heartbreakingly beautiful smile. Oh. Xia Antong also smiled. So, is it of course I love him, or of course I don't love him? Of course I love him, the princess snapped. Is that so? Then why don't you want to hold the wedding? Xia Antong continued calmly. Who said I don't want to? The princess's voice grew sharp again, as if she was having another episode. By now, the audience was utterly confused. What's with all the crying and screaming? Why is she breaking down? What's this about love or not? Isn't it obvious? Idiot. The princess is getting married. It's obviously about her fiancé. I just don't get why blank said the princess doesn't want to marry. No idea. Let's see what she says next. You're talking nonsense. What do you know, barging in here and spouting nonsense? Get out. The princess was clearly agitated, gripping the bed so hard she tore the sheets, veins bulging on her hands. This level of distress hadn't been seen before, not even when facing Lu Su or Shui Zhangyue. Get out. I don't want to see you. The princess glared hatefully at Xia Antong, but Xia Antong didn't look worried or scared. Instead, she seemed relieved, as if her guess had been right. With Hildas. That button of yours isn't broken, is it? Lu Su, sitting behind them, rubbed his ears in annoyance. If you want her gone, press the button and let the guards outside take her away. Stop screeching. The princess froze, her hand clutching the button mechanism tightly, but she didn't press it. She just kept glaring at Xia Antong. Sorry, Xia Antong said bluntly, sitting down casually on the edge of the bed. I know how painful it is to marry someone you don't love. Lu Su shot her a skeptical glance from behind, thinking, what the hell do you know? Hey. The princess let out a helpless laugh, as if all her strength had been drained. She collapsed onto the bed, trembling faintly. I don't know. I love him, but I really don't want to go through with that wedding. How did you know? How did she know? Xia Antong felt it was intuition, and a very strong one at that. All those rules for the attendants, aside from restricting them, told her one thing: the princess didn't want to marry. Her mental state was unstable, her emotions needed soothing, she couldn't be disobeyed, yet the wedding was supposedly the most important thing. Though she hadn't pieced together the full truth, The emotions were crystal clear. Maybe it was a gender advantage. Lu Su could go through 100 lifetimes and still not pick up on this. I'm not sure. I just felt that a princess about to marry the one she loves wouldn't be a madwoman. That sentence broke every possible taboo, mentioning the princess directly and outright calling her crazy. But the princess didn't seem offended, just dazed, muttering to herself. Do I not want the wedding? Why? I love him so much. Why? Do you know? Xia Antong, of course, didn't know the specifics. But her gaze also grew distant. After a moment's thought, she realized saying, I don't know, wouldn't help. So she said, let me guess. If we go by a more traditional explanation, princesses are married off for political alliances, beauties in chaotic times are buried with the dead. Everything has a price. The princess's wealth and status come at a cost. What you receive, you must also give up. She felt she was straying from the point and quickly redirected. So, let me guess, are you also being forced into a loveless marriage? A political alliance. For example, the king, for the kingdom's future, betrothed you to someone you don't love. The princess looked utterly bewildered by Xia Antong's words, appearing almost adorably clueless. After a moment of silent contemplation, as if recalling something, she whispered, put that way, it makes sense. Maybe, that's it? Is that it? The king. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Lu Su sitting behind them. And the most absurd part? Lu Su actually responded. Don't spout nonsense. I've never done such a thing. Who you marry has nothing to do with me. I never arranged any marriage for you. Xia Antong? What the hell? What kind of development is this? Her progress in unraveling the plot was going smoothly. How did it take this turn? Her brain short-circuited. It took her a while to stiffly turn her head towards Sin. Wait, you're the king? Got a problem with that? Lu Su leaned back against his weapon's hilt. Xia Antong felt exhausted. Why did she always have to decipher not just the game but also her teammates' situation? Your role in this game. She wanted to ask, weren't they supposed to be teammates on the same side? What the hell is your mission? You only need to know one thing, Lu Su interrupted. I am the Supreme Will here. Isn't the Supreme Will supposed to be the princess? Attendant Rule 2. The Supreme Will here is the princess. Attendants must obey. Almost instinctively, Xia Antong recited the second attendant rule in her mind. She glanced at the princess from the corner of her eye and noticed the princess didn't seem to object to Sin's statement. TSK. Her game rules never mentioned anything about a king. So it wasn't you, Sai, I knew it. The princess spoke again at that moment. She suddenly seemed exhausted, as if she had aged several years in an instant. But why does what you said make so much sense? She looked at Xia Antong. It almost sounds like the truth. Talk to me. Let's pretend this is real, that the king forced me to marry someone I don't love. He probably wouldn't mind playing the villain anyway. Lu Su remained silent. He wasn't one to interrupt Xia Antong's analysis at such moments. Consider it story time. Alright, so what you initially said was wrong, correct? Xia Antong temporarily shifted her attention from Lu Su back to the woman before her. You actually don't love him. No, that's not true. Although the king forced me to marry him, I do love him. The princess instantly grew agitated, speaking sharply. This left Xia Antong thoroughly confused, feeling like her brain wasn't functioning properly. She could only ask. Then, perhaps you could tell us your story? The princess seemed to have been waiting for this question, as a blissful expression instantly appeared on her face as she fell into reminiscence. Let me think. I first met him when I was 16. Can you understand? That feeling when someone unexpected bursts into your boring life, making you feel like following him could lead you into another world entirely, oh yes. For that moment, she seemed to grow remarkably youthful, her eyes shining like precious gems, as if she had instantly returned to her 16-year-old self. No one actually knew her exact current age. I understand. Xia Antong replied as if following the attendant rules, deliberately playing along. I was also 16 when I first met him. Lu Su. Who exactly is she talking about? Oh? Really? The princess immediately perked up, speaking excitedly with an expression like she'd just met a kindred spirit. She leaned forward and grabbed Xia Antong's hands. Tell me more. Watching this interaction, Lu Su now found himself feeling awkward. As arrogance, though superior to all, he inexplicably felt he should probably excuse himself from this scene. How did you feel at the time? The princess asked with a smile, now looking exceptionally spirited and healthy. Similar to what you just described, Xia Antong said. But some say that's just the novelty effect, unrelated to love. Really? Who would say such annoying things? The princess frowned. Xia Antong steered the conversation back. Never mind that. What happened between you two afterward? Afterward. The princess's face filled with longing and happiness as she recalled numerous fragmented memories. How she, as a princess, actively sought out that blurry figure from her memories. All the experiences they shared together, joy, arguments. Watching sunrises from the kingdom's highest peak, exploring caves rumored to harbor dragons, listening to the sound of melting snow, admiring rainbows reflected off glacial ice. Back then, I never thought about being a princess, and no one prevented our love. He treated me so well. I just wanted that peaceful life, to marry him, live without turbulence until death. Oh, and bear him 7 or 8 children. 7 or 8 children. The audience was stunned, wanting to say, damn impressive. But Xia Antong listened carefully, missing not a single word, knowing clues might hide anywhere. Soon, however, she noticed something amiss. The woman before her seemed starry-eyed, completely immersed in beautiful memories. But here was the problem. If everything was so wonderful, why resist the marriage and wedding now? Moreover, wasn't this originally someone the king forced her to marry? What changed in between? Yet she hesitated to interrupt the princess's increasingly fragmented murmurs, reluctant to do so. She didn't know what might happen if she abruptly pulled someone out of nostalgic bliss. Especially when that someone might be the game's final boss. And wouldn't it be terribly rude, potentially ruining the favorable impression she'd built? But letting this continue wasn't productive either. Fortunately, that rude interruption came from behind her. What nonsense are you spouting? Lusa said mercilessly. If you loved him so much, why refuse to marry him now? Instantly, the princess was yanked from heaven into hell. Xia Antong even felt pain in her hand as the princess's grip tightened. The princess remained silent for a full minute before tears burst forth again. I don't know. I think I forgot. I don't want to remember his flaws. Maybe he did something to betray me. I hate him. Once again, the princess descended into madness, releasing Xia Antong to clutch her own head. Xia Antong watched silently, pained to see someone fall from blissful dreams into despair. Yet rationality compelled her to advance the plot. This storyline seemed split in two, with the middle connection missing. Former happiness, current hatred, the transitional emotions appeared lost. Piecing together the fragmented narrative, she reconstructed. They were deeply in love, something happened to turn love to hate, and now she's forced to marry him by some king's decree. But this raised the most immediate question. What exactly were they, the players, here to do? The initial game requirement was to ensure the smooth progress of the wedding ceremony. As players, they needed to eliminate all potential issues during this process. But where exactly were the problems? Where lay the difficulties? Was anyone actually obstructing the wedding? From appearances, everything seemed to be proceeding normally. The only anomaly seemed to be the princess herself. Xia Antong had suspected from the beginning that she might be unwilling to go through with the wedding. Perhaps the princess was some hidden boss character, mentally unstable, ready to kill any player who dared speak favorably of the ceremony. Yet now it appeared otherwise. The princess didn't even seem fundamentally opposed to the wedding. What crucial piece was missing? How significantly did this issue impact the game? Xia Antong instinctively felt this was the key point, perhaps even representing the true danger of this hell mode game. Otherwise, why would it be classified as such? Just because Sin was causing trouble here? Cough, cough, cough. As Xia Antong pondered deeply, the princess beside her began violently coughing, as if her body could collapse at any moment. I love him, yet I hate him. Do you understand why? Xia Antong remained silent. You should rest first. Are you all right? Do you need medicine? Xia Antong hesitated while observing the woman before her, concerned by her fragile appearance. The princess weakly waved her hand, looking utterly delicate. Leave, just go. I've nothing more to say to you. Just as Xia Antong prepared to speak, the door opened. 2 guards marched in robotically, their expressionless gazes sweeping the room. One announced. Visitor time concluded. Return to your quarters. This time, Xia and Tong wasn't driven out by the princess. She'd lasted until the time limit expired, making her the most successful player so far. The guards ignored the princess's tear-streaked face and disheveled state, mechanically performing their duties. After a moment's hesitation, Xia and Tong rose without protest. She retrieved a towel from the cabinet and handed it to the princess before following the guards out. Thud. The door closed. On the bed, the princess stared blankly at the towel before wiping her face. Mentally, she now appeared significantly more lucid. For the first time since meeting Lu Su, she regained normal logical reasoning capacity. After drying her tears, she looked up at Lu Su sitting nearby. Do you two know each other? Lu Su didn't respond. He saw no need to answer others' questions. Not expecting an answer, the princess sighed. She's much more human than you. Where's your intended groom? Lu Su ignored her meaningless comment. The wedding approaches. Why isn't he here? Must I wait 2 more days? The princess shook her head bitterly. He'd better not come. That won't do, Lu Su replied. The princess fell silent. Don't waste my time. If there's conflict between you, tell me his location. Capturing him now would expedite resolution. The princess was speechless. She'd much prefer conversing with the previous girl than this unreasonable man. For some reason, his oppressive aura provoked her resentment. Thud. The next player's visitation time began. The new attendant entered wearing an identical expression, first shocked upon seeing Sin, then offering the same stale greetings to the princess. Soon the princess descended into madness again, cackling that she wasn't the princess, wailing like a banshee. Watching this repetitive farce, Lu Su's golden mask darkened with irritation. After witnessing 2 more attendants get driven out by the hysterical princess, Lu Su decided inaction was no longer tolerable. He leaped down from the boulder. Your inefficiency vexes me. Must we wait for some excuse to expel these nuisances? I'll handle this. Let's proceed to the next phase. The princess, still semi-delirious, merely shook her head slightly. Internally, she lamented that none of the subsequent visitors matched that insightful girl. No one else had asked, "Do you love him?" Thud. The door opened. The next attendant entered wearing immaculate attire, only to find a towering figure blocking his path. Though Lu Su wasn't exceptionally tall, the newcomer felt like he'd encountered a mountain. The dazzling golden presence radiated such pressure that the attendant instinctively retreated 2 steps, right back through the doorway. Before he could speak, Lu Su addressed the guards outside. He left. Remove him. Wait. Hold on. The attendant protested, but the guards, seeing him exit immediately, accepted Lu Su's assessment and forcibly escorted him away. Soon another attendant entered. This one didn't retreat, but during his stunned hesitation, Lu Su spoke first. She's not the princess. There is no princess here, only the king. Attendant? You. The attendant began. Spare your words. That deranged woman behind me will start howling if you provoke her. Leave. Your presence is unnecessary here. Who are you? I came to see the princess. Lu Su glanced back at the princess. Press it. No more delays. Oh. The princess nodded obediently and pressed a button. 2 guards entered and seized the newcomer. Your time is up. Out. Attendant. What kind of game mechanic was this? Under Lu Su's relentless interference, the remaining players' gaming experience could be said to be quite exceptional. Eventually, Lu Su suddenly realized he might have discovered a blind spot in his approach. Perhaps this whole process could be simplified. He walked to the bedside, extended his hand, and gestured to the princess. Princess, you really are beyond words. Strangely enough, under Lu Su's overwhelming presence, the princess's mental state actually improved slightly, becoming less frenzied than before. After some consideration, she looked at the golden mask that brooked no refusal and handed over the button in her hand. Do whatever you want. Is there a problem? Lu Su took the button as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I'm actually doing everyone a favor. People who serve no purpose shouldn't waste their own or others' time. How do you know they're unnecessary people? Though she had obediently handed over the button, the princess couldn't help retorting defiantly. Because my presence here makes everyone else unnecessary. At that moment, the door opened and the next attendant entered. Greetings. Without even turning his head, Lu Su pressed the button toward the door. The action was as casual as turning off a television, so natural it made the princess lying on the bed twitch at the corner of her eye. Two guards immediately entered and performed all the duties expected of NPCs, carrying the person away. This caused subsequent attendants to question their entire worldview, even wondering if this was actually part of the game's design. Was their role simply to enter the room, take one look, and then get carried away? While it made for a comfortable gaming experience, they had no idea what was actually happening. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? The princess felt that watching this madman beside her had somehow improved her own mental state as she spoke with a headache. The speed was so fast, it was as if he had read a game guide and was speed running through the content. On the contrary, Lucy replied, what would constitute not being hasty? Letting them come in to spout nonsense, then carefully coaxing you while watching you have an episode. That would be the real waste of time. What they're doing is completely meaningless anyway. The princess swallowed hard, staring at the domineering golden figure before her but unable to formulate any counterarguments. Truth be told, she didn't even know what she did every day herself. It was all just habit, following a set routine. What about that girl who recognized you earlier? Do you think what she did was pointless too? She hasn't been doing pointless things for just one day, Lucius smoothly retorted. Princess. Actually, Lucius suddenly changed his tone unusually, turning back to speak calmly. Should we discuss something? This tone made the princess freeze. She never expected words like discuss could come from this man's mouth. Instinctively, she responded, discuss what? But then she was overwhelmed by an immense pressure that made her instinctively want to retreat, leaning backward on the bed. Lucius stood perfectly straight, his golden mask tilting slightly as he looked at the princess. An aura emanated from him, like a towering deity exuding an intimidating presence. How about we stop playing these charades and guessing games? I have absolutely no interest in them. How about you just tell me everything? All those secrets. All those things hidden beneath the surface. All those things that terrify you. Whether it's forced marriages, memory alterations, or any other nonsense. You tell me directly, and we can forget about all this other business. I'll handle it. I'll chop them all up to end this quickly. How does that sound? The princess's mind instantly spiraled into madness. Looking at Lucy, she seemed to see something terrible, instinctively wanting to scream. But the terrifying pressure kept her lucid, leaving her staring at the golden mask with cold sweat. Was this thing even human? What exactly lay beneath that golden mask? How could anyone emanate such high-level pressure? It wasn't killing intent or anything like that, just a pure, overwhelming sense of inferiority he imposed. Like facing a moving mountain, the mountain doesn't want to kill you, it doesn't even care about you, but its path might crush you regardless. This feeling even reduced the barrage of comments in the game's live stream. Wait, what's happening? Why do I feel inexplicably guilty watching this stream? He's literally scaring the game NPC. I actually don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. What conspiracies or adversaries? The princess struggled to maintain rationality. If Xia Antong's approach had been about manipulating human nature, comforting while extracting information, then Luce's method was practically indistinguishable from interrogation. Also, how can you be so sure that even if something is controlling all this, you'd definitely win? Does winning require a reason? This time, it was Luce's mask that displayed a puzzled expression. Only losers need to make excuses for themselves. I just need to win. Princess. But forget it, you clearly have nothing useful to say. Luce shook his head disappointedly, his oppressive aura diminishing slightly. The moment you consider what to do if you fail, you've already lost. But I suppose that aligns with your mentality. The mentality of the weak, Luce added. So arrogant. The word instantly surfaced in the princess's mind, an arrogance so extreme it felt unreasonable. This couldn't simply be explained away as mental illness. Haven't you ever encountered something that left you completely helpless? The princess asked helplessly, her eyes reflecting contemplation, confusion, and even a hint of fear. That kind of situation where she seemed to be recalling something unpleasant, searching for the right words. But Luce cut her off. Never, princess. After hearing those words, she completely lost almost all desire to communicate. She felt she must have gone mad to even consider conversing with someone like this. Oh, but she was already mad to begin with. She shook her head slightly, gazing at the golden mask with profound eyes, her expression complex. Then, you just haven't encountered it yet. Every conqueror who died on the battlefield was undefeated before their death. But they still died. Do you know why? Lusu adjusted the chin of his golden mask. Because fundamentally, they still weren't strong enough. The princess suddenly seemed on the verge of collapse, raising her voice. Because they lacked reverence. They didn't understand that some things in this world are better avoided than confronted. Everything in this world demands a price greater than what you seek to gain. Lusa didn't bother responding, the golden mask merely displaying an expression of boredom. The princess clearly noticed his disdain, momentarily appearing drained of all energy, her face ashen. You haven't seen. Truly, you just haven't witnessed. You haven't seen either, Lusa said calmly. Me? What do you mean I haven't seen? The princess seemed confused, unsure what he meant. You haven't seen me. Pfft. The princess instantly found this absurd, rubbing her temples as if suffering a headache. Honestly, she was beginning to feel some admiration for him. What kind of mental fortitude did one need to be this impervious to reason? She could clearly tell this wasn't just stubbornness. He genuinely believed this. Then we'll see, won't we? The princess's eyes also showed disappointment that someone who could hold a normal conversation with her proved completely unresponsive. How regrettable. She missed that other girl now. Can't wait, Lusa replied, simply bored. This game hadn't presented anything interesting so far. Just then, the door opened. Guards entered as their conversation had reached an impasse. Princess, it's time for lunch. Without waiting for the princess's response, Lusa strode out first, saying, Lead the way. Guards. The princess didn't mind. After all, this person's behavior indoors had already been outrageously rude. In a way, it desensitized her. After navigating the palace's maze-like corridors, they arrived at a dining hall. It resembled a courtly banquet setup, an astonishingly long table flanked by rows of chairs on both sides. Entering, Lusu immediately spotted every player he'd seen before, including Shui Zhongming and Xia Antong. All attendants were present except for Sun. Currently, they were flustered preparing table settings, occasionally hurried along by two guards. Xia Antong naturally noticed Sin, but unaware of his current mission, showed no outward reaction. When the princess and Lusa entered, preparations were complete, silver plates arranged with unfamiliar items at the table's center. Lusa wasn't sure if these were things he'd never seen, or if they simply didn't exist in the real world. But his arrogant attitude remained unchanged. Entering the dining hall felt no different than walking into a cafeteria. He glanced at the table, then walked straight to the head seat. In Italian and American mafia territory, this was the Don's seat. He felt perfectly suited for it. Clearly, this seat wasn't meant for him. The moment he sat, all guards, even attendants, turned to stare. Frankly, everyone present found this baffling. The player attendants didn't know if this top-ranked player had special in-game missions. The guards were even more clueless about who he really was. They just sensed he wasn't to be trifled with. Nobody understood his actions. Only Lusu himself saw nothing wrong with his behavior. The guards stirred restlessly but ultimately held back, looking to the princess. Still irritated from their earlier exchange, the princess hesitated, then acquiesced, taking the secondary seat. 8 attendants immediately surrounded them with plates, cutlery, glasses, and napkins, ready to serve. 2 diners being waited on by so many instantly made Lusu uncomfortable. Spread out. You're blocking the light. The attendants froze. This request would violate game rules. This player was truly rotten to the core. Disperse. We don't need this many anyway. It's pointless. The princess waved them off. She'd long grown tired of such formalities, but previously couldn't object. This situation actually suited her. Other players sighed in relief, stepping back, except Shui Zhongming, who sensed an opportunity. Regardless of that inexplicable world-ranked player, this was his chance to approach the princess. Having missed previous opportunities, he stepped forward, but before he could speak, the princess pointed at Xia Antong. You, come serve by my side. Xia Antong blinked, unsure why she'd been chosen, but recognizing this as an opportunity, moved to comply. Lusu had already picked up a green pre-meal drink, bringing it to his lips when the golden mask suddenly gleamed. Halt! His sudden command startled both Xia Antong and the princess, who turned to him questioningly. He motioned for Xia Antong to stop, tapping the table. Come here instead. Xia Antong? She instantly shot a confused look at Sin. To be honest, among all the possibilities she had considered, this was the last one she expected. What did this mean? Would Sin actually stand up for her in the game? Her heart skipped a beat, worried there might be some deeper scheme she wasn't seeing. Was this actually a trap to harm her? Even more bewildered was the princess, who stared at Lu Su with utter confusion in her eyes. You insist on taking the attendant I chose? Can't you pick someone else? There are plenty of servants here. If you want beautiful women, I can find others for you. Even with her considerable patience, the princess was starting to show signs of irritation. But Lu Su completely ignored her, simply tapping the table again. Didn't you hear me? Come over here. Xia Antong. She suddenly felt like a child caught between divorcing parents and nearly lost her composure. Considering Sin's temperament, she reluctantly inched closer to him. Better not let this powder keg explode at any moment. The princess narrowed her eyes, clearly furious now. I think you're making an entirely unnecessary fuss. I need her to attend to me. You, pick someone else. Do you lack hands, or can't you open your mouth to eat? What are you, the Empress Dowager Cixi? Lu Su replied calmly, completely unfazed by her anger. Xia Antong keenly sensed the tension between them. The all-seeing eye also warned her that all the guards nearby had tensed up, some were even edging closer. She desperately wanted to say they shouldn't provoke the princess now. After all, Sin had managed to secure a high position in this game, which was valuable. But she couldn't telepathically communicate or use wuxia-style secret transmissions. She could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Now she regretted hesitating earlier. She should have just gone straight to the princess's side from the start. She never expected Sin would interfere like this. Your Highness, actually. Shui Zhongmeng seized the moment to step forward, eager to prove his loyalty and make his presence known. Get lost. He instantly became the punching bag. TCH. After venting her anger, the princess turned back to Lu Su with a chilling smile. Weren't you completely indifferent to her before? Why won't you let her go now? Precisely because you know now. Know what? The princess froze. You know that I'm acquainted with her. Having someone I know serve you, that's inappropriate. You're crossing a line. Xia Antong was stunned. That was the reason? Wasn't this way too bizarre? When you knew me before, you threw me straight into the fire. Crossing a line? Hearing this blame-shifting nonsense, the princess nearly laughed. How the hell was SG the one crossing lines here? I am the princess. The highest authority here. Her gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp. You're not the princess. Have you forgotten? Lucia said indifferently. Do you even realize what you're saying? Do you genuinely think you're the king now? Obviously. Lucia's oppressive aura flared up again under her stare. What, not acting crazy anymore? Not screaming about how you're not the princess? Now you want to wield power to secure your position. Are you trying to stage a coup? Right now? Hearing this, Xia Antong panicked, but couldn't intervene in time. Why did it feel like Sin was deliberately provoking conflict? What was his plan? It was only the first day. Sure enough, the previously hesitant guards all stepped forward simultaneously, their synchronized footsteps echoing through the hall. The situation grew increasingly volatile. It seemed like violence could erupt any second. The princess raised her hand, her expression slowly calming. It's nothing, just a minor disagreement. No need for tension. She directed these words at the guards. Then, she leaned in close, so close her entire body seemed to press against Lu Su, almost as if she wanted to curl up in his lap. The sudden shift from hostility to intimacy left everyone dumbfounded. But as she drew near, her warm breath brushed against his mask as she whispered something icy. Have you forgotten what happened to that burning man this morning? You don't actually think these people obey your orders, do you? How much stronger are you than him? You're welcome to test that. Luce's arrogance overflowed uncontrollably. A king's authority doesn't come from guards wanting to obey, it comes from them having no choice but to obey. And bade us. Is that so? The princess remained non-committal. Whoever you are, know this. The people here could crush you. I just choose not to let them. The gap isn't obvious enough yet, there's still room for excuses. I told you, you just haven't seen what I want to show you. That's all. The princess exhaled softly, her breath sweet yet her words piercingly cold. Her demeanor shifted again from madness to innocence, and now to something venomous, like a poisonous snake. Lucia didn't respond. Instead, he picked up a wine glass. A slit opened in his mask as he downed it in one gulp before stating calmly, "Eat. For the next half hour, your mouth is only for consuming food. My patience is good, but right now I've had enough boredom. If you keep talking, I might take that Burning Man's advice. Wring your neck, slaughter every guard here, and then go see those things you want to show me. Except by then, you wouldn't be around to witness it." A soft statement, no threat, not even a hint of killing intent. Yet the princess felt, with absolute certainty, that he meant every word. Those few seconds of silence stretched like an eternity. Finally, cowed by his overwhelming presence, she rose with a grim expression and said nothing more. As the chefs began serving, Lu Su tapped the table once again. "Sit down." Xia and Tong stared at him in disbelief, as if he'd suddenly grown a second head. Even the princess glanced over, sensing something amiss. Was this really just about defending his pride because she'd tried to take someone he knew? Something didn't add up. Must I repeat myself endlessly? The golden mask twisted slightly, as if frowning. "Are you losing the ability to comprehend words? The rest of you, sit down too." Xia and Tong listened to his voice and, after a brief moment of hesitation, made her decision. Without another glance at the princess, she pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. Regardless of how this game would ultimately proceed, she knew that since Sin had already spoken this way, she had no choice but to stand by him. At this moment, she wouldn't side with the princess. Meanwhile, the other players exchanged glances. Without any verbal communication or collusion, they all simultaneously stepped forward in unison, pulled out chairs, and sat down. When the strongest player had already taken the initiative to lead from the front, if they lacked even this much courage now, what was the point of participating in the game? Those who dared to join despite knowing the risks, regardless of their actual abilities, at least had the spirit for it. The synchronized sound of chairs being pulled out filled the air as everyone sat down together, creating an unexpectedly united scene. "Princess." The princess frowned deeply as she scanned the room. Had the situation really developed to a point she couldn't comprehend? What exactly was this golden-masked man thinking by coming here? He made her feel wary. Seeing so many attendants daring to defy the princess's will simultaneously, the guards grew restless. They collectively released their intimidating auras and stepped forward, actually preparing to take action. While they were somewhat reluctant to confront the masked man directly, wasn't it going too far that so many attendants were being disobedient? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the princess's laughter rang out again, just as crazed as it had been in her room earlier, as if she had entered that state once more. All the players tensed up nervously. Only Lusa casually waved to the servers in the distance, signaling them to serve the food. The players, including Xia and Tong, were breaking out in cold sweat. No one knew what consequences might follow from completely violating the game rules and confronting the rule enforcers at this moment. Fine, fine. When was the last time so many people dined together like this? Let it be. I'm not the princess anymore. Quite interesting. The princess turned her head and waved off all the guards, indicating it didn't matter and she wasn't particularly bothered. Aside from how annoying that golden-masked lunatic was, this scene was actually quite amusing. The guards hesitated. Frankly, today's events had nearly crashed their mental programming. Never before had the princess been so indulgent. But right now, the wedding was the top priority. The princess's mood had to be humored. Nearby, Shui Zhongming stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Why was everyone sitting down? This made things extremely awkward for him. What was the meaning of this? However, he keenly observed that all the players still seemed to harbor some fear. At the head of the table sat Sin, flanked by Blank and the princess. The others had all seated themselves at some distance from these three. An idea flashed through Shui Zhongming's mind. He walked directly toward the princess, intending to sit beside her. "Oh, you're here. That works too. Come stand behind me." The princess noticed his approach before he could sit down and proactively instructed him, pointing behind her chair. The meaning was clear, she wanted him to serve. Casually, she placed a cup on the silver tray Shui Zhongming was holding. Shui Zhongming? His body stiffened instantly as he stood there in disbelief. Wait, what? Although he had originally planned to stand in attendance, now that everyone else was seated, him? Huh? Something felt terribly wrong about this situation. But no one cared about his thoughts. The The princess very naturally took the fabric from him, then wiggled her fingers and declared, "Change to individual servings. Quickly modify the meal format and serve it. Don't waste time. Be quick about it." Soon, silver trays covered with domes were brought up from below, one for each person. This meal was unprecedented, the first time in this palace that attendants had dined together with the princess. Many ate cautiously, though Shui Zhongming's ashen face showed he wasn't finding anything amusing about the situation. The meal proceeded in utter silence. With neither Lu Su nor the princess inclined to speak, no one else dared open their mouth. The only notable occurrence was the princess frequently glancing up at Xia and Tong across from her. She kept noticing how the other girl's helmet-covered eyes remained fixed on the golden-masked lunatic beside her, and not even looking at his face, but staring unblinkingly at his hands instead. Her expression was complex, growing so intense it seemed her gaze had become physically embedded in him. The princess even began to suspect the girl opposite her was gradually losing her grip on reality. What exactly are you seeing? What history exists between you two? All right, that's enough. The food here is too troublesome to eat and frankly just mediocre. Though Lu Su cared little for palace dining etiquette, the complex sequence and rules of serving had finally annoyed him. Once satiated, he stood up directly, casually grabbing a napkin from the still-standing Shui Zhongming on his way. "I'm going to check out the wedding venue." "Where is it?" After the earlier series of events, the guards had lost any goodwill toward him, though various factors prevented them from acting now. When he spoke, the guards instinctively looked to the princess. "Take him there. Don't bother me. Get him out of my sight as quickly as possible." The princess waved her hand dismissively, sounding almost impatient, if not eager to be rid of him. The guards felt uneasy. One stepped forward as if to say something, but the princess cut him off immediately. "Unless he plans to blow this place up, let him do whatever. Take him there. I said I don't want to see him here anymore." Guard. With no alternative, they assigned 2 guards to lead the way, exiting the dining hall. Passing through spiral staircases and grand doors, Lu Su eventually emerged outside the palace. But when he actually saw the scenery outside, he froze in surprise. Outside this palace lay an actual world with other landscapes. The view stretched endlessly into the distance. In all previous games, areas beyond the game scenes had been nothing but void and darkness. Here, they were actually in an open-world game. In sight were mountains, streams, flying birds, and mist weaving through the forest, a world that looked incredibly beautiful. Lu Su was a bit stunned. Even in real life, he had never seen such scenery. This vastness felt like an entirely new world. The last time he had this feeling was in Tokyo, but that was still the real world, a whole city. With the arrogant mask on, he walked with his head held high, but this time, his face kept turning outward, admiring the view. From the castle's external spiral staircase, Lu Su followed several guards upward and quickly reached the very top of the castle. Once there, he realized this was obviously a staged area. At the center was a wide platform carved from some kind of stone resembling white jade. Perhaps it was actually jade itself. Seeing that, Lu Su knew he had come to the right place and walked straight onto it. The 2 guards were startled. The wedding hadn't started yet. How could someone just walk in like this? Judging by this attitude, he actually intended to stand right up there. Wait a moment. The 2 appeared in a flash, standing in front of Lu Su. But Lu Su didn't stop walking. He moved forward as if he intended to charge into the guards. The guards had no choice but to slightly sidestep, unwillingly making way for him. Lu Su passed between them, glanced back slightly. The golden mask shimmered with a piercing glow as he looked at them once. "Not bad, you're smart." With that, he strode directly toward the wedding platform steps. Guards. Everyone knew that if Lu Su truly attacked and killed the guards now, things would spiral out of control. But as the mask became clearer before their eyes, the 2 guards clearly felt, if they didn't let him through, they would die. True deterrence is when everyone knows you really would do it. The 2 guards exchanged a glance and decided to let it be. After all, the princess had already said not to stop this person from going wherever he wanted. Of course, since Lu Su dared to step onto the wedding platform, they wouldn't dare approach. They just stood far off, acting as sentries and watchers. Lusa stood alone at the center of the white jade platform, looking around and realizing the entire world lay beneath his gaze. This was, in fact, the highest point within his line of sight in the world. The castle was built on a mountain at its peak, and this was the highest part of the castle itself. It seemed designed to satisfy the castle owner's desire to lord over the world. The castle owner, wasn't that himself? Lusa thought to himself, feeling this spot was truly excellent. Then he suddenly paused, noticing something in the distance. People. At the mountain's foot, and even farther away, a huge crowd had gathered. Earlier he hadn't paid attention, barely even saw them. The sheer number of people made it hard to identify them as individuals. Now it seemed they were packed so tightly it was impossible to pass through. Judging by the look of it, they must all be here to witness the wedding. So grand? As he looked down at the crowd, the people below also spotted him. The golden mask reflected dazzling light. Even at noon, it was like the brightest jewel embedded atop the roof. The people below wore various outfits, some possibly priests or other ritual attendants. Once someone spotted the figure on the highest platform, word quickly spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Almost everyone lifted their heads, staring at the uninvited guest. A with diaresis knew yes. At such a time, right before the wedding began, they found someone had gone up first. This was outright disrespect. But soon, they realized something was off. So radiant. Under the noon sun's illumination, it didn't look like a human at all. The entire figure was wrapped in divine brilliance. At such a time, who could stand up there? That is a god. That's the person the princess is about to marry. The god has come. The god is watching us. No one knew who started it, but maybe the priests sensed the divinity on Luce's body and trembled as they shouted out. Soon, the crowd's unrest grew louder. The god is watching us. The voices among the people gradually swelled into a chant, and then suddenly, the crowd knelt en masse. The entire populace bowed down. Guards? The two guards hurried to the edge, staring down in shock, exchanging glances. What was going on? Should they report this to the princess? Princess, can I call you that now? At this moment, after lunch and rest, the afternoon attendant time had arrived. This time, the princess had also learned, if the attendant didn't want to chat, just switch to another one directly. Why waste time? So, she didn't bother and pressed the button to skip through attendance. Until Xia Antong was allowed in. What she just said was from Xia Antong. Do as you like. I don't really care anymore, just came to talk to you. The princess waved her hand, motioning for Xia Antong to sit on the bed while she lay down herself. That annoying guy finally left. How do you two know each other? Before Xia Antong could answer, the princess took the initiative to ask. It's kind of a coincidence. Xia Antong could only reply that. To be honest, though the princess seemed harmless, Sin wasn't here, and that made her feel a bit uneasy. Though outsiders saw Sin as the more ruthless one, she was now certain that if Sin were here, he would feel safer than the princess. Oh? Seems like a strange fate. The princess smiled. What do you feel about him? How long have you known each other? Xia Antong's expression grew complicated as she pondered and said, Feelings, hard to say. How long, that's also hard to say. Princess? Ha ha, you actually talk so interestingly. But it's funny. Just now at lunch, you kept staring at him so much. You care that much, huh dot. Xia Antong's face stiffened and she said, is it that obvious? Fine, I was just confirming. Care, not really. Besides, maybe he doesn't care about me at all. Is that so? The princess narrowed her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of killing intent. Maybe so. Someone like him, it's hard to imagine he cares about anyone. It's just that I feel. If I put a knife to your neck right now, he might appear in this room the next second. Upon hearing the princess's words, Xia Antong instinctively felt a chill run down her neck. She remained silent, unsure where the princess had drawn this conclusion from or what her intentions were in saying it. First of all, she hadn't even given Sin an earpiece this time, so they likely had no means of communication within the game. Whether she was in danger or not, he wouldn't even know. But after a brief moment of hesitation, Xia Antong decided not to deny the claim. If possible, she should absolutely drape herself in this tiger's skin. After all, This was hell mode, and the princess wasn't someone truly trustworthy. If she could use Sin's reputation to make the princess wary, that would be for the best. Perhaps. To be honest, even after all this time, I still don't fully understand the extent of his strength. The princess lay sideways on the bed, slightly narrowing her eyes as she gazed at Xia and Tong with an amused smile. You certainly choose your words carefully. Haha, I'm just telling the truth. Xia and Tong lowered her eyes, remaining vigilant and ready to flee at any moment. Then, before the princess could speak again, she quickly interjected. That guy's mindset is hard to decipher. Honestly, I think sometimes it's better not to overanalyze and just focus on oneself. Your wedding is the true milestone in life. That guy is just a temporary interlude, insignificant at best. Xia and Tong tried her best to steer the conversation back to the princess's wedding, returning to the main topic. The princess clearly noticed this. Gently stroking her eyebrow, the princess chuckled and said, I see you're quite interested in my wedding. Actually, it's not just you, I'm curious too. I know I'm getting married, but many of the details are unclear. I only remember that I'm marrying a man I love. No. Do I still love him? Why do I sometimes feel this surge of hatred in my heart? Whenever she reached this point, the princess's eyes would grow unfocused, almost unable to concentrate, clearly slipping back into that vacant state. Hey, are you listening? The princess frowned slightly, suddenly realizing that Xia and Tong seemed distracted. Oh, I'm listening. In truth, Xia and Tong had just learned what was happening outside. After encountering Sin, she had been controlling an all-seeing eye, following him from afar. That I had witnessed the landscape outside and seen Lu Su ascending a grand platform, his golden figure radiant under the sun's glow. At the same time, she heard the terrifying roar of the crowd and the sound of countless people kneeling in worship. She was first astonished that Lu Su had actually become a real king, exuding an almost divine presence. But soon, she realized something was wrong when she heard what the crowd was chanting. God? Divine Son? The princess's groom? Having experienced many high-stakes scenarios, Xia and Tong was acutely sensitive to such terms. Was this another divine scheme? Another selection by some god? Then, her body suddenly trembled as a realization struck her. Memories of what had happened to her in the previous game resurfaced. Her eyes quivered slightly as she looked up at the princess. May I ask who your beloved is? You wouldn't know him even if I told you, the princess replied, puzzled. No, I mean, what is his identity? He. The princess's eyes grew vacant again, even slipping into that dazed state. Clearly, something was seriously wrong. It almost seemed like she wasn't entirely sure. Then a strange, blissful smile spread across her face as she said, He is the strongest warrior, the bravest man. Xia and Tong. Oh no. Her intuition screamed at her. This was absolutely a major problem. Remembering the last game, those whose memories had been altered, those toyed with by the life god selection. A bone-chilling dread washed over her. Was it possible that the princess's memories had also been tampered with? The crowd outside was chanting about gods, believing the groom to be a divine son. But the princess didn't even know. First loving him, then hating him, forgetting what happened in between, even unsure of his identity. Wasn't this an obvious sign of memory manipulation? Princess, is it possible? Xia and Tong carefully watched the princess's expression as she tentatively continued. That you truly loved your beloved, but your memories might have been altered? That the person you once loved, and the one you're marrying now, perhaps they aren't the same person at all. The moment Xia and Tong uttered these words, the princess on the bed suddenly sprang up like lightning, none of her previous lethargy or dullness remaining. With circumflex new. Her eyes were filled with terror, even pleading, as she clamped a hand over Xia and Tong's mouth. Don't say it out loud. Xia and Tong! Exclamation point. Her pupils dilated in shock. She hadn't expected her simple speculation to provoke such a violent reaction. Was the princess trembling this badly? Wait, no, it wasn't just the princess. The bed, the entire room was shaking. In fact, Xia Antong's words had caused the whole room to tremble. The giant boulder in the room, embedded with weapons, began emitting a golden glow, as if something within was stirring. Don't say any more. The princess panted heavily, her eyes hollow as if her soul had fled. Let her speak if she wants to. With a loud crash, the window shattered, glass fragments scattering like dazzling gemstones as Luce leapt inside. His golden figure landed gracefully, surveying the scene before finally settling his gaze on Xia and Tong. "Speak. Don't interfere now. Do you even know what you're doing?" The princess screamed hysterically, losing her composure for the first time as she slammed a button in her hand. The door burst open and several guards marched in. Lusu ignored them entirely, striding toward the boulder and leaping onto it. He seized the trembling hilt of the embedded weapon. Instantly, a resonant hum filled the air as an invisible shockwave rippled outward. The earthquake-like tremors abruptly ceased. Luce's hand gripped the hilt like an immovable mountain suppressing something unseen. His golden mask radiated unquestionable authority as he turned back to Xia and Tong. "What were you going to say?" "Continue." Xia and Tong. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't comprehend how Sin had accomplished this. What kind of power was this? Or rather, in that brief moment, she had no other thoughts except one clear realization. He actually came. When she saw the castle begin to tremble, when she witnessed the princess undergo such drastic changes, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Her mind went blank instinctively, and then that golden figure entered. Now, only one sentence the princess had told her earlier echoed in her mind. "If I put a knife to your neck right now, he would definitely come." Not just her, even the princess was stunned. Watching Luce single-handedly grip that weapon, suppressing the violent tremors instantly, she was utterly shocked. The guards didn't overthink things. They entered with one simple purpose. Who should they take away? Glancing around, they wordlessly moved towards Xia and Tong with perfect synchronization, intending to seize her. "Out!" The princess and Luce spoke simultaneously. "Guards." Their bodies stiffened before they turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Xia and Tong reached up to remove the princess's hand from her shoulder. All hesitation vanished from her eyes as she stared directly at Sin's face and spoke. "I believe there must be divine intervention in this game. Or perhaps, that wedding ceremony was prepared for a god." Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire palace. From outside, boulders began tumbling down the mountainside. The princess trembled uncontrollably, staring at Xia and Tong in disbelief. "You! Stop talking. Can you see there's a problem here?" Xia and Tong didn't respond, merely grasping the princess's hand reassuringly with one hand while keeping her eyes locked on Sin across from them. He had said to speak her mind freely. The princess's memories were likely altered. Her past love and happiness were real, but this wedding, the person she's marrying, isn't her beloved. Rather, she's being wed to a divine child? Maybe. That's just my speculation. Boom. The entire ground quaked violently. The crystal chandelier above them swung wildly. Huh. For the first time, Luce's golden mask contorted into a ferocious expression. His grip on the weapon shifted to both hands. "A dead object dares oppose me?" Golden light erupted, transforming him into a radiant source of light, a blinding golden sun impossible to look at directly. His knuckles stood out sharply, veins bulging as he channeled power sufficient to crush boulders into powder through his death grip on the weapon's handle. And Thailand body. Shockwaves blasted outward, whipping through the women's hair and sending visible ripples through the air. The earthquake-like tremors gradually, forcibly, subsided under his suppression. Xia and Tong stared dumbfounded at the golden figure. She could sense it clearly. Divine aura radiated from him now. And that weapon undoubtedly contained divine will. The golden mask represented arrogance, represented standing above all others. Before him, no god could remain supreme, so he had become one himself. The princess shook like a leaf, staring at Lusu as if beholding something terrifying. She actually shrank back, trying to hide behind Xia and Tong. Xia and Tong tightened her grip on the princess's hand and whispered, "Everything will be fine. Anything else? This is getting dull. Speak if there's more." Luce's voice boomed like thunder. "Stop. Please don't continue." The princess seemed to have lost her mind, murmuring incoherently. Then she turned to Xia and Tong, eyes filled with shock. "He's insane? Are you insane too? Can you see what's happening?" "It's fine." Xia and Tong comforted her like an elder sister. If he said it was fine, then it absolutely was. "Just one more thing. I suspect this wedding might be some kind of ritual." Boom. The weapon in Luce's hands seemed to detonate with an ear-splitting blast. Dazzling light instantly swallowed the golden figure as violent energy surged outward, crashing against him. Ha 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 ha. No figure could be seen within the light, only mad laughter echoed forth before golden radiance erupted anew, matching the overwhelming power blow for blow. The princess gaped in astonishment. The entire castle convulsed violently, a full-scale earthquake. Massive boulders broke loose, crashing downward as people below scattered in panic. What's happening? Has the divine anger been provoked? Our piety must be insufficient. Heaven punishes us. Most terrifying of all, from the castle's peak where the wedding would occur, a pillar of light shot skyward, piercing through clouds into the heavens. Then something straight out of childhood cartoons happened to this world. The world's background seemed forcibly inverted. Daytime scenery rotated away as nighttime scenery rose to replace it. Yet this transformation remained incomplete. For now, the sky split perfectly, half day, half night. Starlight and blue sky divided the firmament, creating an incomprehensibly magnificent spectacle. People outside stopped fleeing entirely. Braving falling debris, they dropped to their knees en masse. This was divine manifestation. Divine manifestation. Simultaneously, in the castle's underground dungeon, a battered figure slowly raised its head. Sun. Eyes burning with fiery light flashed with shock and confusion before the corners of his mouth curled upward. His raspy laughter mixed with muttered words. He recited the Heaven and Earth Society's long-standing motto, the phrase that had existed from the very beginning. Sun and moon rotate, cycles repeat. Back in the chamber, explosions continued erupting around Luce's position. Xia Antong rose worriedly, staring at the intense light at the epicenter. Was he all right? Was that a confrontation with divine power just now? Please be safe, those explosions. Lu Su. Xia Antong whispered softly, unsure whether the arrogance-infused mask still allowed him enough rationality to only engage when truly capable. Had that previous state really been within his abilities? What did you say? The princess beside her turned her head in confusion, unable to comprehend why this woman had suddenly started murmuring so quietly. Nothing. Xia Antong didn't have time to look at her now. With a wave of her hand, the buzzing sound of the all-seeing eye operating at overload capacity filled the surrounding air as it attempted to charge into the central beam of light. Yet an invisible energy barrier seemed to exist there, even when disregarding potential damage and forcing its way forward, the all-seeing eye couldn't penetrate it at all. That seemingly harmless light at the room's center undoubtedly contained unimaginable power. Just from preliminary external data analysis, cold sweat had already begun forming on Xia Antong's forehead. Moreover, the surreal phenomenon outside, where half the sky remained daylight while the other half turned to night, completely baffled her. Wait. Suddenly remembering something, she leapt off the bed and shouted toward the glowing mass. Use that needle. Can you hear me? Isn't my death's door still in your hands? Use that thing. But no sound emerged from the glowing mass, which pulsed with energy as if brewing something within. Xia Antong instinctively stepped forward, only to be immediately pulled back by the princess behind her. Stay away from there. The haggard princess sat up, staring incredulously out the window at the divided day and night skies, her expression equally shocked. That man could actually achieve this level. I told you not to let him continue. Do you understand the current situation? What will happen with this energy? Xia Antong turned to ask. The princess shook her head, her expression complicated. I don't know either, but I think we should leave first. As for him, we'll see what capabilities he truly possesses. Reckless arrogance inevitably meets its end eventually. Despite her words, the princess remained thoroughly stunned by the scene before her. Attempting to drag Xia Antong out, she found her momentarily immovable. Xia Antong decisively injected herself with something to maintain calmness, then mentally reviewed her extensive inventory for anything that might resolve the situation. Yet her current possessions seemed pitifully inadequate when facing something of divine caliber. Go. What? Have you lost your senses too? If he's truly courting death, you can't help anyway. The princess's mind was unusually clear now, her speech completely different from her previous mentally unstable state. Xia Antong. With rationality restored, she had to admit the truth in those words. Her presence here made little difference from just leaving the all-seeing eye behind. But at that precise moment, the room's lights suddenly dimmed. The central glow weakened as if its energy were being absorbed. Move now. The princess immediately retreated as if anticipating an explosion. Yet almost simultaneously, Xia Antong's brow furrowed as the all-seeing eye's data indicated the energy was draining away like floodwaters through a broken dam. What was happening? Just then, a notification sounded through her game interface. Game world experiencing dimensional instability, all game rules undergoing reverse modification. Game time accelerated by 12 hours. As the announcement concluded, the opposing day and night skies outside violently collided, their colors mixing like paint palettes being twisted together. In an instant, all chaos ceased, leaving only a starry night sky. Time had jumped straight from noon to midnight, 12 hours skipped in a blink. ROB. Witnessing this divine spectacle left the princess dumbstruck, her mouth slightly agape as she stared out the window. Xia Antong meanwhile kept her gaze fixed on the gradually dissipating light sphere, her chest heaving violently before finally releasing a long exhale and closing her eyes as if relieved of some great worry. Rather interesting. The light converged at its central point as if completely absorbed, revealing once more that golden figure accompanied by triumphant laughter. His golden cape billowed without wind, the golden mask now making him appear like a being stepped straight from myth. His weapon-wielding hands dripped with fresh blood that flowed down onto the stone beneath. Crack! The massive stone emitted shattering sounds as fissures instantly spread across its surface. Yet despite appearing severely damaged, even when Lusu exerted more force, the weapon remained stubbornly lodged. This thing feels quite good. He turned to look at Xia Antong. Any other predictions? Care to elaborate more? Seeing him unharmed yet uncertain how he'd managed it, Xia Antong took a deep breath and walked directly toward him without reply. Looking up at his perch on the giant stone, she demanded, "Return it." Huh? Lu Su feigned ignorance. Death's door. Why suddenly so urgent about repayment? What's yours in my possession should rightfully be considered mine, no? If you won't return it, then use it now. Xia Antong stated impassively. Lu Su? Before he could refuse, she continued, arrogance doesn't equate to stupidity, though sometimes it's a component. But deliberately not using something due to arrogance? That's pure stupidity. Before Lu Su could respond, the live chat exploded first. Wait, why does Blank suddenly seem different? How to put it? Before, Blank always seemed nervous, even fearful around Sin, right? Now she's suddenly not afraid anymore. What's happening? Don't get it, but better be careful. Sin's always been a psycho after all. The audience's confusion mirrored Lu Su's own. The golden arrogance mask tilted slightly as he asked, "Are you lecturing me? Or you could choose to return my property." Xia Antong countered. The two stared at each other for a while, with Pride instinctively releasing his overwhelming authoritative aura, the pressure bearing down like a physical force. Yet Xia Antong appeared completely unfazed, showing no significant emotional reaction. Did she take some kind of drug just now? Lu Su wondered silently. What if I refuse to return it? That's perfectly fine. Xia Antong lowered her eyes slightly. Then it just means you're using force to keep what doesn't belong to you. Pride. Logically, this made sense. Everything in the world existed for his taking, and seizing whatever he wanted was his natural right. Yet for some reason, her words felt profoundly wrong. The crux was he hadn't seized the item by force initially. He'd explicitly borrowed it, promising to return it during this game session. This left Pride, who valued face above all else, trapped in an awkward position where backing down felt impossible. Outright plundering? Acceptable. Breaking a borrowing promise? Not quite as acceptable. His golden mask creased at the brow as he stared down at Xia Antong in prolonged silence. Wait, why the infighting? They were cooperating fine earlier, what's happening? Don't provoke Sin. This guy clearly has no team spirit, what if he snaps? Weren't they getting along earlier? What's their actual relationship off camera? The audience grew increasingly concerned, some even strategizing ways to help Blink. Even the princess watching nearby frowned anxiously. Given the choice, she naturally preferred the girl between these two. She debated whether to intervene. After the prolonged silence, Pride raised a single finger. The princess and guards tensed at the gesture, yet the helmeted girl remained utterly composed. It's here. Lusa pointed the raised finger at his own chest. Truthfully, he'd prepared for this scenario since the game's very beginning. Ever since donning the mask, outmaneuvering himself had become routine training. I'll return what I took, consider it a debt owed. Name your price. But you'd do well to watch your tone with me. Anton glanced at his chest and nodded. Okay. She turned to leave immediately, but the moment her back faced him, her lips curled upward. She knew it. The person she'd chosen would never be fully controlled by that mask. The surface conflict dissipated as abruptly as it began, leaving the princess bewildered. After glancing between them, she remained silent. With the world's timeline accelerated, 12 hours vanished instantly, necessitating fresh preparations. All servants disappeared, night had fallen, demanding rest. Guards scrambled to make arrangements. Lusu obviously couldn't share quarters with the bride-to-be princess. After brief negotiations, the castle offered an exceptionally grand chamber, likely reserved for foreign emissaries. Reinoi. He declined, unwilling to waste energy on trivial negotiations. Discovering the gods' involvement in this game had electrified him. He spent the night stargazing from the palace's white jade rooftop. Notably, Luce's original servant quarters remained empty. Despite turning the palace upside down, guards never found the mysteriously vanished attendant. In the dungeon, Sun remained shackled by massive magic-suppressing chains, limbs encased in metal, yet offered no resistance. Almost as if, waiting. Dawn arrived swiftly. As first light touched the horizon, swarms of bizarre creatures soared over distant mountains toward the palace. Lusu narrowed his eyes at the unfamiliar beasts. If forced to categorize them, perhaps griffins? Armored warriors packed each griffin's back. One glance told Lusu their combat prowess. Pathetically weak. At least by Pride standards, these fighters actually ranked among elite players. His gaze swiftly locked onto a lavishly dressed figure at the formation center. The two of them were up in the air, and they even looked each other in the eye for a moment. Below the mountain, crowds gathered for the wedding ceremony knelt en masse as the Griffin fleet approached. The Divine Sun. The Divine Sun comes. But as worship began, people abruptly noticed the discrepancy. What Divine Sun? Wasn't the Divine Sun already standing atop the palace? Heads swiveled toward the palace summit, where Luce remained, now stepping forward. The rising sun gilded his silhouette, casting him once more as the golden radiant deity from yesterday. Identical divine aura. Instant confusion paralyzed the crowd into stunned silence. Which one was real? That's the one. In the princess chambers, where Anton had re-entered, she pointed at the Griffin fleet outside. With servant timelines altered, the princess claimed her schedule needed adjusting to match the accelerated world time. Thus she'd bypassed guard scrutiny. For reasons unclear, Anton now enjoyed exclusive favor. While Anton couldn't identify the key figure among Griffin riders, the princess recognized him instantly. Yes. Your beloved? Does he look the same? Anton probed. Yes. The princess' eyes glazed with sudden bliss. His face has been engraved in my heart for years. Anton. Even facial memories rewritten? TCH, was her theory correct? Could it actually be body theft? As she murmured this, the entire castle quaked violently again. Could you please stop saying such things randomly? The princess winced, turning back. Before that lunatic barges in here again. Was there originally some lunatic here? How peculiar. As the princess's words fell, Luce's voice rang out from outside the window, causing the princess's expression to darken immediately. She didn't even need to turn around before the golden-clad figure leaped in through the window. Ever since the previous tremor, Luce had become extremely sensitive to any shaking of the castle. But this time, after Anton mentioned the word possession, the shaking lasted only briefly before calm was restored. By the time Luce entered, the opportunity had already passed. Lunatics never realize they're lunatics, the princess said with a darkened expression. Luce ignored her, turning instead to Anton. What did you just say? Anton. Nothing, just pure speculation. I happened to mention that perhaps the princess's betrothed might be possessed. Lusa glanced back at the massive stone and the weapon sealed within before continuing. You're suggesting her memory confusion and love-hate entanglement might also stem from that person being possessed by a deity? Correct. But I said this place isn't shaking. I don't know. Are you too determined to make this place shake? The princess snapped angrily. She knew nothing good would come of this man's arrival. Stop openly discussing how to cause trouble for me in my own room. Isn't this my room? Lusa frowned. The princess. She weakly slapped her forehead, realizing she'd dug herself into a deep hole yesterday. Initially meeting this bizarre person claiming to be king had seemed amusing. She'd played along to see what might happen. Now she found herself trapped by his unshakable belief in his royal identity. Seeing no response, Lusa turned back to Xia Antong. Anything else? Try again. Xia Antong thought to herself, was she being treated as some kind of test switch now? These things require careful attempts, I'm not certain. I need to speak with Her Highness. Oh, perhaps it doesn't need to be so complicated, Lusa said. You could just wildly guess every possible scenario until something makes this place shake. Xia Antong. Why don't you just recite the entire Xinhua dictionary from start to finish then? Do you have a Xinhua dictionary on you? The princess watched them expressionlessly. If neither of you has anything important to do, leave together now. Honestly, she was beginning to think madness might be preferable. Oh, there actually is something, Lusa said as if suddenly remembering. There's a group of worthless fools outside making quite a show. If I eliminate them, would that accomplish anything? The princess snapped, Don't act on your own judgment. These matters don't require your input. Lusa's golden mask slowly turned toward her, displaying clear confusion. What are you talking about? Did I ask you? Then he turned the mask toward Xia Antong. What about those eyes of yours? Make yourself useful. Xia Antong rubbed her temples. Since yesterday, when she'd noticed an inexplicably empty servant's quarters, she'd begun forming bold theories about Sin's role in this game. Ano Epsilon. She whispered, No, our mission is to ensure the wedding proceeds smoothly. The implication was clear. Why did you seem determined to sabotage it? I don't care about missions. Lusa said coldly. I have my own objectives. I want to open that stone and see what's inside. Just tell me, if I remove those heads outside, will this place shake even more violently than yesterday? The golden mask radiated arrogant pressure. The princess's expression twisted, her hand already moving toward a hidden button, prepared for direct confrontation if necessary. Xia Antong quickly grasped the princess's hand in reassurance, caught between two difficult personalities. I believe it's best not to proceed this way. She hastily added, Of course, no one can stop you from acting, your will is supreme. But the wedding is about to begin, and divine intervention seems involved. Wouldn't you rather see what fascinating developments might occur then? If you stop the wedding now, the gods might think you're afraid. Lusu. The golden mask flickered with indecision. Lusu wasn't foolish, he recognized blatant reverse psychology. But in his current masked state, this provocation proved remarkably effective. After several seconds of silence, Lusa turned and seated himself on the massive stone, awaiting potential tremors rather than immediately executing the groom. The princess's expression remained stormy. She couldn't bear to look at the arrogant figure anymore. With the powder keg temporarily stabilized, Xia Antong finally focused on the princess. Your Highness, your prince awaits outside. You saw him earlier. Do you truly wish to marry him? The princess composed herself, closed her eyes, and nodded. Xia Antong looked surprised. Why? Your emotions revealed deep hatred toward him. And the castle's earlier shaking confirmed my suspicions. He may not be the one you loved, perhaps even possessed. Do you still love him? The princess remained silent before meeting Xia Antong's gaze with sudden gentleness. This isn't about love. The mad beauty's face softened into a heartbreakingly fragile smile. Everyone has their destiny. I choose to walk toward mine. Xia Antong? A clearly confused expression appeared beneath her helmet. They were having a perfectly normal conversation. Why had it suddenly turned into cryptic riddles? What did he mean by walking toward fate? This was getting a bit too metaphysical. Excuse me, could you elaborate? I'm having trouble understanding, Xia Antong asked, taking advantage of the princess's relatively stable condition. With Sin standing right behind her, she felt emboldened to ask more probing questions. The princess let out a long sigh. You've been here for a while now. You must have seen it, the crowds of citizens gathered below the castle, at the foot of the mountain. Xia Antong nodded to show she understood. Do you think they're just here to watch the spectacle? The princess continued. As a princess, as the symbol of a nation, my fate is inherently tied to the country's rise and fall. This wedding has already been universally recognized as an absolute auspicious sign. As long as the ceremony succeeds, the nation will have a new ruler and all the famines and disasters will vanish. Only then can true blessings descend upon us. Huh. Xia Antong was momentarily stunned. But isn't that just superstition? How could that possibly determine anything? Superstition? What do you mean? The princess looked equally baffled. Seeing her expression, Xia Antong suddenly realized her mistake. She was still clinging to the materialistic mindset from her original world, not yet fully adapted to the divine selection game's reality. But this world had superpowers. It had gods, which meant that here, this wasn't superstition, it was more like this world's version of science. Just as two powerful families merging through marriage could share resources, marrying a divine child would naturally bring divine protection. Understanding this world's fundamental nature left Xia Antong speechless. But, in that case, she stammered. Your mind is already in turmoil, and you're being forced to marry someone against your will. It's hard to see how this could be considered auspicious. The princess's gaze suddenly softened, and she smiled. It's so nice talking to another girl. You actually empathize with this mad princess. Her smile faded slightly. But it doesn't matter. Everything comes at a price, doesn't it? The title of princess isn't just about living in a castle with servants at your beck and call. Of course, there's a price. And so many people's fates are tied to mine. Xia Antong fell silent. Others might not understand, but those words had struck a chord deep within her. For a moment, both women stood in quiet contemplation. Pathetic. A harsh voice shattered the melancholic atmosphere like a hammer through glass. The princess's expression immediately darkened as she glared at Lusa perched on the boulder. Oh? Does our esteemed king have some wisdom to share? She snapped. Could you two please stop your little pity party? Lusa's voice was ice cold as he leaped down from the rock. He fixed the princess with a disdainful stare. You claim the people's fates rest on your shoulders? Are you joking? What does that have to do with you? The princess let out a derisive laugh. Of course it does. If the wedding doesn't happen, disasters will run rampant. The gods might punish us, this is reality. But if I marry, then favorable weather will return, and all those people kneeling outside for days. Lusa cut her off impatiently. Oh, really? And what if you marry and the famines continue? What if things get worse? What if a meteor smashes your kingdom to dust? The princess froze, completely at a loss for words. That wouldn't happen. The wedding is auspicious, everyone knows this. The gods. So you admit it then? Lusu interrupted again. The people's fates don't rest with you at all. They rest with the gods, don't they? This time, even Xia Antong's pupils trembled at his words. Wait, he had a point. But the wedding, everyone agreed. The princess looked utterly lost now, her eyes unfocused as she mumbled to herself. Who agreed? Lusa scoffed, the golden mask's eye symbols glaring down imperiously. The gods? And if they changed their minds? What could you possibly do about it? As. The princess. Not all gods are as unscrupulous as you. But Lusa's words had genuinely stumped her. She'd never considered these possibilities before. Without power, without any leverage, without any means to negotiate, you're just handing everything over to someone else, Lusa continued mercilessly. And you have the audacity to talk about accepting your fate? What fate? You're just being manipulated by stronger beings. Here's a promise. If you kill yourself right now, I guarantee your people will prosper. Go ahead and die. The princess's gaze grew vacant, her voice hollow as she responded, Do you mean that? Try dying and find out, Lusa sneered. Xia Antong couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed the princess's hand, afraid she might actually do something drastic. That strange laughter bubbled up from the princess again, as if she'd slipped back into madness. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. So what should I do then? What can I possibly do? For weaklings who can't control their own fate? Lusa said coldly. Fight like hell. At least if you die, it'll be by your own choice. Having your fate in someone else's hands is no different from being dead. But all those people, what's that got to do with you? They should be fighting too. If they're stupid enough to entrust their fates to you, then they deserve what they get. The princess. She'd never heard such cruel words before. They crashed into her mind like a violent assault. You're truly vicious. The arrogance mask actually laughed. Any performance not aimed at controlling one's own fate is just foolish self-indulgence. Princess. She was at a loss for words. Though every word he said sounded harsh, one statement in particular had blocked all her possible escape routes. What if gods don't keep their promises? Whatever controlled the fate of this world, whether gods or some powerful beings, why would they keep promises to insignificant ants like them? Perhaps what you're saying won't happen. The princess lowered her head, murmuring to herself. Her mental state was already fragile, drowning in her own despair with no way out. But arrogance clearly lacked the ability to empathize, continuing bluntly. In this world, only what you can control yourself counts. Promises from others mean nothing. The princess sighed deeply, shaking her head before finally looking up to face the golden mask she'd been avoiding. But what's the point of knowing this? The weak sometimes have no choice. If your options are obey and possibly die, or disobey and certainly die, which would you choose? Lusu needed no time to ponder such questions, his golden mask glinting as he replied. That dilemma doesn't exist for me. My choices are always about who else dies, not whether I die. Heh, the princess actually laughed. It seemed people could still laugh in absolute despair. I'm starting to admire you now. In some ways, you truly are strong, at least mentally. Luce's golden mask immediately flashed with disdain as he corrected. Actually, I'm strong in terms of pure power too. Fine, the princess conceded helplessly. Luce seemed to have a rare moment of consideration, looking at the princess as if struck by conscience. But to return to the point, if you truly face that situation, what you described is actually a false dilemma. If resistance means certain death, then obedience also means certain death. History has proven this repeatedly. So, these consequences don't actually require consideration. Since death is certain either way, you might as well. He left the thought unfinished, his golden mask radiating an intimidating glow as he stared fixedly at the princess. The princess looked stunned, hesitating before asking. Are you suggesting I should die now? Lusu. Xia and Tong nearby nearly lost her composure. She genuinely pitied the princess under continuous pressure. The princess's mind seemed to be breaking. It made sense. Between likely divine brainwashing, memory alterations, and madness, maintaining basic logic was probably impossible. Arrogance's mask displayed an utterly expressionless look. Your words possess a certain beauty completely untainted by intellect. The princess suddenly flopped onto the bed as if giving up, her lips curling into a resigned, self-abandoned smile as she spoke with crazed laughter. What's the point of saying all this? You're the king, you've never faced problems you couldn't solve. I'm weak, pinning hopes on illusions. I admit it. Alright, at this point, what choice do I have? If my death could change everything, I'd kill myself right now, no problem. No paths before me, no opportunities. What can I do? What choices do I have? Xia and Tong frowned, repeatedly wanting to interject. She felt further conversation with the princess was meaningless now. And she glanced sideways at Sin. Had he truly never encountered unsolvable problems? More likely he'd faced countless challenges, but always believed he could overcome them, fighting desperately with no retreat. Perhaps in his eyes, death was just death, no afterlife to confirm his failures. Just as she was about to speak, Luce suddenly said, Who said you have no opportunities? What opportunities? The princess jerked her head up, bewildered, pointing at Xia and Tong. Like she said, I don't even know if my memories are real or my thoughts are my own. I don't know what I'm facing, nor what to resist, only that something bad is happening. What opportunities? But I came. You saw me. Luce said with abnormal calm. You could have tried to use me. Princess? In an instant, she froze, staring at Luce with disbelief. Ignoring her reaction, Luce turned to observe the thing sealed in the giant stone. After my arrival, you realized I'm a variable, my strength, my timing, all variables. You could have used me to kill your so-called marriage partner outright, to see what would happen. But you refused. You could have used me to keep her guessing possible reasons, making this place shake violently enough to free that weapon from the stone. But you didn't. You could have redirected disaster, shifted calamities you couldn't handle onto me. Instead, you wallowed in self-pity. The princess sat up, her brow furrowed in confusion. She couldn't fathom how someone could so calmly say, "You could have used me." Shouldn't he be angry at being used? Why was it the opposite for him? It was as if he wasn't talking about himself. What do you mean? Nothing much. The gaze from the golden mask grew increasingly sharp. I'm saying your heart has already submitted. You've lost that spirit to seize every possible variable, every glimmer of hope, always ready to fight back. If this nation's fate rests with you, don't bother. It's already doomed. Meanwhile, Xia and Tong lowered her head slightly, her helmet concealing trembling eyes. Emotions surged within her like spring water about to overflow. Were these words something arrogance should say? While listeners would hear only condescension and harshness, she detected frustration at wasted potential and compassion. Beneath the mask. It was him, Xia, and Tong pondered in her heart, already 70 to 80% certain. Even in her medicated state, she still felt emotional fluctuations at this moment. She lowered her head, remaining silent like a calm observer. Never before had she felt her all-seeing eye see so clearly. Meanwhile, the princess unconsciously sat up straight, staring at the golden mask with trembling lips as if wanting to say something. She felt as if she'd found some lifeline. What did this person's words mean? Was there a possibility she could seek his help? Yet, she knew clearly it was hopeless, just forcing someone with an invincible spirit to helplessly submit. But what he said earlier seemed correct. Had she truly long lost the psychological strength to resist? The opponent was too strong, utterly impossible. Were these words, in some sense, just excuses she made for herself? Just as she stood up, Lu Su had already turned and walked to the window. "Where are you going?" the princess instinctively asked. Waiting, Lu Su didn't turn back. "I've never witnessed a dynasty's collapse before. Perfect opportunity to enjoy the view. And to see what you wanted to show me." Having said this, he leaped out directly, charging toward the palace rooftop. "Princess." Behind him, the princess slightly raised her hand, seeming hesitant to speak, but ultimately said nothing. She slumped back onto the bed once more. Bang! The door opened as guards entered, announcing, "Time's up. Please exit attendance. It's time for the next shift." Xia and Tong looked around, stood up, and prepared to leave. "No need." The princess on the bed suddenly spoke up. "Cancel all attendant shifts. She stays to keep me company." "Guards? Your Highness, this may be. My wedding is tomorrow. Don't make me angry now. I won't repeat myself." The princess sharply cut off their objections, her entire demeanor radiating unprecedented dominance and authority. Lying on the bed, she stared intensely at the guards with no room for negotiation. "Guards." After a moment's silence, the guards bowed slightly and withdrew. The door closed again, leaving the room in silence until the princess turned to Xia and Tong. "Do you think what he said was right?" Xia and Tong, surprised by the princess forcibly changing protocol to keep her here, pondered briefly. Perhaps in specific circumstances, those involved can't see clearly. The psychological state when making choices rarely reaches his level. "No, not that." The princess interrupted. "I don't care what he said about me. I truly am a weak, incompetent princess. He wasn't wrong. But is there really no hope? For my kingdom? My people? Or should I do as he said, seize every possible opportunity, embrace variables, never compromise? Would that be better?" The princess's eyes gradually grew confused. "Which way is right? Did I truly make mistakes? What do you think? If it were you, which approach would be better?" The princess was clearly in a completely confused state of mind. If she didn't talk to someone to sort out her emotions, she might just lose it. Which is more correct, I can't say for sure. Xia and Tong smiled slightly. "But I know he himself has always acted exactly as he described." The princess looked puzzled. "How so? Hasn't he always acted invincible? Shouldn't his personality come from smooth sailing without obstacles?" Xia and Tong shook her head firmly. "No, not at all. The adversities he's faced are numerous. Before he overcame them, everyone considered them insurmountable mountains. He truly seized every possible opportunity, disregarding so-called consequences of failure." Aeneas. The princess visibly showed a question mark. How could someone who'd endured hardships develop such an arrogant, invincible personality? Shouldn't he be more cautious? You suddenly seem to understand him well. Didn't you say earlier you didn't really know him? Xia and Tong chuckled. Now I seem to understand a bit more. Princess. What nonsense. Waving her hand sadly. Never mind that. It doesn't matter. Things have reached this point. Everything seems finished. Despair reappeared in her eyes. Is it too late? No more chances. How so? Isn't this the most opportune moment? Xia Antong's eyes gleamed. How? Asked the princess. Didn't he just say, now he's here? He's never been one to sit quietly. Princess? Atop the palace, Lucis sat on the edge of the white jade platform like a statue, calmly observing the mountain below, where a group rested peacefully. Among them was the so-called Divine Sun. Strangely, their gazes met across the vast distance, with the samurai-clad man showing no fear, just calmly, neither humble nor pushy, looking at the golden-armored figure atop the castle who resembled a deity. Lucis slightly furrowed his brows, finding this odd. Given his arrogant nature, why didn't he feel provoked when meeting someone's gaze? Normally, shouldn't he kill anyone daring to look directly at him? TSK. Something's off. Why sit here all this time? A voice came from behind. Lucis frowned, knowing who it was. Why are you wandering freely too? Aren't you doing the same? Xia and Tong countered from behind. A king moves freely in his own domain, Lucis said indifferently. King, huh? Xia and Tong inwardly scoffed, shaking her head before asking directly. Actually, I can tell. Did you actually not want this wedding to succeed? Hearing these words, Lucis' expression instantly darkened as he spoke. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Save your unnecessary words of caution. You may leave before my patience runs out. Xia and Tong smiled, watching the setting sun dye Lucis' golden cape with blood-like hues in the orange-red glow. No, I just came to confirm something. Also, I simply wanted to express my full support if you truly intend to stop the wedding. Lucis? Behind his mask, his eyes flickered slightly as he turned to look at Xia and Tong. Based on his understanding of her, she should be the type to follow game rules meticulously. The game's mission was to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly, yet now she was suggesting she didn't want it to happen? Had she finally started breaking rules and making rebellious moves? After silently observing her for several seconds, his arrogant nature prevented him from asking about her thoughts. He simply nodded, acknowledging her rebellious attitude met his approval. Surprisingly kind of you to worry about the princess entering an unhappy marriage, disregarding game rules to stop the wedding, Xia and Tong continued. Lucis? What kind of human would say such things? Even pride stiffened slightly upon hearing this. What level of imagination could produce such bizarre statements? This time he didn't even turn his head, merely retorting irritably. If your intelligence has been infected by that guy, maybe you should give yourself another shot. I don't communicate with people below a certain standard. Xia and Tong was naturally joking. Knowing Sin well, she understood he would never make decisions for such reasons. But it didn't matter. She found this amusing. Maintaining a comfortable distance at the edge of Pride's tolerance zone, she sat down at the periphery. Following Sin's gaze into the distance, she spotted the samurai among the crowd below, a man who clearly stood out with his extraordinary bearing. That's tomorrow's male lead, right? Xia and Tong asked, then corrected herself. The male lead besides you, or rather, the second male lead. Lucis. At least her phrasing showed some tact. He could only nod before saying, you might want to reconsider all your previous guesses. Xia and Tong paused, confused. After some thought, she asked, you think I'm wrong? But weren't those tremors earlier some form of verification? Truth can be selectively verified. Partial truth might lead to wrong conclusions, Lucis said flatly. Xia and Tong fell silent. She wanted to ask if he had noticed something but feared provoking Pride's wrath. However, this time Lucis initiated the conversation, tilting his chin toward the divine prince scheduled to marry tomorrow. That man has issues. What, does he possess divine power? Been possessed by a god? Xia and Tong asked. No, quite the opposite. The golden mask's brow furrowed. His aura is too pure too weak. Moreover, I feel this person is a good man. Xia Antong's eyes widened, blinking rapidly at the golden mask. She could hardly believe a good man had come from Sin's mouth. His world should only contain ants and somewhat interesting existences. Your current state really doesn't resemble Pride much. Then what does it resemble? Lucis responded instantly behind his mask, his tone betraying nothing. Perhaps because he was speaking privately with someone familiar, his mask's persona wasn't as distinct, revealing more of his true personality. Xia Antong looked at him but didn't say, "Of course it resembles Lu Su more," instead changing the subject. "Never mind. Thanks for the reminder, I'll reconsider things later." How strange. The game's objective is to proceed with the wedding, yet so far no obstacles have appeared that might stop it. Instead, the resistance comes from the players themselves. Gaming with you always brings unexpected twists. Lu Su shook his head and stood up. "If you're scared, don't team up with me in the future." "So eager to ditch deadweight?" Xia Antong joked, though a shadow flickered in her eyes. She knew he never really cared about teammate strength in Sin's eyes. Other players never mattered. Perhaps it wasn't Sin pushing her away, but Lu Su himself. "Whatever happens at tomorrow's wedding, let me thank you on the princess's behalf first." Lu Su looked puzzled. "How can you know what will happen tomorrow when even I don't?" Regardless, for any woman, having someone appear to disrupt an unwanted wedding counts as salvation. "The weak always empathize strangely," Lu Su reflexively said. "To actually change your gaming principles because of an NPC's plight. Are you projecting?" After speaking, Lu Su experienced an almost imperceptible pause. He suddenly felt this might actually be true. "So what if I am? You scolded her earlier for lacking fighting spirit. Wasn't that projection based on your own experiences too?" Perhaps I was projecting. I feel like being willful in this game too. Just a pity. I might not get such an opportunity myself." Lu Su. Instantaneously, Lu Su fell into prolonged silence. Right now, he realized this mask's greatest weakness. Pride makes one blind. The girl before him wielded the all-seeing eye as her core weapon, integrating nearly all abilities. Had he been too careless? "You." The golden mask seemed to stiffen as Lu Su slowly turned toward her. "Have you guessed something?" "Huh?" Xia Antong looked back at him, her helmeted eyes appearing utterly confused. "No, I haven't guessed anything at all. Wasn't it you who said my previous guesses might be wrong?" "I actually think so too. I still need to think more about it, though time might be running short. You go ahead and keep stargazing tonight. I won't stand here being an eyesore anymore." After saying this, Xia Antong turned and walked toward the steps, following several distant guards as she descended, heading toward her room. The entire way, her expression remained grim, her heartbeat rapid, so much so she could feel a slight ringing in her ears. Damn it, did I say too much just now? In truth, whether it was the audience or the guards watching from behind, they all felt a surge of respect toward her. That someone could speak so fearlessly to that lunatic already astonished them. Only Xia Antong knew the truth in her heart. After seeing the face behind the mask, her caution and fear had diminished. She simply didn't believe he harbored any intention to kill her. Yet she dared not expose his identity, not even through hints. On the surface, she told herself the mask was meant to conceal his identity from the world, and she shouldn't give him any reason for suspicion. But with all her analytical abilities, she couldn't deceive herself. Taking a deep breath to ease the knot in her chest, she let out a bitter laugh. Truthfully, hadn't he already rejected her outright during the first game, when he wore that pale green mask? Back then, she simply hadn't known who hid beneath it. At dusk, the last remnants of sunlight were swallowed by the distant mountains as night began its descent. The golden mask flickered with shifting emotions as Lu Su watched her leave, an inexplicable sense of wrongness gnawing at him. A growing irritation took root in his heart. But irritation was an emotion arrogance should never feel, which only fueled his frustration further. The terrifying pressure unique to arrogance began radiating from him unconsciously. Even as night approached, people at the mountain's base could faintly see golden light shimmering from the palace peak. This is somewhat troublesome. The golden mask tilted upward to gaze at the night sky. Having forcibly accelerated the game's time by 12 hours, preparations for the wedding would begin at dawn tomorrow. Yes. This game officially starts tomorrow, correct? I feel like taking action already. Shaking off distracting thoughts, he clenched his fists, the metallic sound ringing clear. The next day, as the sky lightened with dawn's first glow, it heralded the commencement of a grand wedding. The entire kingdom seemed to stir into motion. At the mountain's base, a group of priestly figures began dancing wildly, chanting strange slogans. Griffins took to the skies, paving a rainbow pathway leading straight to the palace summit. This energy-constructed rainbow bridge shimmered with divine radiance as the groom, the center of all attention, stepped onto it. The princess had long been waiting atop the white jade platform at the palace peak. Her white gown spilled across the ground, blending seamlessly with the jade. All attendants stood at attention on both sides, awaiting the meeting of the wedding's main participants. Yet most wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This was hell mode. Was it really about to end? The mission itself was simply to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly. What had they even done these past 2 days? Practically nothing. If it ended like this, then even I could handle hell mode. Many even began smiling in relief, finding the situation amusing as they prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Only more experienced players like Shui Zhengming wore expressions of confusion. His past hell mode experiences told him things couldn't possibly be this simple. Lu Si stood alone at the very edge of the summit, his back to the wedding scene as if completely uninterested. He simply gazed downward at the kneeling crowds below, silent and detached. The princess began slowly walking toward the rainbow bridge. Surprisingly, Xia Antong was the one handing her the bouquet while helping adjust her train. Xia Antong turned her face toward the princess's complex expression and whispered, "Your Highness, you can still back out anytime. Decide to leave this wedding." The princess, who had been staring fixedly at her beloved, froze momentarily before looking at Xia Antong. What nonsense are you saying? Do you know the consequences?" "We don't care about consequences," Xia Antong said solemnly. "Not gods, not fate, not responsibilities. Only your own choice matters. If you want to leave, I can take you anywhere in the world instantly. Trust me." Xia Antong spoke with absolute seriousness and clarity. She was currently under the influence of her medication. Meaning, in a state of pure rationality, she had made this wildly reckless, rebellious choice. The princess looked at her, then suddenly smiled with unprecedented gentleness, an expression no one had seen since the game began. Reaching out, she patted Xia Antong's head gently. "Little girl, when you face your own happiness someday, be this brave too." With that, she turned her gaze toward the figure on the rainbow bridge. "Now, I'm going to my happiness. My love awaits me." Xia Antong stiffened in surprise, brows knitting together. The princess's demeanor seemed completely sincere, more clear-headed than ever before. But how? Could that truly be her beloved? Even if so, shouldn't he no longer be the same person? And, though dignified, the man clearly appeared middle-aged. By now, the princess had taken the bouquet and moved to where the rainbow bridge met the jade platform. Dong! The bell told 48 in-game hours had elapsed. The princess looked up at the approaching man, her face filled with adoration and worship. Her groom smiled warmly back, gazing down at her. "Are you ready?" The princess's eyes glistened with tears as her lips trembled. "I will always support your every decision, my princess." The prince's voice overflowed with doting affection as he smiled tenderly. "Okay." Behind them, Xia Antong grew increasingly perplexed. Her peripheral vision caught Sin showing no reaction until she suddenly jolted in realization. The all-seeing eye enveloping the venue revealed. What reflected sunlight wasn't just the princess's tears, but also the glint of something sharp in her hand. The sun climbed higher in the sky as the third bell tolled, marking the official start of the wedding ceremony. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the leading man and woman of this world slowly embraced each other on the elevated platform. The scene appeared breathtakingly beautiful. When their lips finally met, thunderous cheers erupted from the foot of the mountain. This was the will of the people, the culmination of everyone's hopes. Through the scanning of the all-seeing eye, Xia Antong even spotted someone who had fainted from overwhelming emotion. Huh? She found this difficult to comprehend. Yet an inexplicable sorrow welled up in her heart. She knew people wouldn't faint from happiness at seeing the princess's joy. They must believe this marks the beginning of some auspicious sign, hence their intense excitement. Remembering Sin's words from yesterday left a bitter taste in her mouth. Of course, her primary focus wasn't on these spectators, but on the couple kissing under everyone's gaze at the end of the rainbow bridge. This wedding had no officiant. Perhaps the invisible deities served as their witnesses, with heaven and earth bearing testimony. Xia Antong's all-seeing eye frantically analyzed the pair, employing every psychological technique, micro-expression reading, and interrogation skill at her disposal, all leading to one conclusion. Neither of them was pretending. These two seemed genuinely deeply in love. But then, what explained the thick, almost suffocating sorrow radiating from the princess? Her heart suddenly began pounding violently. Xia Antong sensed the situation might differ significantly from her expectations. She whirled around abruptly to look toward where Sin should be, only to freeze in shock. Where was he? Huh? Her heart skipped a beat. At this most critical juncture, where had that guy disappeared to? She currently had no way to contact him. Moreover, none of the other players present seemed aware of how extreme the situation had become. Was she really the only one left to improvise? Improvisation had never been her strong suit. Hesitantly turning back, the abrupt change occurred precisely then. As the couple kissed, the princess raised her hand behind the prince's back. Had Sun been present, he would have detected the sudden violent fluctuation of magical energy as a transparent energy dagger materialized out of thin air. Yes. No one could react in time. The ones who might have noticed weren't present. In the next instant, the princess squeezed her eyes shut tightly, her trembling hand driving the dagger downward with desperate force. The next moment, as their lips still touched, both trembled simultaneously as a warm, metallic tang instantly flooded the princess's mouth. This action seemed to flip a switch. Tears cascaded from the princess's tightly closed eyes like a bursting dam. The world appeared to hold its breath. The dagger's gleam reflected the sunlight with painful intensity, far more conspicuous than Xia Antong had anticipated, making her pupils contract violently. Below the mountain, the densely packed crowd fell into stunned silence, as if collectively muted. The shamanistic priests who had been dancing wildly froze completely, their movements and chants abruptly cut off. The entire scene became absurdly comical. Cough. As the prince attempted to speak, blood gushed from his mouth, yet he still managed to weakly encourage. Your Highness, seems slightly off target, might need better aim. The princess's hand shook uncontrollably. Her utterly chaotic emotions made continuing impossible. The blade had pierced his chest, but missed his heart. Xia Antong stood dumbfounded. The current scenario had exceeded her analytical capabilities. Though judging by appearances, this prince didn't resemble any divine child, nor did he seem possessed. Wait. Compared to this perpetually warm, radiant figure she'd never truly understood. Wasn't the mentally unstable princess the more suspicious one? Suddenly, lightning flashed through Xia Antong's mind, recalling an oft-repeated phrase people had stopped taking seriously. The princess is this game's supreme will. Don't be afraid. Come. The whispered words held no trace of pain, yet the princess completely broke down. Ultimately, one's greatest adversary is always oneself. She yanked the dagger from his body. As the prince collapsed weakly, the princess suddenly reversed the blade toward her own throat. KH. Instantly, the earth trembled. The princess's signature mad laughter returned, her tear-streaked face now half terror, half smile. The dagger froze midair, her right hand gripping the hilt while her left hand clutched her right wrist. As if engaged in some internal struggle. TSK, such a lovely wedding ceremony. Why ruin it now? Two people so deeply in love, why turn to violence? How unpleasant. As the words fell, the left hand forcibly lowered the dagger-wielding right hand. Simultaneously, another hand touched the prince's chest, golden light emerging as his pierced body began miraculously healing itself. Xia Antong immediately rummaged through her backpack for emergency equipment, random teleportation scrolls, and even the soul-burn incense that had once stalled Chioine. But the moment she moved, the princess locked eyes with her. What are you doing? Have you forgotten your duty? Is this how you ensure the wedding proceeds smoothly? Without hesitation, Xia Antong lit the soul-burn incense while preparing to use her exit coin. Aya! The princess suddenly screamed in agony, her gaze clearing momentarily as she stared at Xia Antong. Go! Get out now! The castle's tremors intensified violently. Then everyone realized terrifying rumblings were rising from beneath their feet, as if explosive demolition was occurring in the castle's lower chambers. Boom! Boom! The next instant, Xia and Tong leaped backward as the ground before her exploded upward, the pristine white wedding platform shattering as an enormous object erupted from below. The giant stone now covered in fissures. Simultaneously, a golden figure shot up from below with an enraged roar. Every cell in his body had strained to haul this thing up from the depths. The princess blinked in stunned confusion when the massive stone slammed down, the tremors ceasing abruptly. The arrogant golden figure descended upon it, single-handedly gripping the weapon's handle. Leaving so soon? The game's just getting started. Who said you could leave? Lu Su descended from the sky amidst explosive smoke and dust, his golden cape fluttering in the wind. It was as if he had come to take over the battlefield. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the numerous watching players stunned. What kind of plot development was this? Was the wedding still happening or not? Lu Su stood atop a massive boulder, gripping the hilt of his golden weapon with one hand, veins bulging as he clearly exerted immense force. The entire palace seemed to stabilize under his stomp and grip. An intense golden aura suppressed everyone present. Weaker players found their breathing affected, becoming labored and strained. Even Xia and Tong regained some semblance of rationality under this overwhelming pressure. Her body swayed slightly before she lowered her head, as if unable to meet the gaze of that golden mask. Her emotions were complex, momentarily indescribable. Lu Su surveyed his surroundings, and wherever his mask turned, everyone bowed their heads in unison, including frontline players like Shui Zhongmeng. That instinctive reverence was nearly impossible to resist at first glance. What's going on? Lu Su turned to Xia and Ong. Keep it brief. Our previous assumptions were slightly off, Xia and Tong quickly explained. The one possessed or controlled by a deity wasn't the prince. He was just an ordinary man all along. It was the princess herself. When we say the princess is this world's supreme will, it means she actually represents a god. Her confusion and madness were her own consciousness struggling against the foreign soul occupying her. Her love wasn't for another person, not that the prince wasn't human, but that she herself was split. Both love and hate were her own choices and struggles. My guess is she truly loved him, but the god sought to exploit that love for its own purposes. As for the hatred, perhaps it was her own self-brainwashing. Skip the process. I don't care, Lu Su interrupted. Just give me the conclusion. And let me remind you, I am this world's supreme will. At that moment, the prince, who had been slumped on the ground, hovering between life and death, finally spoke. By all rights, his injuries should have killed him from blood loss long ago, but his physique was far from ordinary, enduring the agony until now. After giving the princess one last tender look, he addressed Lu Su. If you want the direct solution, would you mind sending me off first? Lu Su nodded without hesitation. Safe travels. In the next instant, Hell's roar materialized in his hand, cranked straight to third gear and aimed at the prince. Boom! The prince's body vaporized instantly, leaving not even ashes behind. This method even eliminated any possibility of resurrection. The prince died with a smile. He knew asking the woman who loved him to kill him would be too cruel. Fortunately, someone came to help. The princess was stunned, watching as the terrifying explosion flattened the white jade platform. She collapsed to the ground. Her blank stare at the devastation soon produced tears of blood. I suggest you mourn him after you're dead. Don't waste his sacrifice, Lu Su's voice cut in callously. The princess's hollow eyes flickered toward the golden mask as she rasped. Help me, help this kingdom. I resisted, we tried. I remember now. We just failed. After so long. That's enough, Lu Su interrupted again, merciless. Your past, your pain, your struggles, I don't want to hear any of it. Show me what you wanted me to see earlier. No more delays. Let it out. The princess looked at him with disbelief, then gratitude, before nodding. Thank you. Then her head suddenly dropped as if her neck had snapped. After a long pause, it wobbled again. Heh. How fascinating. I never expected this development. Truly astonishing. You? What are you? The princess's expression instantly twisted with madness. Clearly something had taken over, but before she could finish, her pupils dilated. Facing her was an overwhelming shadow, like a thundercloud crashing down. Lu Su didn't even bother with formalities. With a roar, he mustered all his strength, gripping his weapon with both hands to swing the massive boulder. Beta Epsilon. This object, far heavier and denser than ordinary rock, served as a seal to contain something, making it incredibly durable. When swung, it became a hammer many times Lusu's size, smashing down with impossible force. The sheer power defied description, like hurling Mount Tai to crush the North Sea. The princess was caught off guard. Seeing the incoming attack, she didn't even consider blocking. Her instinct was to flee. She barely dodged aside, rolling over a dozen meters away. Boom! The deafening impact collapsed the entire palace platform, sending everyone stumbling. The princess stared at the ruins where she'd stood, then her face darkened. Wait, that made no sense. She shouldn't fear such an attack. Just a mortal strike. Why had she instinctively dodged? What was happening? Meanwhile, Lusu now radiated golden light, his domineering arrogance permeating the area. Several players immediately fled toward the castle's lower levels. What tier of combat was this? Pink light gradually suffused the air as another overwhelming presence emerged. Everyone felt their hearts soften, as if immersed in a sweet dream. The princess stood up, visibly displeased, smoothing her hair. A term inexplicably surfaced in everyone's minds simultaneously. Chosen of lust. With one step forward, terrifying divine pressure sought to force all to their knees. Do you know who you're facing? The princess's voice was gentle yet brooked no dissent. Thud. Lusus slammed the boulder down, golden light erupting like a geyser. Against her suppression, his aura only intensified. Do you know who you're facing? He threw her words right back. Lusus' words fell as his entire body erupted with golden light. In the highest reaches of the sky, pink and golden radiance stood as equals, pressing against each other until it became impossible to tell which held dominance. The eye sockets of the golden mask began flashing with intense golden light, possessing an almost soul-piercing quality as they burned fiercely while gazing at the distant princess. Xia Anton's all-seeing eye trembled in midair, its operation becoming severely hindered. She didn't understand what she was experiencing. It felt as if everything around her had entered a state of obstruction. Everything, even her own physical body, moved with painful slowness. Beyond her thoughts, all things seemed suppressed into this strange condition. Was this the sensation of divinity? She had never truly encountered such an existence before. Though she'd witnessed it twice already, during both previous encounters, whether during pleasure or life-and-death moments, it had always been Lusu facing it directly. She had merely participated, avoiding direct confrontation. This utterly overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Was this what he always experienced? Moreover, she believed the pressure Lusu currently endured absolutely surpassed what bystanders like herself faced. Instinctively, she raised her head to look at that figure standing proudly atop the giant boulder. Wave after wave of oppressive force crashed against him, yet he appeared to grow even more formidable instead. Had he really grown to this extent after just a few games? Yet when she considered what those games had entailed, it somehow felt appropriate. The all-seeing eye danced through the air, moving towards Sin. She wanted to confirm whether he truly carried death's door with him. Watching him gamble and struggle against divine beings, she truly felt that in reality, every game Sin played was a life-or-death gamble. He just happened to survive each time. Blink. Suddenly, Lusus spoke without turning around, his words seeming to come from nowhere. Xia Antong froze momentarily, unsure why he was calling her. Lusu adjusted his mask with one hand, his cold voice emerging from beneath it. From now until I deal with this trash, you'd better stay away from me. Xia Antong? But she quickly understood this might represent the last remnants of Lusu's rationality. Based on past experience, the more power he wielded, the less rationality he retained. That time in Tokyo had practically been. She nodded, recalling all her all-seeing eyes and keeping them circling at the outermost perimeter. The moment Lusu perfectly adjusted his mask, he suddenly felt as if everything before him were mere ants, with the entire world beneath his feet. Arrogance mask special effect. When suppressed by higher-tier existences, remain unaffected while strength and aura increase correspondingly, but the effects of arrogance multiply exponentially. Our Nigerian Irai. Now was that moment. Even the princess before him seemed momentarily stunned, frowning as she studied this man with a puzzled expression. Something's wrong. Why did this person radiate an aura similar to her own? Yet it felt completely unfamiliar. Who are you? She asked hesitantly. Logically, this should be a player, one of those low-tier existences. Could this be a case of the river god attacking the dragon king, fellow deities fighting each other by mistake? I am myself. Lu Su replied indifferently. Then his golden mask displayed a look one might give to garbage as he regarded the princess before him. Existence that serves as another's dog has no right to speak before me. What a pity that when I truly observe this world, I only face lowly trash like you. Princess? What? Why did this person's arrogance surpass her own? It felt like he'd stolen all her lines? What? Instantly, her beautiful features twisted into undisguised fury. I don't care which faction servant you belong to, but know this. You face the embodiment of lust. You're the inferior one here. No matter what existence backs you, offending me is. Lust? The golden mask tilted slightly higher. What a feeble concept. Every word exchanged with you feels like an insult to my soul. Princess. But what exactly was this thing? She was currently the only being who dared claim to be the embodiment of lust. Due to the world's current state, with too much desire and too little love, lust had lost its balance. Thus, the chosen of lust had divided herself into countless fragments, dispersing across various planes to experience genuine love in every corner of existence. When enough love had been collected, these countless fragments would reunite, with the most powerful fragment taking dominance. The princess before them was but one of the chosen of lust's many fragments, merely one among countless. Yet she remained divine. Not some servant or divine messenger. Her arrogance and superiority were every bit as potent as expected. The problem was, this thing before her actually surpassed her in arrogance. It left her momentarily speechless, utterly enraged. Do you know what I'm waiting for? Lucis suddenly spoke again, taking a step forward as he regarded the princess. What? She instinctively responded. I'm waiting for you, to amuse me. Princess? This can't be your full strength. I hope you hurry up and demonstrate something that might make this fight mildly interesting. When fireflies compare themselves to the moon, it's overreach for the firefly but boredom for the moon, do you understand? Because the moon cannot see the firefly. I cannot see you, feeble god. The princess's expression contorted violently. Who did this bastard think he was pretending to be? His current aura barely matched hers. His strength didn't even surpass her own. Huh. The chosen of lust actually laughed in her fury. Fine. Fine. You've said it yourself. I look forward to seeing your expression when reality hits you. In the next instant, she suddenly waved her hand. The air instantly dyed pink, and all those affected developed dazed expressions as if immersed in beautiful romance. Then the chosen of lust's power began multiplying exponentially. Her delicate frame seemed to expand thousands upon thousands of times, becoming mountain-like in scale. You. Ha 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 ha. Before the princess's laughter could conclude, a booming guffaw suddenly erupted from the castle's base, followed by consecutive explosions as a massive fireball came crashing upward. That player sealed at the beginning, the battlefield's second strongest combatant, Sun, came rocketing up like a missile. Sun and Moon alternate. Cycles revolve. Thank you both. Under the princess's stunned gaze, vast quantities of pink in the air began converging into a massive current, all streaming toward one direction. Directly toward that incoming fireball. A 10-meter-wide fireball erupted violently from the ground, making the entire castle tremble as if on the verge of collapse before soaring into the sky. For a moment, there appeared to be two suns in the heavens. Then the fireball reached its peak and came crashing back down, slamming heavily onto the platform. Boom! The explosion unleashed terrifying shockwaves that instantly cleared the area. Many players were blasted away by the tremendous force, sent flying off the palace as countless screams of terror filled the air. Ha ha ha! This is divine power? Excellent, excellent. I've waited so long for this. I knew it. The scent of magic here is overwhelming. I knew that weak-looking princess couldn't possibly be the source of such power. As the flames dissipated, a 3-meter-tall figure emerged from the firestorm, surrounded by pinkish gale winds as his aura rapidly intensified. Xia Ontong's pupils constricted sharply in the distance. This was her first time seeing Sun in this game. Compared to their last encounter, his power was on an entirely different level, likely the consequence of stealing divine power. But even back then, he had already been incredibly strong. Moreover, since their last meeting, she had realized this reckless man used a degree of foolishness to conceal his cunning and ambition. Or perhaps he never concealed it at all. He was simply a scheming, reckless ambitionist whose brashness overshadowed his true nature. Had he truly been incapable of escaping these past 2 days? At the very least, during their last encounter, he hadn't even been fighting seriously. Indeed, Sun had done exactly as Xia and Tong suspected. Using his unique talents and spiritual senses that surpassed even Lu Su's, he had detected something amiss here. There was no need for desperate measures. While he genuinely wanted to fight Lu Su and charge forward recklessly, the moment he sensed something wrong, he chose to bide his time, even if it meant appearing defeated. He didn't fear desperate battles, but he wouldn't blindly become cannon fodder or a stepping stone for others while remaining ignorant. And now, his patience had been rewarded with this opportunity to steal divine power. This was his unique medal, the Godblotter. Effect: when a deity's power becomes separated and unrecoverable, seize it first. Of course, one must also bear the side effects of divine power. But like Lu Su, he cared nothing for consequences when absolute power was at stake. Moreover, this was his first such opportunity. Ha 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 ha. Sun laughed wildly without restraint. Even the most rational person would struggle to remain calm before such euphoria. You. The princess clearly sensed something wrong. Why was the vast power she'd painstakingly collected rapidly draining away? These were the loves she'd harvested through countless human tragedies over ages. She had planned to use a nationally celebrated wedding to ascend, paving her way to becoming a true chosen of lust. But today, had she met her doom? What the hell were these things appearing one after another? What are you doing? Do you know the consequences of this, Godblotter? The princess shrieked madly at this sudden intruder. Shut your damn mouth. Sun suddenly turned his blazing gaze toward the gaudy woman. That power belongs to the gods. Gods are shit, roared the flame giant Sun had transformed into, utterly uncouth. If possible, you gods should all die. You're wasting that power anyway, Ao Thailand body yes. Might as well, give it all to me. Sun clenched his fist violently, triggering another explosion. Fresh from stealing divine power, he was utterly drunk with arrogance, showing no deference to any so-called deity. His words carried not an ounce of respect. If Luce's earlier words had been those of a lofty monarch looking down on gods, then Sun was like a ruffian who spat in a god's face while laughing crudely. The Godslayer, the Godblotter, and the God. This spectacle was unprecedented not just for the chosen of lust, but also for the millions of ordinary viewers watching the live stream. What kind of situation was this? Wait, I might not understand much, but isn't that woman a god? Can people really talk to her like that? Imagine you're a noble when someone bursts in calling you scum and declaring himself king. While you're stunned, another guy pisses in your crown. My heart aches for the god. WDF? You're sympathizing with a god. As Sun and the princess argued atop the castle amid the stolen divinity, Luce finally spoke again. Another clown has arrived. What worthless trash, one after another. How regrettable that my noble hands must soon be stained with your filthy blood. Sun finally turned his gaze, sneering. Heh, strongest player. I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. Though he meant it mockingly, Luce nodded. Take my gift and be grateful. Entertain me well later, and your life won't have been wasted. Sun. Hashtag. Already swollen with stolen divine power, the flame giant flashed through the air and suddenly appeared before Lu Su. A massive fist descended from above with crushing force. He wasn't one for idle chatter. Boom. Lu Su naturally wouldn't retreat. He met the attack head-on, their fists colliding with such force that the surrounding ruins were reduced further to rubble. Their locked fists hovered midair in stalemate, whereas Sun had been completely outmatched before. Now he stood equal. Ha ha ha. Sun laughed maniacally, his flames burning ever brighter. Behind them, the Chosen of Lust watched incredulously as these two started fighting first. Her face twisted with rage as she tried to speak, only for a fireball to suddenly slam into her. Got nothing better to do? Then piss off. Clear the battlefield. A fireball came flying straight at the princess, cutting off whatever words were about to be spoken. The attack was impossibly fast and completely without warning, forcing immediate defensive action. There was no mistaking it. This attack carried his own power. With a wave of his hand, the space before him seemed to distort, forming a concave barrier that caught the fireball. The projectile gradually slowed before exploding midair, scattering into countless embers. The move appeared effortless, yet his expression darkened considerably. The power behind this attack clearly indicated that far too much of his released energy had been stolen. Moreover, the attacker's mastery over energy manipulation exceeded all expectations. That seemingly deranged brute shouldn't have been capable of absorbing so much power. Under normal circumstances, forcibly absorbing excessive energy would either cause explosive bodily destruction or allow him to seize control through possession. Yet this opponent demonstrated perfect restraint, only taking what could be safely absorbed, while immediately utilizing any excess by wrapping it around attacks before hurling them back. It was like watching a thief steal gold bars that rightfully belonged to him, then casually tossing around whatever couldn't be carried. Disgusting. Struck by the fireball and accompanying verbal insult, he had no time for retaliation, only grimly focusing on energy absorption. Just wait until full power was restored. Meanwhile, after several seconds of intense exchange, Lu Su and Sun finally disengaged. Sun laughed heartily, exhilarated by finally being able to trade blows with this opponent on equal footing. Lu Su examined his right hand, charred by flames, the injury incrementing his pain points. Throughout this game, he'd accumulated remarkably few pain points, likely due to his arrogance preventing intentional self-harm. Every single point thus far had come from burns sustained while fighting Sun. Behind the golden mask, his brow furrowed slightly. This insect actually injured him? His cracked flesh bore dried, coagulated blood surrounded by a pinkish aura. Even wielding stolen power, you remain pathetically weak, Lu Su remarked, lifting his gaze toward Sun. Huh. Sun blinked in astonishment. Weren't we pretty evenly matched just now? Have you lost your mind? Your strength was clearly inferior. And while my current power isn't originally mine, can you truly claim yours is? Lu Su's hand tightened around the stone handle as he stated impassively. All power in this world belongs to me. Also, what exactly did you claim was stronger than mine? With that, Lu Su activated his attribute allocation panel, a measure he hadn't needed in quite some time. Not since repeatedly manipulating his vascular system during the previous game's confrontation with life, which had stockpiled considerable reserves. Pain points, 106. Strength, 60. Speed, 50. Coordination, 30. Fortune, 3. Spirit, 7. The basic allocation ratio remained steadfast at 2-to-1. Arrogance dismissed any notion of balance as he prepared to dump every point into strength. Then, something seemed to shatter in his mind, bringing sudden dizziness. Strength, 60100. Warning. Player has reached human gene lock limit. Maximum strength achieved. The jump from 60 to 100 wasn't merely doubling. Lu Su felt his entire musculature ignite with limitless expansion. Yet externally, his physique showed no visible swelling beyond a slight sway before his eyes closed. He appeared almost frail. This abrupt shift made spectators tense collectively. What's happening? Why the sudden weakness? He was fine moments ago. Is he actually losing to Sun now? Losing to Sun? Sun's incredibly strong too. Did you miss the divine energy absorption? Viewers loyal to Lu Su voiced concerns, while Sun's supporters and Heaven and Earth Society members grew frenzied. Yes! This is the chance. What are you waiting for, Sun? Finish him. Strike now. Never waste an opportunity against the top player. I always knew our leader was strongest. Today marks Heaven and Earth Society's rise. Humanity adored creating gods, but relished watching their fall even more. The previously stable livestream exploded into chaos. Even Love's chosen emergence hadn't generated this frenzy. Yet Lu Su's mere eye closing and swaying sent half the world's hearts into their throats. Most knew nothing of gods, but everyone recognized Sin's legendary status. The top player's influence became undeniable in this moment. Real-world betting sites instantly saw one wager surge to global prominence. Would Sin fall from grace during this game? Huh? What's wrong? Don't tell me you're giving up after all that big talk, Sun remarked, displaying unexpected sportsmanship by not pressing the advantage. A Thailand bought Upsilon S. He even managed some taunts. You wanted me to entertain you? With skills like these, that's proving difficult. Yet among all present, Xia and Tong, who should have been most concerned, instead took a fearful step backward. Something was terribly wrong with Luce's condition. An oppressive aura surrounded him, his very presence distorting magnetic fields according to the all-seeing eye's readings. What kind of concept was this? Since when could humans generate gravity fields? Yu Sun advanced with fireball in hand. Boom! In the next instant, Lu Su, still gripping the handle, vanished before reappearing instantly before Sun, massive stone weapon leading the charge. Crash! The boulder made intimate contact with the flame giant as Sun became a streaking comet, sonic booms tripling through the air before leveling a mountain peak and embedding into the next ridge. Repeat that. Whose strength was inferior? Boom! After a dull thud, Lusa placed the weapon on the ground with one hand, tendrils of smoke still curling in the air. In the path where Sun had been sent flying, the scorching heat had created shockwaves in the air, like a rocket passing through. Lusa stood leaning on the weapon and the massive boulder attached to it, resembling a titan of strength. Previously, he had wielded it with both hands, swinging it with his entire body's force, but now one hand sufficed. With this single strike, the world fell silent. On the live broadcast watched by millions of game spectators, not a single word was uttered for a full second. Even the world outside seemed to have plunged into deathly stillness. Nearly everyone wore stunned expressions as they watched the godlike figure on screen. Just, what kind of power was this? Having consumed countless entertainment works, people were no strangers to last-minute power-ups in battle. But others broke through a single realm mid-fight. Meanwhile, this guy seemed to have activated cheat codes. The gap from before was just too vast. Comment, am I seeing things? Am I about to die and hallucinating? Comment, how can someone explode with power like this? Was he hiding his strength all along? How else can this be explained? Even the princess, who had been busy absorbing energy to restore her divine power, twitched her eyelids. That earlier strike, good thing she had reflexively dodged again. Sun's trajectory had been aimed straight at her. Under normal circumstances, that would have been a direct hit from the most terrifying artillery shell imaginable. Though reluctant to admit it, in her current unprepared state, taking that blow head-on might have been disastrous. It's nothing. This level of power means little before a true god. She consoled herself inwardly, though technically correct. The thought reeked of desperate self-reassurance. Lusa planted one foot on the fractured boulder, gazing into the distance as he called out clearly. Dead yet? After a long pause, a distant roar echoed from the mountains in response. Sun staggered to his feet. He had been smashed deep into the mountainside, his body carving out an artificial cavern. He stared in shock at his own body. His fluid flame armor, which should have been near indestructible, was now extensively damaged. The energy behind that strike had far exceeded his expectations. Was that fucking ballistic missile? If not for his quick reflexes, channeling all of his chosen of desire's divine power into defense. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his body swaying slightly. Downing a high-grade potion, his expression twisted into a vicious grin. This might be crossing the line a bit. He couldn't shake the feeling that this opponent's strength was approaching the level where he could dominate humanity outright. KEH, good. Excellent. This makes it even better. Eyes blazing with madness, Sun's battle frenzy erupted anew. Flames burst from his entire body, spreading violently. From a distance, the mountain he'd been embedded in began spewing thick smoke, then erupted into towering flames. He had just set an entire mountain ablaze. The burning peak became an instant focal point, drawing terrified gazes from crowds below. Then a deafening draconic roar shook the air as a flaming dragon surged from the volcanic fury, its heat enough to melt steel, charging straight at Lu Su once more. With diuresis new yes. In his battle-mad state, he seemed to have completely forgotten this was supposed to be a game. Rare were the occasions when he encountered someone willing to clash head-on like this. Yet, whether by coincidence or fate, the princess stood directly in his charging path once again. Her face darkened as she had no choice but to dodge yet again. She'd lost count of how many times she, a god, had been forced to evade mere mortal attacks. Worse, each interruption severely hampered her power recovery. But after witnessing Luce's earlier strike, she decided playing it safe might be wiser. Modern humans truly had no manners. The flaming dragon's massive form tore through the hazy energy field of the Chosen of Desire's sky as it charged. Its fiery body became sheathed in pink energy. Sun was recklessly absorbing and expending divine power, clearly intending to ram Lusu with all that borrowed might. The princess. Damned pest. She cursed under her breath but held back. Engaging directly now without overwhelming advantage was too risky. Who knew what other tricks these two might have? This humiliation was unbearable. She might just be the most pathetic deity in existence, albeit merely a fragment of one, but her pride still demanded recognition as divine. Alas, reality dictated compromise, even for love itself. Lusa watched the approaching flaming dragon, his golden mask displaying a rare smirk of disdain. Planting his feet firmly, he swung the massive boulder like a hammer once more. The stone traced a full arc through the air before colliding with the dragon's head with devastating force. The impact sent the dragon's head snapping backward, its entire body folding from the blow. At the collision point, pink light erupted violently as divine power spilled forth recklessly. What followed was a bizarre spectacle: Lusu and Sun, man and dragon, hammering away at each other like blacksmiths. Yet the greatest loser in this exchange was none other than the Chosen of Desire's rapidly depleting divine reserves. Chosen of Desire, hashtag. Enough. Abandoning greed, she conjured a massive pink vortex in the sky, positioning herself at its center as power cascaded downward wildly. No more holding back. Even wasting energy was preferable to enduring this humiliation any longer. Instantly, the heavens shifted. Sun and moon swapped places as the celestial body above began drawing everything toward it. Even the massive boulder in Luce's hands trembled violently. Sensing danger, Luce's arrogance flared even brighter under the divine pressure, his aura rivaling that of a god. The Chosen of Desire gaped. Why did this human's presence always escalate alongside hers? Just who is he? But greater shock awaited. Luce's golden mask blazed with radiant light as he suddenly punched the boulder with full force. With an earth-shattering explosion, amplified by multiple divine energies, the boulder shattered, revealing the weapon hidden within. A golden polearm battle-axe. So it really was an axe. The in-camp commander truly knew how to ride others' coattails. Large chunks of rubble suddenly shattered. The previously impenetrable outer layer now crumbled as easily as a biscuit. What was revealed inside was a massive battle-axe taller than a man. Judging by its handle design, it was originally meant to be a one-handed hand axe. However, its enormous size made two-handed use feel completely natural. The entire axe surface was covered in a strange grayish substance, resembling a freshly unearthed relic with what appeared to be a layer of rust-like oxidation. Yet the moment the great axe emerged, it shot straight toward the sky as if trying to escape Luce's control. Oh, on the other side, the princess controlled by the Chosen of Lust immediately brightened her gaze. This was originally a divine weapon she had obtained by chance, intending to claim it as her own by cleansing it with her divine power in the future. After nurturing it by her side for so long, she never expected this guy to actually break the seal. Good. This saved her the effort. With a wave of her hand, under the powerful pull of divine power, the great axe, now glowing with Luce's golden light, began to be enveloped in pink, moving toward her. The tremendous pulling force made Luce's right arm tense straight, his currently unmatched strength causing his tendons and bones to emit cracking sounds. Humph. Without wasting words, Luce's expression turned fierce as he exerted force with one hand, firmly gripping the axe handle. With a powerful twist, golden light surged upward. Your power is divine? Does that make mine inferior? Arrogance bows to no god. The golden light erupted upward, instantly enveloping the axe and completely erasing the pink hue. The golden battle-axe vibrated at high frequency, producing a tremendous buzzing sound that seemed to purify the surrounding air. Then, the axe's color fully stabilized, turning into the brightest gold identical to the arrogance mask's hue. Suddenly, the game's voice echoed in Luce's mind, surprising even him. This time, it was content he'd never heard before. Detected a divine weapon with compatible aura. Proceed with exclusive weapon binding. If bound, the Extreme Path Battle-Axe will become Arrogance's exclusive weapon, fully unlocking the Arrogance module after the game. Normal usage will yield legendary weapon power. When empowered by Arrogance, it will reach broken divine weapon level. Note: once bound, the exclusive weapon cannot be changed unless completely annihilated. Lu Su was momentarily surprised. This was the first time he learned his masks could have exclusive weapon bindings. This didn't seem right. Did normal sequence weapons have so many undeveloped functions? But now wasn't the time to ponder this. The great axe that had seemed about to fly away suddenly calmed in midair. The originally heavy weapon now felt significantly lighter in Lu Su's grasp. It was that perfect, comfortable weight, as if custom-made for him. Testing the axe's heft, Lu Su felt extremely satisfied. This thing seemed to share some connection or bond with his arrogance mask, fitting perfectly. Agree. After his confirmation, the Extreme Path battle axe officially bound to him. Lu Su tested its substantial weight, yet found it moved as naturally as his own limb. Excellent. Swinging the great axe, Lu Su praised. When empowered by arrogance, it could unleash broken divine weapon power. First, he didn't know what a broken divine weapon was. The weapon classification system didn't seem to have a divine weapon tier. Moreover, broken? Where was this thing broken? The entire axe looked like a pure gold artwork. How was it broken? A with circumflex new beta. Don't worry. With me, you don't need to care about being broken or not. You'll be the strongest divine weapon. He ran his other hand along the blade, feeling its world-cleaving power as he spoke, almost comforting the weapon. Then, without warning, zero-frame startup. His right arm carved a perfect arc through the air, the massive blade tearing through the sky as it launched a slash toward the fire dragon above. The golden energy blade carrying terrifying power had practically materialized, shooting straight toward Sun. Sun had no time to react. The fire dragon was bisected midair. Or rather, split by the axe. The overwhelming power left Sun no opportunity to counter. The energy-formed dragon exploded in midair, its lower half scattering as fiery rain while the upper portion shrank and transformed back into a flaming humanoid figure. The 3-meter-tall flaming figure suddenly coughed blood, the crimson lost in the fire's glow as it stared in shock at the figure below wielding the great axe single-handedly. What new treasure did you acquire now? Lu Su ignored him completely. In the blink of an eye after striking the sky, the axe already swung sideways. Rather than pursuing Sun, he delivered a terrifying surprise attack straight at the princess. The princess had just been shocked by losing control of the weapon when this power came rushing at her. Both hands swept forward, the nearly gathered power giving her confidence in her strength. Boom! Energy gales fluttered like butterfly wings, colliding with and dissipating the golden axe blade in midair. The mutual annihilation of energies produced a thunderous explosion. The palace roof finally gave way completely. The jade floors shattered entirely as the entire level collapsed, everyone falling through to the floor below. Pink divine power erupted, pulverizing all objects in the surrounding space and clearing a new battlefield. Their battle had literally flattened an entire palace level. The princess looked up grimly at the golden figure. So, this thing's true form was a battle axe? But how did he take it? And how could he wield a divine weapon? Did he truly have that qualification? Unless a new god she didn't recognize had appeared, this couldn't be happening. You. Before she could finish, Lu Su spoke first. You thought your pathetic divine power could steal what's mine? The audacity is impressive, just not the strength to back it up. Chosen of lust. Wait, wasn't this originally my possession? Who's stealing from whom here? The princess's face twisted into a hideous expression, almost distorted as she forced herself to speak calmly. When did this ever become yours? Hasn't it always been me using it? Lu Su replied, spinning the axe casually in his hand. The princess? So you're using my belonging and now claim it's yours? But of course she wouldn't continue arguing over such trivial matters now. After everything that had happened, her divine pride had already been trampled into the dirt. Prolonging this meaningless dispute would only make her look like a clown. This world had always operated this way. Concepts of yours and mine were meaningless. The strong simply took what they wanted. Keep holding it then. I'll retrieve it after you die. The princess said with a darkened expression, the power gathering around her making further patience impossible. Looking up, a second sun seemed to appear in the sky. Ever since being shocked by Lu Su's axe strike, he had been gathering power. Now the rolling fireball descended indiscriminately upon everyone in the area. The scorching sun's absorbed divine power had reached its peak, pressing down madly toward the ground. TCH. The princess snorted disdainfully, raising one hand skyward like a pillar between heaven and earth. An invisible force surged upward, forcibly stopping the fireball's descent. Pink light radiated outward, wildly dissipating and dispersing the scorching sun's power. Then with her other hand, she casually flicked toward Lu Sui. Rippling waves infused with the chosen of lust's power came crashing forward. Lu Sui crossed his axe horizontally before him. The invisible collision forced him back several steps. Simultaneously, the fireball in the sky reached its limit, trembling violently before exploding with a thunderous boom. The sun's body went flying through the air again like a flaming meteor. This divine-level battle had long surpassed what ordinary people could withstand. The citizens below stood dumbfounded, some praying desperately, others fleeing in panic, while priests continued their frenzied dances. The princess curled her lips into a wicked smile, seemingly pleased with her performance. Casually shattering the sun's ultimate attack while repelling Lu Sui with a single palm, this proclaimed the return of her true power. Prepare yourselves mentally. A god is about to descend. Her expression showed clear enjoyment of this overwhelming superiority. Thud. After several midair rotations, the sun finally crashed to the ground with a dull thump. After gulping down some potions, he continued stealing divine power while entering an almost berserk state of excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Sui, who had been forced back, said nothing, simply gripping the extreme path battle axe with both hands. Swinging the handle in a massive golden arc, his body bending like a drawn bow, he brought the axe crashing down toward the princess with both hands. Arno Thailand bot. The impact split the entire castle in two, golden light carving a fissure through the ground. Seeing the golden light surging toward her, the princess instinctively wanted to dodge again. But this time she grew furious. How could she keep avoiding a mere mortal's attacks? She raised her hands to meet it head-on. When their powers collided, she received a shock. This wasn't just his strength, but the weapon's divine power too. Immediately switching to both hands and unleashing full divine power, she still staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing. Seems you weren't prepared, Lu Sui remarked indifferently, resting the giant axe on his shoulder. Humph. The princess actually laughed instead of getting angry. Good, good. This makes you more interesting. Her gaze swept over Lu Sui and the sun as she declared. I won't give either of you chance to beg for mercy. We'll play more later. But first, let's clear out the unworthy trash. As her words fell, pink light suddenly erupted, enveloping every person and player in the castle. This wasn't an energy attack, but the influence of the chosen of lust. Weaker NPCs like cooks immediately collapsed into convulsions, though the convulsing body parts raised some disturbing imagery. Players completely lost their minds, wandering about with blissful expressions like lost souls. The weakest even began stripping publicly, red underwear flashing for all to see. The sun groaned, his body swaying unsteadily. Having already stolen too much foreign divine power, the chosen of lust's influence affected him exponentially. Only his natural strength and mental fortitude prevented complete loss of control. But in the next second, a figure appeared before him, Shui Zhongming. His usually gentle face now held an inexplicable severity as he struck the sun's chest with his palm. With a bang, a pink mist exploded from the sun's back in humanoid shape. But the sun's eyes instantly cleared, returning to normal. Soul ejecting palm, Shui Zhongming. Then Shui Zhongming delivered the same palm strike to his own forehead, restoring his own clarity before calmly standing beside the sun. Other players weren't so fortunate. They looked on the verge of death. Then a strange fragrance permeated the area, making everyone pause as some clarity returned to their eyes. The princess whipped her head around to see Xia and Tong at the far end, lighting 3 sticks of incense. Soul burn incense. Effect: magic nullification. Xia and Tong blew on the incense, making it burn rapidly. After all, it was countering divine power. These 3 incense sticks, more valuable than their weight in gold on the black market, burned halfway in that single breath. Xia and Tong called out clearly. All players, evacuate. If unsure of your strength, use exit coins now. Many recovering players shot grateful looks before fleeing without hesitation, some immediately using exit coins to escape. Forget strength. This was literally life or death. The princess frowned slightly, wondering where this new nuisance came from, and why she seemed completely unaffected. At this moment, blue veins bulged prominently around Xia Antong's eyes, some even protruding. The dose she'd just injected had exceeded her previous limit again. Absolute rationality, no room for lust to enter her heart. Soon, only 5 figures remained standing in the area. Lusa glanced back at her. What, you're not leaving? Currently overdosed on medication, Xia Antong no longer appeared calm and intelligent, but rather bewitchingly sinister. Her blue-tinged eyes locked onto Lu Su as she curled her lips into a wicked smile. What? Lord Arrogance, don't tell me you lack confidence in protecting teammates from this feeble god? Lu Su froze momentarily before bursting into unexpected laughter. Ha 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 ha. Golden energy erupted violently from his body, soaring skyward. For the first time, Arrogance wasn't growing passively under divine pressure, but actively ascending to new heights. Turning back, his right hand gripping the axe handle, he regarded the princess and son before him. His other hand slowly rose, fingers curling in a taunting gesture. You two, going to team up? Bring it. Come. Lu Su held his axe single-handedly, gazing at the 2 opponents before him like a proud king welcoming his challengers. The Chosen of Lust, whose power had gradually replenished, felt an inexplicable daze at this sight. What did this mean? Shouldn't you two be the ones attacking me? That simple gesture from Lu Su, who seemed already prepared, carried an immense insult. For him, this felt even more intense than any previous provocation. The princess' beautiful face twisted abruptly into something terrifyingly ferocious as she gnashed her teeth and spat at Lu Su. Do you have any idea how insignificant you are, you arrogant bastard? After mimicking just a shred of divine power, you actually dare consider yourself the supreme will? I'll show you the difference between an ant and the heavens. Perhaps unused to such opponents, even the Chosen of Lust's threats sounded awkward. Before Lu Su could respond, Sun beside him spat a bloody mouthful and spoke up. Why waste breath on empty threats? If you want him to understand the gap, just go kill him now. Problem solved. The princess froze instantly, her monstrous face whipping toward Sun as her lips began trembling. Why was this damned insect still here tormenting her? What? Did I say something wrong? Sun cracked his wrists nonchalantly. But get used to it. He's always been this annoying. The princess was dumbfounded. Get used to him. She should get used to this. Also, your trash talk needs work. You think this could out-insult him? If he'd worn that blue mask today, you'd have died from rage alone. Here, learn from me. Before godhood, seeing me is like observing the moon through a well. After godhood, seeing me is like a mayfly glimpsing the heavens. The princess actually paused, considering that this did sound rather impressive. Then fury erupted. Was she here to attend some damn lecture from these two? Also, your power seems nice. Hand it over and I'll help you deal with him, Sun added with grating mockery. The princess' pupils contracted into vertical slits. Her hand shot up in a flash, fingers clenching as pink energy engulfed Sun's entire 3-meter fiery form before violently compressing. Explosions sounded from within the fire giant. Why waste breath on empty threats? If you want him to understand the gap, just go kill him now. Problem solved. The princess froze instantly, her monstrous face whipping toward Sun as her lips began trembling. Why was this damned insect still here tormenting her? What? Did I say something wrong? Sun cracked his wrists nonchalantly. But get used to it. He's always been this annoying. The princess was dumbfounded. Get used to him. She should get used to this. Also, your trash talk needs work. You think this could out-insult him? If he'd worn that blue mask today, you'd have died from rage alone. Here, learn from me. Before godhood, seeing me is like observing the moon through a well. After godhood, seeing me is like a mayfly glimpsing the heavens. The princess actually paused, considering that this did sound rather impressive. Then fury erupted. Was she here to attend some damn lecture from these two? Also, your power seems nice. Hand it over and I'll help you deal with him, Sun added with grating mockery. The princess' pupils contracted into vertical slits. Her hand shot up in a flash, fingers clenching as pink energy engulfed Sun's entire 3-meter fiery form before violently compressing. Lu Su snorted disdainfully. The bound weapon's allegiance was never in doubt. One-handed, he wrenched the haft. All invading divine energy exploded outward. The princess reeled in shock, Her power had failed spectacularly. Lu Su whirled the axe overhead, Scholar's right hand granting instant mastery of the unfamiliar weapon. A midair twist and blazing golden light swept horizontally toward the princess' waist. Bisection strike. As the princess raised defenses, explosions erupted beneath her feet. A pillar of flames erupted skyward, violently shaking the divine being's body and making it momentarily lose balance. In that instant, the golden axe blade slashed across its waist. Blood sprayed out instantly as the axe sank halfway in. The princess panicked, both hands erupting with strength to grab the axe and push it away with all her might. The overwhelming divine power currently surpassed Lu Su's capabilities. His body was sent flying backward, both hands gripping the axe handle as he forcefully planted it into the ground. Screech! The ground was plowed open into deep trenches before he gradually came to a stop. The princess stood on the ground, face twisted in fury, staring in shock at the wounds on her waist and hands, unable to believe what had just happened. Even though this was merely a human vessel, she had been injured. She could clearly sense that the man before her possessed a power somewhat akin to divinity, though still pitifully weak. Even if it inexplicably grew stronger at times, in the eyes of a true god, it remained insignificant, merely sufficient to prevent being completely overwhelmed by divine pressure. Yet for some reason, he could actually wield that divine weapon with such power. Thanks to the Extreme Path Battle Axe, she found herself temporarily unable to overpower him. What a lucky bastard! Divine weapons had their own will when choosing masters. How could it possibly acknowledge him? And yet he could still activate its power. While both sides were currently using only a fraction of their strength, by all accounts, this already qualified as a battle between gods. How long had this game been running, and yet a mortal like this had already appeared? A divine battle. Wasn't this breaking the rules already? TCH. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, her power continued rising with each breath. She had no choice but to keep recovering her divine energy, otherwise, this pest might actually prove troublesome. Wait, something was wrong. Looking down, her expression darkened as she observed the flaming crater, then glanced at the distant ruins. These flames, that guy wasn't dead yet. One after another. It seemed the game's power ceiling needed another adjustment. As the wound on her waist gradually healed, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield until a flaming hand suddenly burst from the ground. Boom! It grabbed the princess's ankle and yanked hard. Already distracted, the princess stumbled, nearly losing her footing completely. Then, a figure wreathed in pink light erupted from below, leaping out of the ground. It was Sun, who had seemingly died earlier. Emerging without hesitation, he didn't bother with fancy attacks like Lu Su's axe strikes. Instead, he swung his arm in a wide arc and delivered a resounding slap straight across the god's face. RB section. The slap was so forceful it created a visible shockwave. Smack. Sun hadn't even channeled any magic, just a pure, unadulterated slap landing perfectly on the divine cheek. Fuck your mother. Didn't even warn us before attacking, you sneaky divine bastard. Devoid of any actual power, the Chosen of Lust had no chance to dodge or resist, taking the slap clean across the face. This was entirely intentional on Sun's part. By stripping away all energy, he ensured the attack would go undetected until impact. Damage dealt, 0. Humiliation inflicted, 100,000 plus. This was also the effect of his Blasphemer's badge, greatly increasing his divine energy absorption rate whenever he disrespected, insulted, or defamed a god. Hence his earlier constant stream of verbal abuse toward the Chosen of Lust, though with limited effect. If words didn't count as insult enough, how about a slap? The princess's eyes widened with utter shock and confusion, her expression freezing as if time itself had stopped. Did I just get slapped? The world's first god to ever get bitch slapped. Even Xia Antong and Shui Zhengming in the distance were stunned silent, thinking this guy's talent for chaos truly rivaled Sin's. Unnecessary, Lu Su remarked, glancing at Sunday. I meant your earlier flame pillar attack, not this slap. This slap, though, has merit. TCH. Sun shot Lu Su a look. Obviously. If I did nothing, you'd steal another perfect clear, wouldn't you? Dream on. The spectators were baffled. Were these two seriously chatting mid-battle? Had they no sense of self-preservation? The god looked ready to explode any second now. Meanwhile, Xia and Tong wanted to point out that the game's clear condition was supposed to be about completing the wedding ceremony. How had things derailed into this? Their current actions had nothing to do with a perfect clear. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter erupted across the battlefield as a terrifying pink energy ring exploded outward. Sun was sent flying once more. Being closest, he flew the farthest. Lu Su barely remained standing, gripping his battle axe as he skidded across the ground, the only one still on his feet. Everyone else was smashed into the ruins by the shockwave, including countless civilians in the surrounding areas who were forcibly pressed flat onto the ground. Ha. The princess laughed hysterically, her entire form twisting grotesquely after the slap. For the first time, Luce's golden mask showed a frown. The enemy's power was surging explosively beyond all previous limits. The princess spread her arms as a pink pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her completely. She was livid. Never had she imagined being humiliated like this by mere insects. She decided to discard all divine agreements. She would unleash power beyond the game's restrictions. These vermin needed to die. As her arrogant aura skyrocketed, Luca stood like a lone boat in a storm, battered but unbroken. Yet behind his mask, an ecstatic grin appeared, completely fearless. Shui Zhongming lay trembling in the ruins, witnessing the terrifying energy storm. As the world's 23rd ranked player, he'd never felt so insignificant. This was far beyond any player's reach now. Maybe we should run. Just then, a rapidly spinning object buzzed toward him. Unable to dodge in time, searing pain exploded from his left temple. The agony triggered an instinctive reaction. He raised his hand to repel the object, only to feel strange vibrations carrying a faint voice. Bone conduction transmission. Wait. You're the key to clearing this game. What was that? Shui Zhongming froze momentarily upon hearing the voice, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Where did that voice come from? A game notification? Would a game notification claim to be the key to the game at such a moment? He still had some self-awareness. This was probably just a hallucination before death. Had he already been killed by the residual divine energy? Just then, the voice spoke again. Don't space out. Your ability is soul ejecting palm. With direct contact, you can forcibly expel a person's soul from their body. As the voice spoke, another stabbing pain shot through his forehead. Only then did Shui Zhongming realize this voice must be connected to the pain in his head. The pain. Someone had actually drilled something into his skull, using vibrations to transmit sound signals. What a creative idea, except it hurt like hell. Who are you? Where are you? I'm blank to your left. Don't turn to look at me now. The all-seeing eye embedded in his forehead continued transmitting via vibrations. Impressive. You've mastered such delicate techniques. Shui Zhongming couldn't help but praise. He genuinely hadn't expected someone to cultivate such an extraordinarily difficult yet seemingly useless skill. This line of thinking truly broadened his horizons. But keep it brief. This really hurts. Shui Zhongming grimaced, glancing at Sin wielding his giant axe and the berserk sun in the battlefield. What nonsense about him being most important. She just couldn't break through their defenses, right? Xia and Tong leaned against an upturned boulder, using it as cover from the raging energy outside while catching her breath. Truthfully, even without Shui Zhongming's complaint, she needed to keep her messages as concise as possible. This communication method was absolute mental torture for her, requiring unimaginable concentration and mental strain. Imitating sound vibrations, drilling into flesh, then making bones tremble at high frequencies, only someone drugged up like her could endure such precise control. Yes. This was the emergency communication method she devised after realizing how crucial coordination was during their last game. Taking a deep breath and focusing, she continued through the all-seeing eye. Look for an opening later to strike the princess. Who? Me? Shui Zhongming nearly laughed aloud. He should confront this chosen of desire? You non-combat specialists talk so lightly. Shui Zhongming gritted his teeth. My ability is soul ejecting palm. But ejecting souls only works reliably on low-tier players or ordinary people. Against stronger opponents, you need perfect conditions. You want me to strike a god? I don't even know what a god is. Frustrated, Shui Zhongming wondered if this woman valued his life at all. No, I've watched all your recordings, there's a chance. Xia Antong's reply made Shui Zhengming freeze, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. What did she mean by watching all his recordings? This woman's words sounded terrifying. She's not the original. Two souls inhabit that body, the original princess still lives. Even if she's divine, rules impose limits. She said it herself, the game's restrictions should loosen. Moreover, her energy is highly unstable right now. I see it clearly, growing more volatile as her power rises. The moment her energy peaks might be our opportunity. Despite the skull-splitting pain, the lengthy explanation actually cleared Shui Zhongmeng's mind somewhat. Looking up, he saw both she and Blank had retreated from the central combat zone, no chance of entering the three-way battle at the core. At the center, a pillar of light erupted from the princess, her power continuously rising while ignoring external attacks. He couldn't perceive any instability, just endless escalation. Even if there's an opening, I'd probably be a corpse by the time I got close. Shui Zhongmeng groaned. Have Sun cover your approach. When he exits the central battle, go talk to him. Shui Zhongming. Looking up, he saw the flaming figure clinging to the princess's back, attacking wildly. Not expecting real damage, but this behavior continuously triggered his blasphemer's mettle. Quietly, Shui Zhongming muttered. Leave the battlefield? You might not understand our guild leader. With the princess purely defending, he'd never withdraw voluntarily. He will soon. Xia Antong calmly replied. Shui Zhongming? Almost instantly, another figure crashed into the already ruined castle, making the structure tremble. Turning, Shui Zhongming saw it was Sun in his flaming armor. Shui Zhongming? On the battlefield, Lu Su slowly retracted his giant axe and declared, Stop interfering. Each axe strike had shaken the light-engulfed princess, but he found the flaming nuisance particularly irritating. So he'd used the flat side like a giant paddle to swat Sun away. Shui Zhongming glanced back, utterly shocked. Are you some battlefield prophet? Xia Antong's prediction stemmed purely from understanding Lu Su. His arrogance guaranteed indiscriminate attacks, making Sun getting hit inevitable. But Lu Su's core would never let him kill Sun now. Thus, this outcome was certain. I can't guarantee success, nor that he'll listen to you. I'll try. After long hesitation about taking advice from a player ranked outside the top 1,000, Shui Zhongming finally stood. No, he'll agree. Xia Antong responded. You'll agree too. Top players are all madmen, you're just relatively saner. No one who reaches this level retreats from risk. As Shui Zhongming approached Sun, his steps suddenly halted. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the figure behind the boulder. Blink. Do you really think you're normal yourself? The pink pillar of light connected heaven and earth, as if drawing power from beyond the heavens to nourish itself. The extreme path battle axe whirled like a tempest, transforming into a golden tornado within the battlefield, relentlessly assaulting the pink luminous column. Lu Su's current state, combined with the power of the broken divine weapon, had reached unprecedented heights. He didn't want to overthink anything, he only wanted to savor the battle. His sole desire was to cleave through everything before him with his axe, each strike causing violent tremors through the pink pillar. The princess's face contorted grotesquely as she stared fixedly at this opponent before her, unable to tear her gaze away. Her vision contained nothing else now. With each successive axe blow coming her way, only one thought remained in her mind. This man must die. This man must die. There was something strangely unsettling about him. To a true deity's standards, this human before her was still immature, yet that peculiar quality made her feel inexplicably wary of him regardless of actual power levels. What deities enjoyed was watching humans struggle desperately yet remain helpless. But this one, she felt it better he die prematurely. Yet this very mindset made her completely fail to notice that within the ruins below, an overlooked fire dragon was slowly gathering strength. The pink radiance surged increasingly violently as energy descended and concentrated into the princess's body, divine essence gradually radiating outward. The ugly grimace on her beautiful face gradually smoothed until it became expressionless as she regarded Lu Su. When power reaches a certain level, its primary manifestation is tranquility. The protective light pillar slowly dissipated just as Lu Su's most powerful overhead axe strike descended from the skies. Crack! The tyrannical golden radiance forcibly penetrated the light pillar, emitting an ear-grinding sizzle. In the next instant, the pillar's protection shattered spectacularly. Even divine power wasn't indestructible against the broken divine weapon's might. But now, the princess no longer needed such protection. The chosen of lust's power in this realm had fully consolidated. Slowly raising her jade-like hand, now crystalline and translucent, she single-handedly caught the golden axe blade. Golden and pink lights clashed and compressed against each other, their game-breaking power erupting violently and tearing spatial fissures throughout the surroundings. "It's over," the chosen of lust stated calmly, none of her previous agitation remaining. Pushing against the axe with sudden force, an energy ring exploded outward from her body. Lusu was sent flying backward by the violent shockwave, his hands desperately clinging to the axe handle, refusing to let go. Yet this impact inflicted his most severe injuries yet. The muscles in both arms split apart layer by layer. With this final collision, the chosen of lust's aura became perfectly harmonized. As Lusu flew backward, a fiery dragon roared forth, charging toward the airborne princess. Yet against this seemingly ferocious attack, she didn't even glance sideways, casually swatting at it like shooing a fly. Oomph. The sky-scorching flames instantly extinguished, the energy armor dissipating from the impact, revealing Sun's body midair before it shot downward in a straight line like a spear. Through a series of explosions, it pierced through every floor of the palace before embedding into the lowest level. Had Lusa checked his hourglass of life, he'd have clearly seen Sun's remaining life force diminish to the barest thread, nearly depleted entirely. The princess chuckled lightly, her expression showing peculiar satisfaction. This was right. This was how it should be. This was the familiar feeling of being a deity. That sensation of controlling everything effortlessly, turning clouds and rain with a wave. Just as she swatted Sun downward, her eyebrow twitched slightly as she revealed a disdainful expression. Almost simultaneously, she extended her other hand and flicked sharply before her eyes. Clang! With that clear metallic sound, Xia and Tong in the distance immediately frowned, even showing signs of pain. She could clearly feel her all-seeing eye develop cracks. That was a legendary artifact. Alpha knew. Why, so many flies? You all, Just as the princess began speaking, she noticed something amiss again. Having dealt with the previous matters almost simultaneously, another figure appeared before her, Shui Zhangming. After Sun's flames dissipated and the scorching sun's aura faded, he finally revealed himself. In Xia Ontong's strategy, both the all-seeing eye's attack and Sun's suicidal charge served as diversions. Even Lu Si's earlier axe strike could be considered one. Though she hadn't discussed this with Lu Si. For the princess, she had first exerted force to repel that most troublesome opponent, then swatted aside one fly. Now facing this weakling who'd reached her face, she felt even more contempt. This one was even weaker than the previous two. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, that soul-deep terror when facing a deity, Shui Zhangming placed his palm against her chest. Even at hair's breadth distance, the chosen of lust's divine power could have repelled him easily. But she didn't. Her divine arrogance exceeded all limits. If she could block Luce's axe strike head-on, what couldn't she handle here? Thus, the soul-ejecting palm made contact. Bang! In that split second, the princess's body instantly split in two. Or rather, a pink luminous silhouette of the princess appeared behind her physical form. The princess's eyes cleared instantly, filled with confusion as she looked at the world before her. Chosen of lust. After a brief moment of shock, sudden terror gripped her heart. She hadn't suffered any damage, it was completely painless, but she had been forcibly separated from that physical vessel, her terrifying divine power scattering between heaven and earth. No! The pink silhouette lunged forward desperately, attempting to re-enter the princess's body. But in the next instant, a golden axe cleaved through the skies, precisely striking the princess's body that was mere inches away. Crack! Flesh and bone proved utterly fragile before this heaven-splitting axe. From shoulder to waist, the single slash cleanly bisected the body. Luce's figure appeared almost instantly via teleportation, gripping the axe handle as he declared, "It's truly over." The converging divine power of the god of lust burst forth like a dam breaking, rapidly spreading between heaven and earth. The power that had been gathered for half a day was now being unleashed recklessly, as if money were no object. This caused the bottom of the castle, and the sun, who was on the brink of death, to catch a breath. The pink phantom suddenly surged forward. It desperately needed the body in front of it. Otherwise, its overwhelming divine power would be useless. It had been careless. That seemingly harmless and completely overlooked figure had actually caused it so much trouble at such a critical moment. In a top-level battle between masters, there was no back and forth. Seizing the opportunity was an instantaneous matter. Clearly, the players had grasped that chance. Now, Lucius stood in midair holding his axe, naturally refusing to give the other side any opportunity. The pink light had just entered halfway into the princess's body when Lucius' giant axe, cleaving through heaven and earth, struck again. It was the exact same spot, targeting where it had already cut open before, delivering a crushing blow like Mount Tai pressing down. Crack! The soul that had just entered the body was instantly shaken out by the overwhelming domineering power of the extreme path battle axe. Each time the power of the god of lust was seized and then shaken out, a massive amount of energy was consumed. But the problem was, it had no better options. It had long since abandoned its original body for convenience and gathering power. It had never anticipated this situation. It had to temporarily inhabit a person's body. Otherwise, fighting as a pure energy form would not be a big problem, but after killing the person in front, it feared it would dissipate into nothingness. That might not be a huge issue for the god of lust itself, but for it personally, it was a huge problem. The god of lust was originally countless incarnations. It was one of them, waiting for the day all the incarnations would merge into one, determining the final dominant will. It had been working hard as the final dominant will, but now, to be defeated by a human. It absolutely refused to perish alongside the opponent. It was the ultimate god of lust. Why die with a mere human? It could only temporarily abandon everything and desperately burrow into the princess's body. But this idea was impossible. Each time it approached, it was met with another axe strike. No. Is there anyone else nearby? Possess him. The god of lust thought, even considering taking over Lucius' body. But obviously, this idea was far too reckless and was quickly dismissed. This guy was a bit sinister. Especially his mental state. If it really went in, it might be unpredictable. Then, what about the person who just slapped it? But after looking around, it found no trace of Shui Zhongming, only the killing godlike figure was before it. After Shui Zhongmeng's palm strike, Lu Su instinctively kicked him away, ensuring the very center of the battlefield only had himself and the god of lust. In hindsight, it was a kind of insurance. The god of lust had no choice. Its existence was on a much higher level than the figure in front of it, yet it was still sinking here. It could only repeatedly recklessly charge toward the princess, who had already been sliced into several pieces. Head. Chop off the head. The princess's own consciousness somehow recovered a bit, and she trembled as she said. Lucius suddenly became unusually obedient, swinging his axe down directly, severing the princess's head. Her body trembled. Her hands suddenly reached out, catching her own head and began wildly trying to reattach it to her neck. Hee. Kid, you're so arrogant. The god of lust's voice sounded then. Taking advantage of someone in trouble, what kind of skill is that? If you dare, let me recover a bit, and we'll fight again. At this point, it shamelessly tried to find a chance by speaking. Who would have thought? Lu Su actually stopped his attack, raised his hand, and beckoned to it. Xia and Ong. Seeing this move made her heart skip a beat. The arrogance issue at such a moment. Not to mention her, even Luce's action nearly crashed the game livestream. No. Chop him. Bro, don't pretend now. You're the last hope. That's a god. We're done for now. The god of lust didn't expect this either. At that moment, it was overjoyed and suddenly rushed forward, its soul entering the princess's body and straightening her head. Crack. The next second, the golden giant axe swung down ruthlessly again, once more chopping off the princess's head. God of lust? Their bodies had now fallen to the ground. Lu Su held the axe with both hands, stepping on the head, spinning the axe, preparing to strike again. You're not keeping your word. Didn't you say to let me recover for a bit? That time just now, wasn't that a bit? Lucius spoke for the first time. The god of lust wanted to curse loudly, shouting. How could that time be enough? Whether it's enough isn't for you to decide. Saying that, Lucio swung his axe down again, and the head beneath his foot was cut cleanly in two. Since the god of lust's soul left its body, Lucio had already performed 7 consecutive strikes. These 7 blows severed all its divinity and pride, causing a massive amount of god of lust's divine power to wildly dissipate. In the end, it had no choice but to let out a sharp howl. Its divine power drastically diminished and flowed into the castle. Then more than 20 guards jumped up from below, twisting their somewhat stiff bodies. Each was filled with momentum, gradually approaching Lucio and Semi-Invincible, who was hiding behind a giant rock. Semi-Invincible. It was over. She had forgotten about these things. When there were more than 2 of them, even Shui Zhongming couldn't handle them. Could she block for Lucio? But if she couldn't block, just a few breaths gap would allow the god of lust to recover. Without time to think, the numerous guards filled with strong momentum suddenly burst forth, charging toward Lucio, while several rushed at Semi-Invincible. At this moment, the princess's head beneath Lucio's foot suddenly rolled its eyeballs violently, regaining some semblance of spirit like a corpse pretending to live. Stop! A sharp roar exploded from her throat. As her voice sounded, all the guards simultaneously halted. What? Semi-Invincible had already pulled out the soul-burn incense and her single-shot gun. Staring at the guards who suddenly froze in place before her, her mind went completely blank for a moment. Is this the princess's order? Could it be that these things were not actually controlled by the lust god chosen? The princess could really command them? Since discovering that the princess had been possessed by the lust god chosen, Semi-Invincible had pieced together most of the game's situation. There was no way these guards were genuinely obeying the princess. Most likely, they were puppets, protecting the princess but also controlling her at the same time. But now, it seemed she had somewhat underestimated the princess herself. What are you doing? Another sharp voice rang out. That was the voice of the lust god chosen. It never expected this kind of glitch to appear. Stop! The princess roared again. Since they shared the same body, both voices came from the same mouth, making it look especially terrifying at this moment. How dare you defy me like this? Do you think this will really work? After the grating voice of the lust god chosen, those silent, puppet-like guards began stepping forward once more. Crack! Lucio was not idle either. He raised his giant axe and swung it down again, cleaving a man in half at the waist beneath his feet. Head! Smash the head, the princess continued. Use the back of your axe to crush it. It was hard to imagine that she was telling the opponent to smash her own head. It left one speechless. Now, several guards had already reached behind Lucio, and the anti-magic chains they flung had wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. One of the guards suddenly raised his hand and smashed his own head. Then, he fell straight backward. The air seemed to silence for a moment, and then the sharp voice of the lust god chosen stunned everyone. What are you doing? How did you do that? They are your sons. What are you doing? Semi-Invincible? She had been trying to stay as clear-headed as possible, but suddenly it felt as if her brain had been hit with a hammer. Sons. The princess had children. Even Lucio couldn't help but slightly turn his head. This was something he hadn't expected. The princess's severed head slowly closed her eyes, a glistening tear flashing at the corner. But she didn't stop. Sorry. Then, one by one, the guards began striking their own heads and hearts, starting a crazed and utterly brutal suicide. The princess's eyes slowly looked upward, gazing at the golden figure standing over her. It seemed like she was talking to herself, or perhaps to him. I told you I resisted. I tried so many times, but I failed. How long it has been. I thought all that had been in vain. Perhaps at this moment, only the son could understand something of the situation. From the start of the game, he had keenly sensed that the princess's age was off. She was definitely not a girl of 18 or 19. Even a tiger won't eat its cub. What conditions do you have to say? The lust god chosen had already been pushed to the brink. Even bargaining with a human was forced out of him. But the princess remained unmoved, closing her eyes, refusing to look, letting her children kill themselves one by one. Better to be puppets without thought than to suffer on endlessly. When she had just given birth, she tried to have her lover take the child and run, but that failed as well. The baby, less than a month old, was forcibly matured by divine power and copied into so many duplicates, becoming puppets that only knew orders. Since babies inherently had no independent thoughts, these guards appeared dull and slow because, in truth, they were not human. Her children had long been dead. The core of this world was so cold that everything you cherished and cared about would become something others could use to threaten and restrain you. Perhaps only someone like her could resist it. Smash the head. With the last guard's suicide, the princess let out the final voice of her life. Boom. The golden giant axe struck down vertically, not using the blade, but purely the weight, smashing the skull to pieces. At this point, the power had been severely weakened and drained, and the final trump card was nullified. The lust god chosen's host body was already torn to pieces, and he was going a bit mad. No, yes. He. Mad laughter echoed out of thin air. He truly never expected that he wouldn't fall in the competition against all other lust god chosen avatars, but instead, fall here. He did not understand. He could not understand why a human bathed in gold could have such a high life status and such immense power. He did not understand why a disgusting, fiery guy could slap him. He did not understand why a mysterious guy he had never noticed could smash his soul and cause his defeat. He also did not understand why the princess he had enslaved for so long would deliver the most fatal blow to him at the moment of death. That was what he saw. He hadn't even seen the earlier combined attack, which was planned by a woman he never even met. Always, he just fell at the hands of a bunch of ants. Hey, die. All of you die. I've remembered you, lust god chosen, I've remembered you. That's something you can save for the Grim Reaper. Lu Su raised his hand and swung his axe again. Before him, the pink soul suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy began to burst into the air, wildly and erratically smashing around. He had lost. Even his will could be said to be dead. At the end, he could only try to take others down with him. Just then, a tall figure suddenly charged forward, rushing out from the castle ruins into the sky. He grabbed that concentrated pink energy and shoved it directly into his own chest. The sun. His speed was almost the peak of his life. His eyes flickered with the wildest madness, yet looked so calm, carrying a resolute willingness to face death without hesitation as he forced that terrifying divine power into his body. He didn't know what would happen next. He only knew that when an opportunity like this arrived, life and death were trivial. The hook thief steals, the country thief becomes marquis, the god thief is the sun, after the power of the lust gods chosen could no longer maintain stability and chose to self-destruct. There should have been wave after wave of energy explosions until everything was completely depleted and destroyed. Even Xia and Tong stood up cautiously, preparing to evade the impending energy bursts. However, as the sun charged forward, the energy abruptly stopped after the first explosion, as if the violent power had vanished in an instant. The sun stood in place, the flames covering his body extinguishing immediately as the energy was absorbed. He became completely motionless, reverting to his original human form, a middle-aged, 1.9-meter-tall muscular man. But his current state was clearly abnormal. His eyes had turned completely pink, and bulging pink veins, like writhing little snakes, covered his exposed skin. Beneath his specially crafted leather suit, flickering pink light seeped out, pulsing intermittently. The glow on his body brightened and dimmed unpredictably, resembling a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Yet, according to the all-seeing eye's observations, his aura was strikingly similar to Luce's sudden power surge earlier. Both were humans influencing magnetic fields, even generating something akin to gravitational force. But unlike Lu Su, this man's energy was far too unstable. That erratic fluctuation and the power of the lust gods chosen was too overwhelming. Could he be on the verge of being possessed? Wait, did he just charge in to die? The battlefield fell eerily silent. Under the sunlight illuminating the ruins, everyone seemed frozen, staring at the sun standing at the center. At this moment, the sun had truly become a sun, his body expanding and contracting like a pulsating fireball. Most terrifyingly, large cracks had begun to spread across his skin. He looked like he was in dire straits. Both Xia Antong and Shui Zhongmeng stood dumbfounded, their mouths slightly agape as they watched the bizarre spectacle at the center. No one knew what to do next. But someone did. Lu Su observed the sun, whose aura was wildly unstable and surging, and gave a slight nod. Ballsy. Then, gripping his axe with both hands, he spun midair, channeling all his momentum into a single devastating strike aimed straight at the sun's head. Boom! The axe's impact produced a deafening roar, an explosion of golden and pink light instantly flooding the sky. The sun's body visibly sank, his feet plunging deep into the ground as he staggered unsteadily. A massive gash split his forehead, but instead of blood, only pink light spilled forth. Heh. The sun grinned unnaturally, lifting his gaze to meet Luce's. Nice hit. Earlier, his consciousness had already begun fading, but Luce's murderous axe strike somehow sharpened his focus again. The next second, flames erupted across the sun's body once more, and despite the cracks covering him, he charged straight at Luce. Keep in mind, he was currently stealing the divine power of the lust god's chosen, struggling against its lingering will to avoid being fully possessed. Yet he believed fighting on the brink of death was the best way forward. Of course it was a good hit. Did I need your approval? Perhaps the sun's audacity in stealing divine power earned a sliver of Luce's respect, as he actually responded. As the sun lunged at him, Luce welcomed the challenge, swinging his massive axe to meet the attack head-on. Whatever the sun's motives were, if he wanted a fight, Luce would never back down. Gold and pink clashed once more, the spectacle no different from Luce's earlier battle with the princess. This was just another round in Luce's relentless chain of battles. True to his reputation as the fastest-clearing brute among players, even in this life-or-death moment, the sun only cared about fighting Luce. He had an obsession with this battle. Now that he finally had power, he wouldn't miss the chance. Their clash was sudden, seemingly without reason. They just wanted to fight. But Xia and Tong reacted swiftly. Seeing Luce engage, she immediately deployed the all-seeing eye while gripping the soul-burn incense. Before she could light it, however, her brows furrowed, and she leaped aside just as Shui Zhongming appeared where she had stood. His palm strike meeting empty air, Shui Zhongming turned to her in surprise. Miss Blank, this isn't your forte, is it? You should know your place in a fight like this. Behind her helmet, Xia Antong's black hair began floating as if caught in an unfelt wind. She smirked at Shui Zhongming. Oh? Are you stronger than Qiuan? Shui Zhongming. The group suddenly descended into chaotic skirmishes, leaving spectators utterly bewildered about who to support. But the most bewildered of all was the lingering soul of the lust god's chosen inside the sun's body. At first, upon entering the sun's body, it had felt a surge of triumph. Against all odds, it had found a way to survive. Was this idiot really offering himself up for possession? But soon, it realized something was wrong. First, its will had been too weakened to exert full control. Second, what kind of mind had it just entered? It was the lust god's chosen, but this man's psyche was overflowing with hatred, a seething, all-consuming desire to burn the world to ashes, as if everything owed him destruction. Alongside that hatred raged an overwhelming lust, not for pleasure, but for power at any cost. In this world, the strongest wills were often the most extreme. The sun's soul was so fiercely extreme that the weakened lust god's chosen couldn't overpower it immediately, resulting in a stalemate. And even now, this madman still wanted to fight. What the? Today had been an eye-opener for the lust god's chosen. What kind of lunatics were these people? Had the world gone completely insane? However, no matter how he thought or how difficult it was for him to accept, the facts remained unchanged. This was his final chance, to seize the will of the person before him, engaging in a desperate tug-of-war with the opponent's own soul. Thus, Luce discovered that Sun's battle against him had become more frenzied and reckless than ever before. Especially since Sun currently possessed divine power within his body, one could even say he had a god inside. Knowing he wouldn't die easily in the short term, his fighting style became utterly suicidal. But how could arrogance possibly fear madness? Pride and insanity collided violently at this moment. Meanwhile, the lingering will of lust gods chosen within Sun suddenly noticed something amiss. This guy's spirit seemed to be stabilizing during combat, as if exerting increasing pressure against him. The opponent's fighting appeared intentional, as if treating him like a piece of iron, using the divine will within as impurities, with Luce serving as the blacksmith. This guy was actually this cunning? Managing to seize minimal control of the body, Sun gritted his teeth and squeezed out words. Idiot! You're helping him. He's using my power now. You can't kill him anymore. Lusa paused momentarily at Sun's sudden speech. But he quickly reacted, his golden mask instantly radiating a ferocious glow as his attacks grew even more vicious. With your power, he becomes unkillable? Lust God's chosen? Can't you fucking understand divine speech? But now he could no longer speak as Suns will regain dominance. Ha 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 ha. What he said is right, fighting you counts as using you too. But Lusa couldn't care less. Swinging his axe in a full circle, he struck horizontally with the flat side directly onto Sun's mouth. Crack. The jawbone shattered instantly, the mandible fracturing into pieces. Enjoy laughing? Lusa's own strength seemed limitless, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. In his eyes, fighting was fighting. Whether there was exploitation involved didn't matter at this point. His strikes carried killing intent. If the opponent died, then so be it. If the other truly had the capability to survive, then what did exploitation matter? Arrogance didn't care. Note: here, arrogance never once considered the possibility of losing. The central battlefield saw new combat, though this time their energies appeared evenly matched. Meanwhile, the other pair fought somewhat half-heartedly, focusing more attention on the central battle. They both understood. The outcome between those two was what truly mattered. In fact, they weren't even entirely sure why they were fighting. Through repeated blacksmithing sessions, Lusa gradually gained the upper hand. Within Sun, Lust God's Chosen grew desperate. Sun's will had nearly completely eliminated him in their internal struggle. Meanwhile, Sun's body began cracking extensively, leaking divine power that dyed the entire battlefield pink. His aura started declining yet simultaneously stabilizing. Having devoured Lust God's Chosen but ultimately unable to contain that much energy after annihilating the remnant divine consciousness, vast amounts of power leaked back out. Oh. Yet even so, the energy he absorbed this time reached magnitudes previously unimaginable. Boom. Finally, battling on both internal and external fronts proved too much. An axe strike from Lu Su sent him flying, embedding him motionless into the ground. Lusa waited 2 seconds before dragging his great axe single-handedly toward his opponent. The scraping axe produced grating metallic sounds against the ground. Each step rang clearly. After consecutive major battles, his initial irritation had been thoroughly vented. And judging by results, an unbroken streak of victories. The boasts made at the game's start had actually come true. The golden mask of arrogance now gleamed brilliantly, like an undefeated war god. From the rubble, Sun, now bleeding profusely into a crimson figure, slowly rose. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Muttering to himself, he suddenly looked up at Lu Su and shook his head. The game isn't over yet. That's not for a dying man to consider, Lu Su retorted. No, I mean the wedding hasn't properly proceeded. As he spoke, he gazed at the massive amounts of Lust God's Chosen's divine power dispersing in the air. So that's how it is. Perhaps from absorbing Lust God's Chosen, he seemed to comprehend something. Suddenly, he did the unthinkable. Turning abruptly, he looked toward Shui Zhongming and Xia Antong's battlefield. Stop. Then he extended a hand toward Xia Antong an invitation. You want power? Xia Antong? Lu Su also temporarily lowered his axe, observing developments. Come on, no dawdling. It's just a ceremony. Power is what truly matters. At this moment, he suddenly understood the game's ultimate purpose. Before Lust God's Chosen's power completely dissipated, he hastily issued a marriage invitation. After all, she was the only female present. Understanding dawned on Xia Antong. Her face stiffened instantly as she rapidly retreated several steps to create distance. Seeing this, Sun's eyes flashed with disdain before he shook his head and turned to Shui Zhongming. You come here. A prime opportunity to grow stronger. Shui Zhongming was utterly baffled. Huh? But I'm male. Quit the nonsense. Sun snapped impatiently. It's just a ceremony. Talking about such trivialities before power. Without waiting for others to react, he flashed forward and forcibly grabbed Shui Zhongming's hand. Shui Zhongming. Mysterious bell chimes suddenly resonated through the castle ruins as the dispersing energy in the sky exploded, dyeing the entire world sky pink. Then a pillar of light descended from heaven, enveloping Sun and Shui Zhongming. Lucius stood axe in hand, completely bewildered. This spectacle exceeded his comprehension. Watching the two male figures of Sun and Shui Zhongming, he suddenly found it perfectly reasonable that Sun could gain power like this. Should he go chop them now? While hesitating, he suddenly felt a tremor in his palm. A hand from behind grasped his other hand. Lucius stiffened slightly, as if momentarily frozen in place. He hadn't expected anyone on this battlefield to approach him so silently, let alone directly grab his hand. His instincts screamed at him to instantly crush whatever had grasped him. But after a split-second consideration, he restrained his strength. At this moment, the only person who could approach without triggering his danger senses would be her. Turning his head slightly, his eyes met Xia Antong's gaze. Lusu. He found himself speechless. Any response now would betray the arrogance his mask demanded. Yet what reaction was appropriate here? Xia Antong tightened her grip slightly, her fingers tracing the bones of his hand with practiced ease. All remaining doubts vanished. It was definitely him. You've hidden yourself quite well. Are you really going to pass up this rare divine energy absorption? It's part of the game's requirements, Xia Antong said casually, looking up at the golden mask. Her expression remained composed and natural, as if this were the most reasonable course of action. As if this were merely completing a game ritual to gain benefits. What? After fighting for so long, you can't disregard the game's rules now. She tilted her head. Didn't you always believe power was everything? Lusu. After a long silence, he finally spoke. The strong don't need power from others. Especially not this weak variety. Oh. Xia Antong nodded. But you also said all power in this world belongs to you. You're just reclaiming what's yours. What's the problem? Lusu found himself at a loss for words, not because he couldn't respond, but because his focus was divided. He had no objection to completing the game's ritual with Xia Antong to gain strength. Yet her behavior gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. Since when had she become so decisive in matters like this? Before he could process this, Xia Antong turned and led him forward by the hand toward the castle's center. Even in ruins, the center remained the center. Lusu offered no resistance, following her lead at a measured pace. Xia Antong walked ahead, a faint smile playing on her lips. What was she smiling about? That axe, a weapon so heavy it shocked deities, wrapped around a stone like it weighed nothing. That man, possessing the world's greatest physique and strength, lifting the golden axe effortlessly. Alpha and Beta. Meaning if he didn't want to move, no force in this world could make him. Xia Antong led Lusu to the central clearing, where Sun and Shui Zhongming stood hand in hand nearby. Above them, swirling pink energy formed a small vortex. As Lusu and Xia Antong approached, another funnel began forming in the sky, channeling energy downward toward them. This was a ceremony chosen by desire, fueled by the love in people's hearts. No rainbow bridge. No cheering crowds. No magnificent palace or radiant heavenly light. Just ruins, blood, broken corpses, slaughtered guards, and a shattered princess. Yet in this setting, the wedding commenced. Sun immediately noticed the energy nourishing his body being siphoned away. Seeing the newcomers stealing their power, anger surged within him. But he knew this was inevitable, the game's final task after all. With the power of desire and the dream wedding scenario, initiating conflict now would be disastrous. He just couldn't help feeling irritated. Why did their energy vortex look bigger than ours? Their effects seemed superior too. While he understood the wedding must continue, the specifics eluded him. He'd been trying his best to psyche himself up. Love? He barely understood the concept. Desire, now that he grasped. But that despicable guy over there couldn't possibly understand this stuff either. Shouldn't that bastard be even worse than me? TCH. Must be because they have an actual woman on their side. Look at me. Sun suddenly barked at Shui Zhongming. Shui Zhongming, already uncomfortable, nearly jumped out of his skin. What? Look at me properly. Pretend to be affectionate. You're feminine enough. Can't you psyche yourself into it? Feminine. My orientation's perfectly normal. Why don't you imagine yourself as the woman? Shui Zhongming shuddered in disgust. But one look at Sun's murderous, twisted expression confirmed the impossibility. At least maintain eye contact, Sun growled through clenched teeth. Their effects are better than ours. No shit. They're an actual couple, of course it's different. Shui Zhongming rolled his eyes. Since when? At most they're using each other. Sun scoffed. Shui Zhongming gave him a sidelong glance, too exasperated to respond. This is your limit? No talent for this whatsoever. While their side resembled a farce, Lu Su and Xia Antong's atmosphere remained serene. Simply holding hands, their effects already surpassed the bizarre pair nearby. Hearing their exchange, Xia Antong smiled. Gazing up at the golden mask's sculpted features, she suddenly realized this might be her most beautiful in-game moment. Perhaps emboldened by the power of desires chosen, she found unexpected courage. Rising on her toes, she brushed her lips lightly against the golden mask's cheek. A fleeting touch of cold metal. Xia Antong's face flushed deeply, as if all her previous injections had instantly lost effect. Though this was just a game. Though none of it was real. But today, consider me married. Xia Antong's movement was too sudden for Lu Su to react in time. Or perhaps, in this environment, it was indeed difficult for him to respond quickly. You. For a moment, his movements became unstable as he shuddered violently. His golden mask displayed shock and anger as he glared at Xia Antong beside him. What kind of development was this? But now, his murderous intent clearly couldn't intimidate Xia Antong anymore. Is there a problem? Xia Antong looked at him. Just part of the game. See? Our energy absorption is faster than theirs. Compared to the energy vortex near Sun, the vortex around them had already begun transforming into a storm. Isn't this good? Why do you care so much? It's just a mask. Lu Su. Seeing his completely unprepared, somewhat dazed expression, Xia Antong felt a sudden thrill, as if returning to their classroom days. Shall we continue? Maybe add some expressions to that mask. As she spoke, she reached out to touch the golden mask. Lu Su overreacted instantly, slapping her hand away, his mask now displaying irritation. Know your limits. During previous games, he'd witnessed Xia Antong's slightly crazed demeanor when overdosing on medication. But this time felt different. Her unrestrained teasing and boundary-crossing behavior suddenly overlapped perfectly with his memories of her during their school days. This was truly abnormal. Xia Antong restrained herself somewhat. After all, they still wore masks of arrogance, and with many spectators present, going too far would be inappropriate. She obediently resumed holding hands, toning down her earlier boldness. Yet the inexplicable atmosphere between them was clearly recognized by the god of love's chosen. Despite Luce's near outburst earlier, their energy vortex visibly intensified rather than weakened. The audience also sensed something amiss, Sin's usual domineering aura had diminished significantly. This clearly wasn't the scene for arrogance. Chat, well damn, they've rendered the strongest players speechless. Chat, Blink's having her fun now, she wasn't this accommodating during battles. Chat, mask difference. If this were that purple mask from the casino, we'd be getting some R-rated content by now. Sun grew increasingly anxious nearby. After seeing the effects of a simple kiss, he froze momentarily. He didn't particularly care about their relationship drama. The real issue was, damn it, they were at a disadvantage. He instinctively glanced at Shui Zhongming, who immediately started cursing. The hell you thinking? Try kissing me and I'll fight you to the death, believe me. Shui Zhongming genuinely feared this guy might resort to anything. Who's screaming? I don't want to kiss you either. Who'd want to? Sun retorted angrily. But think about it, look at them over there. Maybe you should wear a mask too. Shut the hell up. The two men held hands awkwardly during the wedding ritual while arguing fiercely. Enough. Sun decided power mattered more, though he dared not attempt anything like forced kissing. While he had few moral limits, actual combat would ruin their mission. Hurry up. Look down, don't make eye contact, and mentally hypnotize yourself. Shui Zhongming grimaced, but nodded. This was their best option now. Meanwhile, pink light descended from the sky as two distinct vortexes channeled remaining energy into all four participants. The entire world sky turned pink, gradually lowering as radiant light enveloped and influenced everything. Below the mountain, the previously chaotic and despairing atmosphere grew calm. People gazed blankly at the sky as high priests began ecstatically chanting prayers with clasped hands. Energy gathered toward its climax. Sensing this acutely, Xia Antong smiled continuously at the sky, as if seeing a princess's phantom smiling back. Little girl, be this brave when facing your own happiness too. Turning to the golden mask, she announced. The final moment, the ceremony's nearly complete. She naturally initiated an embrace. Before Lusa could hesitate, she'd taken the lead. Their gentle embrace allowed Xia and Tong to sense his breathing through the mask of arrogance, their first hug, whether in reality or the game. Xia and Tong savored the tranquility while Sun, mistaking this for the ritual's conclusion, forcibly hugged Shui Zhangming despite protests. As both pairs embraced at the wedding's conclusion, the vortexes vanished, channeling power into them. Despite Sun's initial advantage, Lu Su and Xia and Tong surpassed them in the final energy surge. Pink light exploded across the sky, transforming into intangible energy that nourished and merged with the world. Game complete. Dream wedding accomplished successfully. This open-world game allows 3 hours for free exploration or immediate return. As the wedding concluded, system notifications sounded. The god of love's emotional influence gradually faded. Xia and Tong released Lusa first, her eyes regaining rationality and clarity. Dream wedding, this hellish game had been its own gift. Yet, surveying the princess's corpse, the prince's ashes, and numerous guard bodies scattered around, she understood profoundly the game's cruel, tragic nature. Facing the golden mask regaining its authoritative demeanor, she hesitated before finally smiling. Say something. Use your power as a god's representative. Say something to these people.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.